Thomas too. I'll arrange things with Fannin. Thomas shouted, and the two boys slapped each other on the back. Pug said, "When do we leave?" Culgan laughed. "In 5 days' time, or sooner, if the Duke hears from the dwarves. Runners are being sent to the North Pass to see if it's clear. If not, we ride by the South Pass." Culgan departed, leaving the two boys dancing arm in arm and whooping with excitement. Chapter 7. Understanding. Pug hurried across the courtyard. Princess Carline had sent him a note asking him to meet her in the flower garden. It was the first word from the girl since she had stormed away from their last meeting, and Pug was anxious. He did not want to be on bad terms with Carline, regardless of any conflicts he might be feeling. After his brief discussion with Caelin 2 days earlier, he had sought out Father Tully and talked with him at length. The old priest had been willing to take time out to speak with the boy in spite of the demands the Duke was placing upon his staff. It had been a good talk for Pug, leaving him with a surer sense of himself. The final message from the old cleric had been, stop worrying about what the princess feels and thinks, and start discovering what Pug feels and thinks. He had taken the cleric's advice, and was now sure of what he would say should Carline start referring to any sort of understanding between them. For the first time in weeks, he felt something like a sense of direction, even if he was not sure what destination he would eventually reach holding to such a course. Reaching the princess's garden, he rounded a corner, then stopped for, instead of Carline, Squire Roland stood by the steps. With a slight smile, Roland nodded. "Good day, Pug." "Good day, Roland." Pug looked around. "Expecting someone?" said Roland, forcing a note of lightness that did little to hide a belligerent tone. He casually rested his left hand on the pommel of his sword. Apart from his sword, he was dressed as usual in colourful breeches and tunic of green and gold, with tall riding boots. "Well, actually, I was expecting to see the princess," Pug said, with a small note of defiance in his manner. Roland feigned surprise. "Really?" "Lady Glynis mentioned something about a note, but I had come to understand things were strained between the two of you." While Pug had tried to sympathise with Roland's situation over the last few days, his off-handed, superior attitude and his chronic antagonism conspired to irritate Pug. Letting his exasperation get the better of him, he snapped. "As one squire to another, Roland, let me put it this way. How things stand between Carline and myself is none of your business." Roland's face took on an expression of open anger. He stepped forward, looking down at the shorter boy. "Be damned, it's none of my business. I don't know what you're playing at, Pug, but if you do anything to hurt her, I'll—" "Me? Hurt her?" Pug interrupted. He was shocked by the intensity of Roland's anger, and infuriated by the threat. "She's the one playing us one against the other." Abruptly, Pug felt the ground tilt under him, rising up to strike him from behind. Lights exploded before his eyes, and a bell-like clanging sounded in his ears. It was a long moment before he realised Roland had just hit him. Pug shook his head, and his eyes refocused. He saw the older, larger squire standing over him, both hands balled into fists. Through tightly clenched teeth, Roland spat his words. "If you ever say ill of her again, I'll beat you senseless." Pug's anger fired within him, rising each second. He got carefully to his feet, his eyes upon Roland, who stood ready to fight. Feeling the bitter taste of anger in his mouth, Pug said, "You've had 2 years and more to win her, Roland. Leave it alone." Roland's face grew livid, and he charged, bowling Pug off his feet. They went down in a tangle, Roland striking Pug harmlessly on the shoulders and arms. Rolling and grappling, neither could inflict much damage. Pug got his arm around Roland's neck and hung on as the older squire thrashed in a frenzy. Suddenly, Roland wedged a knee against Pug's chest and shoved him away. Pug rolled and came to his feet. Roland was up an instant later, and they squared off. Roland's expression had changed from rage to cold, calculating anger as he measured the distance between them. He advanced carefully, his left arm bent and extended, his right fist held ready before his face. Pug had no experience with this form of fighting called fist boxing, though he had seen it practiced for money in travelling shows. Roland had demonstrated on several occasions that he had more than a passing acquaintance with the sport. Pug sought to take the advantage and swung a wild roundhouse blow at Roland's head. Roland dodged back as Pug swung completely around. Then the squire jumped forward, his left hand snapping out, catching Pug on the cheek, rocking his head back with a stinging blow. Pug stumbled away, and Roland's right hand missed Pug's chin by a fraction. Pug held up his hands to ward off another blow and shook his head, clearing it of the dancing lights that obscured his vision, barely managing to duck beneath Roland's next blow. Under Roland's guard, Pug lunged, catching the other boy in the stomach with his shoulder, knocking him down again. Pug fell on top of him and struggled to pin the larger boy's arms to his side. Roland struck out, catching Pug's temple with an elbow, and the dazed magician's apprentice fell away, momentarily confused. As he rose to his feet again, pain exploded in Pug's face, and the world tilted once more. Disoriented, unable to defend himself, Pug felt Roland's blows as distant events, somehow muted and not fully recognized by his reeling senses. A faint note of alarm sounded in part of Pug's mind. Without warning, processes began to occur under the level of pain-dimmed consciousness. Basic, more animal instincts took hold. As in the encounter with the trolls, blinding letters of light and flame appeared in his mind's eye, and he silently incanted. Pug's being became primitive. In his remaining consciousness, he was a primal creature fighting for survival with murderous intent. All he could envision was choking the very life from his adversary. Suddenly, an alarm rang within Pug's mind. A deep sense of wrongness, of evil, struck him. Months of training came to the fore, and it was as if he could hear Culgan's voice crying, "This is not how the power is to be used." Ripping aside the mental shroud that covered him, Pug opened his eyes. Through blurred vision and sparkling lights, Pug saw Roland kneeling a mere yard before him, eyes enlarged, vainly struggling with the invisible fingers around his neck. Pug felt no sense of contact with what he saw, and with returning clarity of mind knew at once what had occurred. Leaning forward, he seized Roland's wrists. "Stop it, Roland! Stop it! It isn't real! There are no hands but your own at your throat!" Roland, blind with panic, seemed unable to hear Pug's shouts. Mustering what remaining strength he possessed, Pug yanked Roland's hands away, then struck him a stinging slap to the face. Roland's eyes teared, and suddenly he breathed in a gasping, ragged sound. Still panting, Pug said, "It's an illusion. You were choking yourself." Roland gasped and pushed himself back from Pug, fear evident on his face. He struggled weakly to pull his sword. Pug leaned forward and firmly gripped Roland's wrist. Barely able to speak, he shook his head and said, "There's no reason." Roland looked into Pug's eyes, and the fear in his own began to subside. Something inside the older squire seemed to break, and there was only a fatigued, drained young man sitting on the ground, breathing heavily. Roland sat back, tears forming in his eyes, and asked, "Why?" Pug's own fatigue made him lean back, supporting himself on his hands. He studied the handsome young face before him, twisted by doubt. "Because you're held under a spell more compelling than any I could fashion. He looked Roland in the eyes. "You truly love her, don't you?" The last vestige of Roland's anger slowly evaporated, and his eyes showed some slight fear remaining, but also Pug saw deep pain and anguish as a tear fell to his cheek. His shoulders slumped, and he nodded, his breath ragged as he tried to speak. For a moment he was on the verge of crying, but he fought off his pain and regained his poise. Taking a deep breath, Roland wiped away the tears and took another deep breath. He looked directly at Pug, then guardedly asked, "And you?" Pug sprawled on the ground, feeling some strength returning. I'm not sure. She makes me doubt myself. I don't know. Sometimes I think of no one else, and other times I wish I were as far from her as I could be." Roland indicated understanding, the last residue of fear draining away. "Where she's concerned, I don't have a whit of wit." Pug giggled. Roland looked at him, then also began to laugh. "I don't know why," said Pug, "but for some reason I find what you said terribly funny." Roland nodded and began to laugh too. Soon they were both sitting with tears running down their faces as the emotional vacuum left by the fleeing anger was replaced by giddiness. Roland recovered slightly, holding back the laughter, when Pug looked at him and said, "A whit of wit," which sent both of them off on another jag of laughter. "Well?" a voice said sharply. They turned and found Carline, flanked by two ladies-in-waiting, surveying the scene before her. Instantly, both boys became silent. Casting a disapproving look upon the pair as they sprawled upon the ground, she said, "Since you two seem so taken with each other, I'll not intrude." Pug and Roland exchanged looks and suddenly erupted into uproarious laughter. Roland fell over backward, while Pug sat legs stretched before him, laughing into his cupped hands. Carline flushed angrily, and her eyes widened. With cold fury in her voice, she said, "Excuse me," and turned, sweeping by her ladies. As she left, they could hear her loudly exclaim, "Boys!" Pug and Roland sat for a minute until the near-hysterical fit passed. Then Roland rose and extended his hand to Pug. Pug took it, and Roland helped him to his feet. "Sorry, Pug. I had no right to be angry with you." His voice softened. "I can't sleep nights thinking of her. I wait for the few moments we're together each day. But since you saved her, all I ever hear is your name." Touching his sore neck, Roland said, "I got so angry I thought I'd kill you. Damn near got myself killed instead." Pug looked at the corner where the princess had disappeared, nodding agreement. "I'm sorry too, Roland. I'm not very good at controlling magic yet, and when I lose my temper it seems all sorts of terrible things can happen, like with the trolls." Pug wanted Roland to understand he was still Pug, even though he was now a magician's apprentice. "I would never do anything like that on purpose, especially to a friend." Roland studied Pug's face a moment and grinned, half wryly, half apologetically. "I understand. I acted badly. You were right. She's only setting us one against the other. I'm the fool. It's you she cares for." Pug seemed to wilt. "Believe me, Roland, I'm not so sure I'm to be envied." Roland's grin widened. She is a strong-willed girl, that's clear. Caught halfway between an open display of self-pity and mock bravado, Roland selected mock bravado. Pug shook his head. "What's to be done, Roland?" Roland looked surprised, then laughed loudly. "Don't look to me for advice, Pug. I dance to her tune more than any. But there are as many changes in a young girl's heart as in the fickle winds, as the old saying goes. I'll not blame you for Carline's actions." He winked at Pug conspiratorially. "Still, you won't mind if I keep an eye out for a change in the weather." Pug laughed in spite of his exhaustion. "I thought you seemed a little too gracious in your concessions." A thoughtful look came over his face. "You know, it would be simpler, not better, but simpler, if she'd ignore me forever, Roland. I don't know what to think about all this. I've got my apprenticeship to complete. Some day I'll have estates to manage. And then there's this business with the Shirani. It's all come so quickly, I don't know what to do." Roland regarded Pug with some sympathy. He put his hand upon the younger boy's shoulder. "I forget this business of being apprentice and noble is all rather new to you. Still, I can't say I've given too much time to such weighty considerations myself, even though my lot was decided before I was born. This worrying about the future is a dry sort of work. I think it would be benefited by a mug of strong ale." Feeling his aches and bruises, Pug nodded agreement. "Would that we could, but Megga will be of a different mind, I'm afraid." Roland placed his finger alongside his nose. "We shan't let the master cook smell us out, then. Come on. I know a place where the boards of the ale shed are loose. We can quaff a cup or two in private." Roland began to walk away, but Pug halted him by saying, "Roland, I'm sorry we came to blows." Roland stopped, studied Pug a moment, and grinned. "And I." He extended his hand. "A piece?" Pug gripped it. "A piece." They turned the corner, leaving the princess's garden behind, then stopped. Before them was a scene of unalloyed misery. Thomas was walking the length of the court from the soldiers' commons to the side gate in full armour, old chainmail over gambeson, full helm, and heavy metal greaves over knee boots. On one arm he bore a heater shield, and in the other hand he held a heavy spear 12 feet long and iron-tipped, which bore cruelly down upon his right shoulder. It also gave him a comic appearance, as it caused him to lean a little to the right and wobble slightly as he struggled to keep it balanced while he marched. The sergeant of the Duke's Guard stood counting out cadence for him. Pug knew the sergeant, a tall, friendly man named Garden. He was Keshian by ancestry, evident in his dark skin. His white teeth split his dark, nappy beard in a grin at the sight of Pug and Roland. He stood nearly as broad in the shoulders as Meacham, with the same loose-gated movement of a hunter or fighter. Though his black hair was lightly dusted with grey, his face was young-looking and unlined, despite 30 years' service. With a wink at Pug and Roland, he barked, "Halt!" and Thomas stopped in his tracks. As Pug and Roland closed the distance between them, Gardan snapped, "Right, Dan!" Thomas obeyed. "Members of the court approaching, present arms!" Thomas extended his right arm, and his spear dipped in salute. He let the tip drop slightly too low and nearly broke from attention to pull it back. Pug and Roland came up to stand next to Gardan, and the large soldier gave them a casual salute and a warm smile. "Good day, squires." He turned to Thomas for a moment. "Shoulder, arms, march, post, march." Thomas set off marching the post assigned to him, in this case the length of the yard before the soldiers' commons. With a laugh, Roland said, "What is this? Special drills?" Gardan stood with one hand on his sword, the other pointed at Thomas. "Swordmaster Farron felt it might prove beneficial to our young warrior if someone was here to see his drilling didn't become a sloppy from exhaustion or some other petty inconvenience." Dropping his voice a bit, he added, "He's a tough lad. He'll be fine, if a little footsore." "Why the special drilling?" asked Roland. Pug shook his head as Gardan told them. "Oh, our young hero lost 2 swords. The first was understandable, for the matter of the ship was vital, and in the excitement of the moment such an oversight could be forgiven. But the second was found lying on the wet ground near the Pell the afternoon the Elf Queen and her party left, and young Thomas was nowhere in sight." Pug knew Thomas had forgotten all about returning to his drilling when Gardel had come with the hood for his firepot. Thomas reached the end of his appointed route, did an about-face, and began his return. Gardan regarded the two bruised and dirty boys and said, "What have you two young gentlemen been up to?" Roland cleared his throat in a theatrical fashion and said, I was giving Pug a first boxing lesson." Gardan reached out and took Pug's chin in his hand, turning the boy's face for inspection. Evaluating the damage, he said, "Roland, remind me never to ask you to instruct my men in sword-play. We couldn't withstand the casualty rate." Releasing his hold upon Pug's face, he said, "You'll have a beautiful eye in the morning, Squire." Changing the topic, Pug said, "How are your sons, Gardan?" "Well enough, Pug. They learn their craft and dream of making themselves rich, save for the youngest, Faxon, who is still intent on becoming a soldier next choosing. The rest are becoming expert cartwrights under my brother Jahil's tutelage." He smiled sadly. "With only Faxon at home, the house is very empty, though my wife seems glad for the peace." Then he grinned, an infectious smile that rarely could be viewed and not answered. "Still, won't be too long before the elder boys marry, and then there'll be grandchildren underfoot and plenty of merry noise again from time to time." As Thomas drew near, Pug asked, "May I speak with the condemned?" Gardan laughed, stroking his short beard. "I guess I might look the other way for a moment, but be brief, Squire." Pug left Gardan talking with Roland and fell into step beside Thomas as he passed on his way to the opposite end of the court. "How goes it?" Pug asked. Out of the side of his mouth, Thomas said, "Oh, just fine. 2 more hours of this and I'll be ready for burial." "Can't you rest?" "On the half hour I get 5 minutes to stand at attention." He reached the terminus of his post and did a reasonably sharp about-face, then resumed walking back toward Gardan and Roland. "After the firepot cover was finished, I came back to the Pell and found the sword missing. I thought my heart would stop. I looked everywhere. I almost thrashed Rolf, thinking he had hidden it to spite me. And when I returned to the Commons, Fannon was sitting on my bunk, oiling down the blade. I thought the other soldiers would hurt themselves holding in the laughter when he said, 'If you judge yourself skilled enough with the sword, perhaps you'd care to spend your time learning the proper way to walk post with a polearm. All-day walking punishment,' he added woefully. 'I'll die.'" They passed Roland and Gardan, and Pug struggled to feel sympathy. Like the others, he found the situation comical. Hiding his amusement, he lowered his voice to a conspiratorial tone and said, "I'd better get along. Should the swordmaster come along, he might tack on an extra day's marching." Thomas groaned at the thought. "Gods preserve me. Get away, Pug." Pug whispered, "When you're done, join us in the ale shed if you're able." Pug left Thomas's side and rejoined Gardan and Roland. To the sergeant he said, "Thank you, Gardan." "You're welcome, Pug. Our young knight in the making will be fine, though he feels set upon now. He also chafes at having an audience." Roland nodded. "Well, I expect he'll not be losing a sword again soon." Gardan laughed. "Too true. Master Fanon could forgive the first, but not the second. He thought it wise to see Thomas didn't make a habit of it. Your friend is the finest student the swordmaster has known since Prince Arutha. But don't tell Thomas that. Fanon's always hardest on those with the most potential. Well, good day to you both, squires. And boys," they paused, "I won't mention the first boxing lesson." They thanked the sergeant for his discretion and walked towards the ale shed, with the measured cadence of Gardan's voice filling the court. Pug was well into his 2nd mug of ale, and Roland finishing his 4th, when Thomas appeared through the loose boards. Dirty and sweating, he was rid of his armour and weapons. With a great display of fatigue, he said, "The world must be coming to an end. Fanon excused me from punishment early." "Why?" asked Pug. Roland lazily reached over to a storage shelf, next to where he sat upon a sack of grain soon to be used for making ale, and got a cup from a stack. He tossed it to Thomas, who caught it, then filled it from the hogshead of ale that Roland rested his feet upon. Taking a deep drink, Thomas wiped his mouth with the back of his hand and said, "Something's afoot. Fannin swooped down, told me to put away my toys, and nearly dragged Gardan off. He was in such a hurry." Pug said, "Maybe the Duke's getting ready to ride east." Thomas said, "Maybe." He studied his two friends, taking note of their freshly bruised countenances. "All right, what happened?" Pug regarded Roland, indicating he should explain the sad state of their appearance. Roland gave Thomas a lopsided grin and said, We had a practice bout in preparation for the Duke's first boxing tourney." Pug nearly choked on his ale, then laughed. Thomas shook his head. "If you two don't look a pair. Fighting over the princess?" Pug and Roland exchanged glances. Then, as one, they leaped at Thomas and bore him to the floor under their combined weight. Roland pinned Thomas to the floor, then, while Pug held him in place, took a half-filled cup of ale and held it high. With mock solemnity, Roland said, "I hereby anoint thee, Thomas, first seer of Criddy." So saying, he poured the contents of the cup over the struggling boy's face. Pug belched, then said, "As do I." He poured what remained in his cup over his friend. Thomas spat ale, laughing, as he said, "Right, I was right." Struggling against the weight upon him, he said, "Now get off, or need I remind you, Roland, of who gave you your last bloody nose?" Roland moved off very slowly, intoxicated dignity forcing him to move with glacial precision. "Quite right." Turning toward Pug, who had also rolled off Thomas, he said, "Still, it must be made clear that at the time the only reason Thomas managed to bloody my nose is that during our fight he had an unfair advantage." Pug looked at Roland through bleary eyes and said, "What unfair advantage?" Roland put his finger to his lips, indicating secrecy, then said, "He was winning." Roland collapsed back upon the grain sack, and Pug and Thomas dissolved into laughter. Pug found the remark so funny he couldn't stop, and hearing Thomas's laughter only caused his own to redouble. At last he sat up, gasping, with his sides hurting. Catching his breath, Pug said, "I missed that set too. I was doing something else, but I don't remember what." "You were down in the village learning to mend nets, if I remember rightly, when Roland first came here from Tulan." With a crooked grin, Roland said, "I got into an argument with someone or another. Do you remember who?" Thomas shook his head, no. "Anyway, I got into an argument, and Thomas came over and tried to break it up. I couldn't believe this skinny boy." Thomas began to voice an objection, but Roland cut him off, holding a finger upright and wiggling it. "Yes, you were. Very skinny. I couldn't believe this skinny common boy, would presume to tell me, a newly appointed member of the Duke's court, and a gentleman, I must add, the way to behave. So I did the only thing a proper gentleman could do under the circumstances." "What?" asked Pug. "I hit him in the mouth." The three laughed again. Thomas shook his head at the recollection, while Roland said, he proceeded to give me the worst beating I had since the last time my father caught me out at something. That's when I got serious about fist boxing. With an air of mock gravity, Thomas said, "Well, we were younger then." Pug refilled the cups. Moving his jaw in discomfort, he said, "Well, right now I feel about 100 years old." Thomas studied them both a minute. "Seriously? What was the fight about?" With a mixture of humour and regret, Roland said, "Our liege lord's daughter, a girl of ineffable charm." "What's ineffable?" Thomas asked. Roland looked at him with intoxicated disdain. "Indescribable dolt!" Thomas shook his head. "I don't think the princess is an indescribable dolt." He ducked as Roland's cup sailed through the space occupied by his head an instant before. Pug fell over backward, laughing again. Thomas grinned as Roland, in a display of great ceremony, fetched down another cup from the shelf. "As I was saying," he began, filling the cup from the hogshead, "Our Lady, a girl of ineffable charms, if somewhat questionable judgment, has taken it into her head, for reasons only the gods may fully comprehend, to favour our young magician here with her attentions. Why, when she could spend time with me, I can't imagine." He paused to belch. "In any event, we were discussing the proper manner in which to accept such largesse." Thomas looked at Pug, a huge grin on his face. "You have my sympathy, Pug. You most certainly have your hands full." Pug felt himself flush. Then, with a wicked leer, he said, "Do I? And what about a certain young apprentice soldier well known hereabouts, who has been seen sneaking into the larder with a certain kitchen girl?" He leaned back, and with a look of mock concern etched upon his face, added, "I'd hate to think what would happen to him should Neela find out." Thomas's mouth fell open. "You wouldn't. You couldn't." Roland lay back, holding his sides. "Never have I seen such a fair impersonation of a freshly landed fish." He sat up, crossed his eyes, and opened and shut his mouth rapidly. All three degenerated into helpless mirth again. Another round was poured, and Roland held up his cup. "Gentlemen, a toast." Pug and Thomas held up their cups. Roland's voice turned serious, and he said, "No matter what differences we have had in the past, you are two fellows I gladly count friends." He held his cup higher and said, "To friendship." The three drained their cups and refilled them. Roland said, "Your hand upon it." The three boys joined hands, and Roland said, "No matter where we go, no matter how many years pass, never again shall we be without friends." Pug was struck by the sudden solemnity of the pledge, and said, "Friends." Thomas echoed Pug's words, and the three shook hands in a gesture of affirmation. Again the cups were drained, and the afternoon sun quickly fled beyond the horizon as the three boys lost time in the rosy glow of camaraderie and ale. Pug came awake, groggy and disoriented. The faint glow from his nearly extinguished firepot cast the room into half-tones of rose and black. A faint but persistent knocking sounded on his door. He slowly stood, then nearly fell, still intoxicated from his drinking bout. He had stayed with Thomas and Roland in the storage room all evening and into the night, missing supper entirely, putting a considerable dent in the castle's ale supply, as Roland had described it. They hadn't partaken of any great amount, but as their capacity was slight, it seemed a heroic undertaking. Pug drew on his trousers and wobbled over to the door. His eyelids felt gritty, and his mouth was cotton dry. Wondering who could be demanding entrance in the middle of the night, he threw aside the door. A blur of motion passed him, and he turned to find Carline standing in the room, a heavy cloak wrapped around her. "Close the door," she hissed. "Someone might pass the base of the tower and see light upon the stairway." Pug obeyed, still disoriented. The only thing that penetrated his numb mind was the thought that it was unlikely the faint light from the coals could cast much brightness down the stairwell. He shook his head, gathering his wits about him, and crossed to the firepot. He lit a taper from the coals and lit his lantern. The room sprang into cheery brightness. Pug's thinking began to pick up a little as Carline looked around the room, taking stock of the disorderly pile of books and scrolls next to the pallet. She peered into every corner of the room, then said, "Where is that dragon thing you keep about?" Pug's eyes focused a little, and marshalling his balky tongue, he said, "Francis, he's off somewhere, doing whatever it is fire drakes do." Removing her cloak, she said, "Good, he frightens me." She sat on Pug's unmade pallet and looked sternly at him. "I want to speak with you." Pug's eyes went wide, and he stared, for Carline was wearing only a light cotton sleeping gown. While covering her from neck to ankles, it was thin and clung to her figure with alarming tenacity. Pug suddenly realized he was dressed only in trousers and hurriedly grabbed up his tunic from where he had dropped it onto the floor and pulled it over his head. As he struggled with the shirt, the last shreds of alcoholic fog evaporated. "Gods!" he said in a pained whisper. "Should your father learn of this, he'd have my head." "Not if you've wits enough to keep your voice lowered," she answered, with a petulant look. Pug crossed to the stool near his pallet, freed of his drunken wobble by newly arrived terror. She studied his rumpled appearance, and with a note of disapproval in her voice said, "You've been drinking." When he didn't deny it, she added, "When you and Roland didn't appear at supper, I wondered where you'd gotten yourselves off to. It's a good thing Father also skipped the meal with the court, otherwise he'd have sent someone to find you." Pug's discomfort was growing at an alarming rate as every tale of what horrible fate awaits low-born lovers of noble women rushed back into his memory. That Carline was an uninvited guest and that nothing untoward had occurred were niceties he didn't think the Duke would find particularly mitigating. Gulping down panic, Pug said, "Carline, you can't stay here. You'll get us both into more trouble than I can imagine." Her expression became determined. "I'm not leaving until I tell you what I came to say." Pug knew it was futile to argue. He had seen that look too many times in the past. With a resigned sigh, he said, "All right, then. What is it?" Carline's eyes widened at his tone. "Well, if that's how you're going to be, I won't tell you." Pug suppressed a groan and sat back with his eyes closed. Slowly shaking his head, he said, "Very well, I'm sorry. Please, what do you want me to do?" She patted the pallet next to her. "Come sit here." He complied, trying to ignore the feeling that his fate, an abruptly short life, was being decided by this capricious girl. He landed rather than sat beside her. She giggled at the groan he made. "You got drunk." "What's it like?" "At this moment, not terribly entertaining. I feel like a used kitchen rag." She tried to look sympathetic, but her blue eyes sparkled with mirth. With a theatrical pout, she said, "You boys get to do all the interesting things, like sword work and archery. Being a proper lady can be such a bore. Father would have a fit if I should ever drink even more than a cup of watered wine with supper." With rising desperation in his voice, Pug said, "Nothing compared to the fit he will have if you're found here, Carline. Why did you come here?" She ignored the question. "What were you and Roland doing this afternoon? Fighting?" He nodded. "Over me?" she asked, a glimmer in her eyes. Pug sighed. "Yes, over you." Her pleased look at the reply nettled him, and irritation crept into his voice. "Carline, you've used him rather badly." "He's a spineless idiot," she snapped back. "If I asked him to jump off the wall, he'd do it." "Carline," Pug nearly whined, "why have—" His question was cut off as she leaned forward and covered his mouth with her own. The kiss was one-sided, for Pug was too stunned to respond. She quickly sat back, leaving him agape, and she said, "Well?" Lacking any original response, Pug said, "What?" Her eyes flashed. "The kiss, you simpleton!" "Oh," said Pug, still in shock. "It was nice." She rose and looked down on him, her eyes widening with mixed anger and embarrassment. She crossed her arms and stood tapping her foot, making a sound like summer hail striking the window shutters. Her tone was low and harsh. "Nice? Is that all you have to say?" Pug watched her, a variety of conflicting emotions surging inside. At this moment, panic was contesting with a nearly painful awareness of how lovely she looked in the dim lantern light, her features alive and animated, her dark hair loose around her face, and the thin shift pulled tight across her bosom by her crossed arms. His own confusion made his pose seem unintentionally casual, which further fueled her petulance. "You're the first man, not counting father and my brothers, I have ever kissed, and all you can say is nice." Pug was unable to recover. Still awash with tumultuous emotions, he blurted, "Very nice." She placed her hands upon her hips, which pulled her nightdress in disturbing new directions, and stood looking down on him with an expression of open disbelief. In controlled tones she said, "I come here and throw myself at you. I risk getting myself banished to a convent for life." Pug noticed she failed to mention his possible fate. "Every other boy, and not a slight number of the older nobles in the West, fall over themselves to get my attention, and all you do is treat me like some common kitchen drudge, a passing amusement for the young lord." Pug's wits returned, less of their own accord than from the realization that Carline was arguing her case a little more emphatically than was warranted. Suddenly struck with the insight that there was a fair bit of dramatics mixed in with her genuine irritation, he said, "Carline, wait. Give me a moment." "A moment? I've given you weeks. I thought we had an understanding." Pug tried to look sympathetic as his mind raced. "Sit down, please. Let me try to explain." She hesitated, then returned to sit next to him. Somewhat clumsily, he took her hands in his own. Instantly, he was struck by the nearness of the girl, her warmth, the smell of her hair and skin. The feelings of desire he had felt on the bluffs returned with stunning impact, and he had to fight to keep his mind upon what he wished to say. Forcing his thoughts away from the hot surge he experienced, he said, "Carline, I do care for you, a great deal. Sometimes I even think I love you as much as Roland does. But most of the time I only get confused when you're around. That's the problem. There's so much confusion inside of me. I don't understand what it is I feel most of the time." Her eyes narrowed, for this obviously wasn't the answer she expected. Her tone was sharp as she said, "I don't know what you mean. I've never known a boy so caught up in understanding things." Pug managed to force a smile. "Magicians are trained to seek explanations. Understanding things is very important to us." He saw a flicker of comprehension in her eyes at this, and pressed on. "I have 2 offices now, both new to me. I may not become a magician, in spite of Colgan's attempts to make me one, for I have trouble with a lot of my work. I don't really avoid you, you see, but with this trouble I have, I must spend as much time with my studies as I can." Seeing his explanation was gaining little sympathy, he changed tactics. "In any event, I have little time to consider my other office. I may end up another noble of your father's court, running my estates, small though they might be, caring for my tenants, answering calls to arms and the rest. But I can't even think of that until I resolve this other matter, my studies of magic. I must keep trying until I'm satisfied I made the wrong choice, or until Colgan dismisses me," he added quietly. He stopped and studied her face. Her large blue eyes watched him intently. "Magicians are of little consequence in the kingdom. I mean, should I become a master magician? Well, could you see yourself married to a magician, whatever his rank?" She looked slightly alarmed. Quickly she leaned over and kissed him again, rupturing his already frayed composure. "Poor Pug," she said, pulling away a little. Her soft voice rang sweetly to his ears. "You don't have to be. A magician, I mean. You have land and title, and I know Father could arrange others when the time was right. It's not a question of what I want, don't you see? It's a question of what I am. Part of the problem may be I haven't truly given myself over to my work. Colgan took me for his apprentice as much from pity as need, you know. And in spite of what he and Tully have said, I've never really been convinced I was especially talented. But perhaps I need to dedicate myself, commit myself to becoming a magician." He took a breath. "How can I do that if I'm concerning myself with my estates and offices, or gaining new ones?" He paused. "Or you?" Carline bit her lower lip slightly, and Pug fought down the urge to take her in his arms and tell her everything would be all right. He had no doubt that once he did that, matters would quickly be beyond his control. No girl, in his limited experience, even the prettier ones in the town, aroused such strong feelings in him. Lowering her lashes a little as she looked down, she softly said, "I'll do whatever you say, Pug." Pug felt relief for a moment. Then the full impact of what she had just said hit him. Oh, gods, he thought. No magician's trick could keep him focused in the face of the youthful passion. He frantically sought some way to drive desire from him, and then thought of her father. Instantly, an image of a scowling Duke of Criddy standing before the hangman's gibbet banished almost all of his lust. Taking a deep breath, Pug said, "In my own way, I do love you, Carline." Her face came aglow, and for fending disaster, he plunged on. "But I think I should try to find out about myself before I try to make up my mind about the rest." His concentration was sorely tested, as the girl seemed to ignore his remarks, being busy kissing his face. Then she stopped and sat back. Her happy expression faded into one of thoughtfulness, as her natural intelligence overrode her childish need to get everything she wanted. Comprehension came into her eyes as he said, "If I chose now, Carline, I might always doubt the choice. Would you want to face the possibility I would come to resent you for the choice I made?" She said nothing for a while, then quietly said, "No, I don't think I could stand that, Pug." He breathed a sigh of relief as he felt tension drain away. Suddenly, the room seemed cold, and both of them shivered. Carline gripped his hand tight with surprising strength. She mustered a smile and said with forced calm, "I understand, Pug." She took a long breath, then softly added, "That's why I think I love you. You could never be false with anyone, least of all with yourself." "Or you, Carline." Her eyes grew moist, but she maintained her smile. "This isn't easy," Pug said, assaulted by feelings for the girl. "Please, please believe me, this is not easy." Suddenly the tension broke, and Carline laughed softly, sweet music to Pug. Caught halfway between tears and laughter, she said, "Poor Pug, I've upset you." Pug's face showed his relief at her understanding. He felt buoyant with his affection for the girl. Shaking his head slowly with a smile of released tension that gave him a somewhat silly expression, he said, "You've no idea, Carline, no idea." He reached out and touched her face tenderly. "We have time. I'm not going anywhere." From under lowered lashes, blue eyes regarded him with worry. "You'll be leaving with Father soon. I mean, when I return. I'll be here for years." Gently, he kissed her cheek. Forcing a lighter tone, he said, "I can't inherit for 3 years anyway, that's the law, and I doubt your father would part with you for as many years yet." Attempting a wry smile, he added, "In 3 years you might not be able to stand the sight of me." She came softly into his arms, holding him tightly, her face resting on his shoulder. "Never, Pug. I could never care for another." Pug could only marvel at the feel of her. Her body trembled as she said, I don't have words, Pug. You're the only one who tried to understand me. You see more than anyone else. Gently he pulled back a little and raised up her face with his hand. Again he kissed her, tasting salty tears upon her lips. She suddenly responded, holding him tighter and kissing him with passion. He could feel the heat of her body through the thin fabric of her gown, and heard soft sighing sounds in his ear as he felt himself drifting back into mindless passion, his own body beginning to respond. Steeling his resolve, he gently disengaged himself from Carline's embrace. Slowly he forced himself away from her and, with regret in his voice, said, "I think you should return to your rooms, Carline." Carline looked up at Pug, her cheeks flushed and her lips slightly parted. Her breathing was husky, and Pug fought a mighty struggle to control himself and the situation. More firmly he said, "You had best return to your rooms. Now." They rose slowly from the sleeping pallet, each intensely aware of the other. Pug held her hand a moment longer, then released it. He bent and retrieved her cloak, holding it for her as she slipped into it. Guiding her to the door, he pulled it open and peered down the steps of the tower. With no hint of anyone nearby, he opened the door fully. She stepped through, then turned. Softly, she said, "I know you think me a sometimes silly and vain girl, and there are times when I am, Pug. But I do love you." Before he could say a word, she vanished down the stairs, the faint rustling of her cloak echoing in the darkness. Pug quietly closed the door and then put out the lamp. He lay upon his pallet, staring up into the darkness. He could still smell her fresh scent in the air around him, and the remembered touch of her soft body under his hands made them tingle. Now that she was gone, and the need for self-control gone with her, he let longing rush through himself. He could see her face alive with desire for him. Covering his eyes with his forearm, he groaned softly to himself and said, "I'm going to hate myself tomorrow." Pug awoke to a pounding on the door. His first thought, as he scrambled toward the door, was of the Duke having learned of Carline's visit. "He's here to hang me," was all he could think. It was still dark outside, so Pug opened the door expecting the worst. Instead of the girl's angry father leading a company of castle guards, a castle porter stood outside the door. "Sorry to wake you, Squire, but Master Colgan wishes you to join him at once," he said, pointing up toward Colgan's room. "At once," he repeated, mistaking Pug's expression of relief for one of sleepy confusion. Pug nodded and shut the door. He took stock. He was still dressed, having fallen asleep again without undressing. He stood quietly as his pounding heart stilled. His eyes felt as if they were packed with sand, and his stomach was upset, leaving a foul taste in his mouth. He went to his small table and splashed cold water on his face, muttering that he would never have another cup of ale again. Pug reached Colgan's room and found the magician standing over a pile of personal belongings and books. Sitting on a stool by the magician's sleeping pallet was Father Tully. The priest watched the magician adding to the steadily growing pile and said, "Colgan, you can't take all those books along. You would need 2 pack mules for them, and where you would keep them aboard ship where they would do you any good is beyond me." Colgan looked at the 2 books he held, like a mother regarding her young. "But I must take them along to further the boy's education." "Pah! So you'll have something to mull over around the campfires and aboard ship, more likely. Spare me excuses. You will be riding hard to clear the South Pass before it snowed in, and who can read in a ship crossing the bitter sea in winter? The boy will only be away from his studies a month or 2. He'll have over 8 years more study after that. Give him a rest." Pug was perplexed by the conversation, and tried to ask a question, but was ignored by the 2 old companions as they bickered. After several more remonstrations from Tully, Colgan surrendered. "I suppose you're right," he said, tossing the books onto his pallet. He saw Pug waiting by the door and said, "What? Still here?" Pug said, You haven't told me why you sent for me yet, Colgan." "Oh," Colgan said, eyes blinking wide like those of a barn owl caught in a bright light. "I haven't." Pug nodded. "Well then. The Duke orders us ready to ride at first light. The dwarves have not answered, but he will not wait. The North Pass is almost certain to be closed, and he fears snow in the South Pass." Colgan said as an aside, "Which he should. My weather nose tells me snow is nearly here. We are in for an early and hard winter." Tully shook his head as he stood up.
"This from the man who predicted drought 7 years ago, when we had the worst flooding in memory. Ha! Magicians, charlatans, all of you."
He walked slowly to the door, then stopped to look at Colgan, his mock irritation replaced by genuine concern.
"Though you are right this time, Colgan. My bones ache deeply. Winter is upon us."
Tully left, and Pug asked, "We're leaving?" With exasperation, Colgan said, "Yes, I just said so, didn't I? Get your things together, and quickly. Dawn's less than an hour away." Pug turned to leave when Colgan said, "Oh." "A moment, Pug." The magician crossed to the door and glanced through it, ensuring Tully was down the stairs and out of earshot. Colgan turned to Pug and said, "I have no fault to find with your behaviour. But should you in the future find yourself with another late-night caller, I suggest you not subject yourself to further testing. I'm not so sure you would do as well a second time." Pug blanched. "You heard?" Colgan pointed to a spot where the floor and wall met. "That firepot thing of yours exits the wall a foot below there, and it seems a marvellous conduit for sound." Absently, he said, "I'll have to look to see how it conducts sound so well when we return." Returning to the boy, he said, "In any event, I was working late and didn't mean to eavesdrop, but I heard every word." Pug flushed. Colgan said, "I don't mean to embarrass you, Pug. You acted rightly and showed surprising wisdom." Putting his hand upon Pug's shoulder, he said, "I'm not one to advise you in such matters, I fear, as I've scant experience with women of any age, let alone such young and headstrong ones." Looking Pug in the eyes, he said, "But this much I do know. It is almost impossible in the heat of the moment to understand long-term consequences. I am proud you were able to do this." Pug smiled self-consciously. "It was easy enough, Colgan. I just kept my mind focused on something." "What?" "Capital punishment." Colgan laughed, a sharp barking sound, then said, "Very well. But the potential for disaster would be as high for the princess too, Pug. A city-bred noblewoman of the Eastern Court may indulge herself in as many lovers of any rank that she can enjoy while maintaining discretion. But the only daughter of a frontier duke who is so closely related to the king has no such luxury. She must be above suspicion in all things. Even suspicion could harm Carline. One who cares for her would take that into consideration. Do you understand?" Pug nodded, fully relieved now that he had resisted temptation the night before. "Good. I know you'll be careful in the future." Colgan smiled. "And don't mind old Tully. He's just cross because the Duke ordered him to stay behind. He still thinks he's as young as his acolytes. Now run along and get ready. Dawn's less than an hour away." Pug nodded and hurried off, leaving Colgan to regard the piles of books before him. With regret, he picked the nearest one up and placed it on a nearby shelf. After a moment, he grabbed another and stuffed it into a sack. "Just one won't cause any harm," he said to the invisible spectre of Tully, shaking his head in disapproval. He put the rest of the books back on the shelf, save the last volume, which he shoved into the sack. "All right, then," he said defiantly. 2. Chapter 8. Journey. A light, wet snow was falling. Pug shivered under his greatcoat, sitting astride his horse. He had been in the saddle for the last 10 minutes, waiting as the rest of the Duke's company made ready. The courtyard filled with hurrying, shouting men, lashing supplies onto the balky mules of the baggage train. Dawn was just commencing, giving the courtyard a little colour instead of the blacks and grey that had greeted Pug when he came from the tower. Porters had already carried his baggage down and were securing it among the other items being brought along. A panicked "Whoa!" erupted behind Pug, and he turned to see Thomas pulling frantically at the reins of a spirited bay, his head tossing high. Like Pug's own sleek, light war-horse, he was a far cry from the old draft animal they had ridden to the site of the shipwreck. "Don't pull so hard," Pug shouted. "You'll saw at his mouth and make him mad. Pull back gently and release a couple of times." Thomas did, and the horse quieted down, moving alongside Pug's own. Thomas sat as if the saddle had nails sticking through it. His face was a study in concentration as he tried to guess what the horse would do next. "If you hadn't been walking post yesterday, you could have gone riding, getting in some practice. Now I'll have to teach you as we go." Thomas looked thankful for the promise of aid. Pug smiled. "By the time we reach Borden, you'll be riding like the King's Lancers. And walking like a ruptured spinster." Thomas shifted in the saddle. "Already I feel like I've been sitting on a stone block for hours, after just..."
เขาจะได้อะไรถ้าเขาทำแบบนี้ทุกวันเขาจะไม่ได้อะไรเลยไม่ได้รวยขึ้นไม่ได้ออกทีวีไม่มีใครรู้จักไม่ได้มีชื่อเสียงที่มากขึ้นเพราะสิ่งที่เขาได้คือได้แค่ความรู้สึกได้เห็นความสุขได้เข้าใจได้ความรักได้ในสิ่งที่เงินซื้อไม่ได้ได้โลกที่สวยงามกว่าเดิมในชีวิตคุณอะไรคือสิ่งที่คุณต้องการมากที่สุด
ไทยประกันชีวิตเชื่อในความดี
So anyway, they're having their annual Pioneer Days, just like in Castle Rock. Yeah, Pioneer Days. That's a fucking blast, Vern said earnestly. I put my whole family in that jail on wheels they have, even fucking Billy. It was only for half an hour, and it cost me my whole allowance, but it was worth it just to know where the son of a whore was. Will you shut up and let him tell it? Teddy hollered. Vern blinked. Sure, yeah, okay. Go on, Gordy, Chris said. It's not really much. Nah, we don't expect much from a wet end like you, Teddy said, but tell it anyway. I cleared my throat. So anyway, it's Pioneer Days, and on the last night they have these 3 big events. There's an egg roll for the little kids and a sack race for kids that are like 8 or 9, and then there's the pie-eating contest. And the main guy of the story is this fat kid nobody likes named Davy Hogan. Like Charlie Hogan's brother, if he had one, Vern said, and then shrank back as Chris rabbit-punched him again. This kid, he's our age, but he's fat. He weighs like 180, and he's always getting beat up and ranked out. And all the kids, instead of calling him Davy, they call him Lardass Hogan and rank him out whenever they get the chance. They nodded respectfully, showing the proper sympathy for Lardass. Although if such a guy ever showed up in Castle Rock, we all would have been out teasing him and ranking him to the dogs and back. So he decided to take revenge, because he's, like, fed up, you know? He's only in the pie-eating contest, but that's like the final event during Pioneer Days, and everyone really digs it. The prize is $5. So he wins it and gives the finger to everybody, Teddy said. Boss! No, it's better than that, Chris said. Just shut up and listen. Lardass figures to himself, $5, what's that? If anybody remembers anything at all in 2 weeks, it'll just be that fucking pig Hogan outate everybody. Well, it figures. Let's go over his house and rank the shit out of him. Only now we'll call him Pie-ass instead of Lardass. They nodded some more, agreeing that Davy Hogan was a thinking cat. I began to warm to my own story. But everybody expects him to enter the contest, you know, even his mom and dad. Hey, they practically got that $5 spent for him already. Yeah, right, Chris said. So he's thinking about it and hating the whole thing, because being fat isn't really his fault, see? He'd got these weird fucking glands, something, and... My cousin's like that, Vern said excitedly. Sincerely, she weighs close to 300 pounds. Supposed to be her hypoid gland or something like that. I don't know about her hypoid gland, but what a fucking blimp. No shit. She looks like a fucking Thanksgiving turkey. And this one time... Will you shut the fuck up, Vern? Chris cried violently. For the last time, honest to God. He had finished his Coke, and now he turned the hourglass-shaped green bottle upside down and brandished it over Vern's head. Yeah, right, I'm sorry. Go on, Gordy. It's a swell story. I smiled. I didn't really mind Vern's interruptions, but of course I couldn't tell Chris that. He was the self-appointed guardian of art. So he's turning it over in his mind, you know, the whole week before the contest. At school, kids keep coming up to him and saying, Hey, Lardass, how many pies you gonna eat? You gonna eat 10, 20, fucking 80? And Lardass, he says, How should I know? I don't even know what kind they are. And see, there's quite a bit of interest in the contest because the champ is this grown-up whose name is, Bill Trainer, I guess. And this guy, Trainer, he ain't even fat. In fact, he's a real string bean. But he can eat pies like a whiz, and the year before he ate 6 pies in 5 minutes. Whole pies? Teddy asked, awestruck. Right you are. And Lardass, he's the youngest guy to ever be in the contest. Go, Lardass! Teddy cried excitedly. Scoff up those fucking pies! Tell him about the other guys in it, Chris said. Okay, besides Lardass Hogan and Bill Trainer, there was Calvin Spire, the fattest guy in town. He ran the jewelry store. Gretna Jewels, Vern said, and snickered. Chris gave him a black look. And then there's this guy who's a disc jockey at a radio station up in Lewiston. He ain't exactly fat, but he's sort of chubby, you know. And the last guy was Hubert Gretna III, who was the principal of Lardass Hogan's school. He was eating against his own principal? Teddy asked. Chris clutched his knees and rocked back and forth joyfully. Ain't that great? Go on, Gordy. I had them now. They were all leaning forward. I felt an intoxicating sense of power. I tossed my empty Coke bottle into the woods and scrunched around a little bit to get comfortable. I remember hearing the chickadee again, off in the woods, farther away now, lifting its monotonous, endless call into the sky. Dee-dee-dee-dee. So he gets this idea, I said. The greatest revenge idea a kid ever had. The big night comes, the end of Pioneer Days. The pie-eating contest comes just before the fireworks. The main street of Gretna has been closed off so people can walk around in it, and there's this big platform set up right in the street. There's bunting hanging down and a big crowd in front. There's also a photographer from the paper to get a picture of the winner with blueberries all over his face, because it turned out to be blueberry pies that year. Also, I almost forgot to tell you this, they had to eat the pies with their hands tied behind their backs. So, dig it, they come up onto the platform. Chapter 16. From The Revenge of Lardass Hogan by Gordon LaChance, originally published in Cavalier Magazine, March 1975. Used by permission. They came up onto the platform one by one and stood behind a long trestle table covered with a linen cloth. The table was stacked high with pies and stood at the edge of the platform. Above it were looped necklaces of bare 100-watt bulbs, moths and night flyers banging softly against them and haloing them. Above the platform, bathed in spotlights, was a long sign which read, "The Great Gretna Pie Eat of 1960. To either side of this sign hung battered loudspeakers supplied by Chuck Day of the Great Day Appliance Shop. Bill Davis, the reigning champion, was Chuck's cousin. As each contestant came up, his hands bound behind him and his shirt front open, like Sidney Carton on his way to the guillotine, Mayor Charbonneau would announce his name over Chuck's PA system and tie a large white bib around his neck. Calvin Spire received token applause only. In spite of his belly, which was the size of a 20-gallon water barrel, he was considered an underdog, second only to the Hogan Kid. Most considered Lardass a comer, but too young and inexperienced to do much this year. After Spire, Bob Cormier was introduced. Cormier was a disc jockey who did a popular afternoon program at WLAM in Lewiston. He got a bigger hand, accompanied by a few screams from the teenage girls in the audience. The girls thought he was cute. John Wiggins, principal of Gretna Elementary School, followed Cormier. He received a hearty cheer from the older section of the audience and a few scattered boos from fractious members of his student body. Wiggins managed to beam paternally and frown sternly down on the audience at the same time. Next, Mayor Charbonneau introduced Lardass. "A new participant in the annual Great Gretna Pie Eat, but one we expect great things from in the future. Young Master David Hogan." Lardass got a big round of applause as Mayor Charbonneau tied on his bib, and as it was dying away, a rehearsed Greek chorus just beyond the reach of the 100-watt bulbs cried out in wicked unison, "Go get 'em, Lardass!" There were muffled shrieks of laughter, running footsteps, a few shadows that no one could or would identify, some nervous laughter, some judicial frowns, the largest from Hizener Charbonneau, the most visible figure of authority. Lardass himself appeared to not even notice. The small smile, greasing his thick lips and creasing his thick chops, did not change as the mayor, still frowning largely, tied his bib around his neck and told him not to pay any attention to fools in the audience. As if the mayor had even the faintest inkling of what monstrous fools Lardass Hogan had suffered and would continue to suffer as he rumbled through life like a Nazi tiger tank. The mayor's breath was warm and smelled of beer. The last contestant to mount the bunting-decorated stage drew the loudest and most sustained applause. This was the legendary Bill Travis, 6 feet 5 inches tall, gangling, voracious. Travis was a mechanic at the local Amoco station down by the rail yard, a likable fellow if there ever was one. It was common knowledge around town that there was more involved in the Great Gretna Pie Eat than a mere $5. At least for Bill Travis there was. There were two reasons for this. First, people always came by the station to congratulate Bill after he won the contest, and most everyone who came to congratulate stayed to get his gas tank filled. And the two garage bays were sometimes booked up for a solid month after the contest. Folks would come in to get a muffler replaced or their wheel bearings greased and would sit down in the theater chairs ranged along one wall. Jerry Malling, who owned the Amoco, had salvaged them from the old Gem Theater when it was torn down in 1957. Drinking Cokes and Moxies from out of the machine and gassing with Bill about the contest as he changed spark plugs or rolled around on a crawly wheelie under someone's International Harvester pickup, looking for holes in the exhaust system. Bill always seemed willing to talk, which was one of the reasons he was so well liked in Gretna. There was some dispute around town as to whether Jerry Malling gave Bill a flat bonus for the extra business his yearly feat, or yearly eat, if you prefer, brought in, or if he got an out-and-out raise. Whatever way it was, there could be no doubt that Travis did much better than most small-town wrench jockeys. He had a nice-looking two-story ranch out on the Sabattis Road, and certain snide people referred to it as the house the Pies built. That was probably an exaggeration, but Bill had it coming another way, which brings us to the second reason there was more in it for Travis than just $5. The Pie Eat was a hot wagering event in Gretna. Perhaps most people only came to laugh, but a goodly minority also came to lay their money down. Contestants were observed and discussed by these bettors as ardently as thoroughbreds are observed and discussed by racing touts. The wagerers accosted contestants' friends, relatives, even mere acquaintances. They pried out any and all details concerning the contestants' eating habits. There was always a lot of discussion about that year's official pie. Apple was considered a heavy pie, apricot a light one, although a contestant had to resign himself to a day or two of the trots after downing 3 or 4 apricot pies. That year's official pie, blueberry, was considered a happy medium. Bettors, of course, were particularly interested in their man's stomach for blueberry pies. How did he do on blueberry buckle? Did he favor blueberry jam over strawberry preserve? Had he been known to sprinkle blueberries on his breakfast cereal, or was he strictly a bananas and cream sort of fellow? There were other questions of some moment. Was he a fast eater who slowed down, or a slow eater who started to speed up as things got serious, or just a good, steady, all-round trencher man? How many hot dogs could he put away while watching a Babe Ruth League game down at the St. Dom's baseball field? Was he much of a beer drinker? And if so, how many bottles did he usually put away in the course of an evening? Was he a belcher? It was believed that a good belcher was a bit tougher to beat over the long haul. All of this and other information was sifted, the odds laid, the bets made. How much money actually changed hands during the week or so following Pie Night, I have no way of knowing. But if you held a gun to my head and forced me to guess, I'd put it at close to $1,000. That probably sounds like a pretty paltry figure, but it was a lot of money to be passing around in such a small town 15 years ago. And because the contest was honest and a strict time limit of 10 minutes was observed, no one objected to a competitor betting on himself, and Bill Travis did so every year. Talk was, as he nodded, smiling to his audience on that summer night in 1960, that he had bet a substantial amount on himself again, and that the best he had been able to do this year was 1 for 5 odds. If you're not the betting type, let me explain it this way. He'd have to put $250 at risk to win $50. Not a good deal at all. But it was the price of success, and as he stood there soaking up the applause and smiling easy, he didn't look too worried about it. "And the defending champion," Mayor Charbonneau trumpeted, "Gretna's own Bill Travis." "Ooh, Bill! How many you going through tonight, Bill?" "You going for 10, Billy boy?" "I got a spot on you, Bill. Don't let me down, boy." "Save me one of those pies, Trav." Nodding and smiling with all proper modesty, Bill Travis allowed the mayor to tie his bib around his neck. Then he sat down at the far right end of the table, near the place where Mayor Charbonneau would stand during the contest. From right to left, then, the eaters were Bill Travis, David Lardass Hogan, Bob Cormier, Principal John Wiggins, and Calvin Spire holding down the stool on the far left. Mayor Charbonneau introduced Sylvia Dodge, who was even more of a contestant figure than Bill Travis himself. She had been president of the Gretna Ladies' Auxiliary for years beyond telling, since the first Manassas, according to some town wits, and it was she who oversaw the baking of each year's pies, strictly subjecting each to her own rigorous quality control, which included a weigh-in ceremony on Mr. Banachek's butcher's scales down at the Freedom Market, this to make sure that each pie weighed within an ounce of the others. Sylvia smiled regally down at the crowd, her blue hair twinkling under the hot glow of the light bulbs. She made a short speech about how glad she was that so much of the town had turned out to celebrate their hardy pioneer forebears, the people who made this country great, for it was great, not only on the grassroots level, where Mayor Charbonneau would be leading the local Republicans to the hallowed seats of town government again in November, but on the national level, where the team of Nixon and Lodge would take the torch of freedom from our great and beloved general and hold it high for— Calvin Spire's belly rumbled noisily. Going! There was laughter, and even some applause. Sylvia Dodge, who knew perfectly well that Calvin was both a Democrat and a Catholic, either would have been forgivable alone, but the two combined, never, managed to blush, smile, and look furious all at the same time. She cleared her throat and wound up with a ringing exhortation to every boy and girl in the audience, telling them to always hold the red, white, and blue high, both in their hands and in their hearts, and to remember that smoking was a dirty, evil habit which made you cough. The boys and girls in the audience, most of whom would be wearing peace medallions and smoking not Camels but marijuana in another 8 years, shuffled their feet and waited for the action to begin. "Let's talk more eatin'," someone in the back row called, and there was another burst of applause. It was heartier this time. Mayor Charbonneau handed Sylvia a stopwatch and a silver police whistle, which she would blow at the end of the 10 minutes of all-out pie-eating. Mayor Charbonneau would then step forward and hold up the hand of the winner. "Are you ready?" Hisener's voice rolled triumphantly through the great PA and off down Main Street. The 5 pie-eaters declared they were ready. "Are you set?" Hisener inquired further. The eaters growled that they were indeed set. Down street, a boy set off a rattling skein of firecrackers. Mayor Charbonneau raised one pudgy hand and then dropped it. "Go!" 5 heads dropped into 5 pie plates. The sound was like 5 large feet stamping firmly into mud. Wet chomping noises rose on the mild night air and then were blotted out as the betters and partisans in the crowd began to cheer on their favorites. And no more than the first pie had been demolished before most people realized that a possible upset was in the making. Lardass Hogan, a 7-to-1 underdog because of his age and inexperience, was eating like a boy possessed, his jaws machine-gunned up crust. The contest rules required that only the top crust of the pie be eaten, not the bottom, and when that had disappeared, a huge sucking sound issued from between his lips. It was like the sound of an industrial vacuum cleaner going to work. Moments later, his whole head disappeared into the pie plate. He raised it 15 seconds later to indicate he was done. His cheeks and forehead were smeared with blueberry juice, and he looked like an extra in a minstrel show. He was done. Done before the legendary Bill Travis had finished half of his first pie. Startled applause went up as the mayor examined Lardass's pie plate and pronounced it clean enough. He whipped a second pie into place before the pacemaker. Lardass had gobbled a regulation-sized pie in just 42 seconds. It was a contest record. He went at the second pie even more furiously yet, his head bobbing and smooching in the soft blueberry filling, and Bill Travis threw him a worried glance as he called for his second blueberry pie. As he told friends later, he felt he was in a real contest for the first time since 1957, when George Gamage gobbled 3 pies in 4 minutes and then fainted dead away. He had to wonder, he said, if he was up against a boy or a demon. He thought of the money he had riding on this and redoubled his efforts. But if Travis had redoubled, Lardass had trebled. Blueberries flew from his second pie dish, staining the tablecloth around him like a Jackson Pollock painting. There were blueberries in his hair, blueberries in his bib, blueberries standing out on his forehead, as if, in an agony of concentration, he had actually begun to sweat blueberries. "Done!" he cried, lifting his head from his second pie dish before Bill Travis had even consumed the crust on his new pie. "Better slow down, boy," Isner murmured. Charbonneau himself had $10 riding on Bill Travis. "You gotta pace yourself if you want to hold out." It was as if Lardass hadn't heard. He tore into his third pie with lunatic speed, jaws moving with lightning rapidity. And then— But I must interrupt for a moment to tell you that there was an empty bottle in the medicine cabinet at Lardass Hogan's house. Earlier, that bottle had been 3/4 full of pearl-yellow castor oil, perhaps the most noxious fluid that the good Lord, in his infinite wisdom, ever allowed upon or beneath the face of the earth. Lardass had emptied that bottle himself, drinking every last drop and then licking the rim, his mouth twisting, his belly gagging sourly, his brain filled with thoughts of sweet revenge. And as he rapidly worked his way through his third pie, Calvin Spire, dead last as predicted, had not as yet finished his first. Lardass began to deliberately torture himself with grisly fantasies. He was not eating pies at all. He was eating cow flops. He was eating great big gobs of greasy, grimy gopher guts. He was eating diced-up woodchuck intestines with blueberry sauce poured over them. Rancid blueberry sauce. He finished his third pie and called for his fourth. Now 1 full pie ahead of the legendary Bill Travis. The fickle crowd, sensing a new and unexpected champ in the making, began to cheer him on lustily. But Lardass had no hope or intention of winning. He could not have continued at the pace he was currently setting if his own mother's life had been the prize. And besides, winning for him was losing. Revenge was the only blue ribbon he sought. His belly groaning with castor oil, his throat opening and closing sickly, he finished his fourth pie and called for his fifth, the ultimate pie. Blueberries become Electra, so to speak. He dropped his head into the dish, breaking the crust, and snuffled blueberries up his nose. Blueberries went down his shirt. The contents of his stomach seemed to suddenly gain weight. He chewed up pastry crust and swallowed it. He inhaled blueberries. And suddenly the moment of revenge was at hand. His stomach, loaded beyond endurance, revolted. It clenched like a strong hand encased in a slick rubber glove. His throat opened. Lardass raised his head. He grinned at Bill Travis with blue teeth. Puke rumbled up his throat like a 6-ton Peterbilt shooting through a tunnel. It roared out of his mouth in a huge blue and yellow glurt, warm and gaily steaming. It covered Bill Travis, who only had time to utter one nonsensical syllable. "Goog!" was what it sounded like. Women in the audience screamed. Calvin Spire, who had watched this unannounced event with a numb and surprised expression on his face, leaned conversationally over the table, as if to explain to the gaping audience just what was happening, and puked on the head of Marguerite Charbonneau, the mayor's wife. She screamed and backed away, pawing futilely at her hair, which was now covered with a mixture of crushed berries, baked beans, and partially digested frankfurters. The latter two had been Cal Spire's dinner. She turned to her good friend Maria Lavin and threw up on the front of Maria's buckskin jacket. In rapid succession, like a replay of the firecrackers, Bill Travis blew a great and seemingly supercharged jet of vomit out over the first 2 rows of spectators, his stunned face proclaiming to one and all, "Man, I just can't believe I'm doing this." Chuck Day, who had received a generous portion of Bill Travis's surprise gift, threw up on his hush-puppies and then blinked at them wonderingly, knowing full well that stuff would never come off suede. John Wiggins, principal of Gretna Elementary, opened his blue-lined mouth and said reprovingly, "Really, this has—" As befitted a man of his breeding and position, he did it in his own pie plate. Isner Charbonneau, who found himself suddenly presiding over what must have seemed more like a stomach flu hospital ward than a pie-eating contest, opened his mouth to call the whole thing off and upchucked all over the microphone. "Jesus, save us!" moaned Sylvia Dodge, and then her outraged supper, fried clams, coleslaw, butter and sugar corn, 2 ears' worth, and a generous helping of Muriel Harrington's Bosco chocolate cake, bolted out the emergency exit and landed with a large wet splash on the back of the mayor's Robert Hall suit coat. Lardass Hogan, now at the absolute apogee of his young life, beamed happily out over the audience. Puke was everywhere. People staggered around in drunken circles, holding their throats and making weak, cawing noises. Somebody's pet Pekingese ran past the stage, yapping crazily, and a man wearing jeans and a Western-style silk shirt threw up on it, nearly drowning it. Mrs. Brockway, the Methodist minister's wife, made a long, basso, belching noise which was followed by a gusher of degenerated roast beef and mashed potatoes and apple cobbler. The cobbler looked as if it might have been quite good when it first went down. Jerry Malling, who had come to see his pet mechanic walk away with all the marbles again, decided to get the righteous fuck out of this madhouse. He got about 15 yards before tripping over a kid's little red wagon, and realizing he had landed in a puddle of warm bile, Jerry tossed his cookies in his own lap and told folks later he only thanked Providence he had been wearing his coveralls. And Miss Norman, who taught Latin and English fundamentals at the Gretna Consolidated High School, vomited into her own purse in an agony of propriety. Lardass Hogan watched it all, his large face calm and beaming, his stomach suddenly sweet and steady with a warm balm it might never know again. That balm was a feeling of utter and complete satisfaction. He stood up, took the slightly tacky microphone from the trembling hand.
I really look forward to getting mine every month.
Okay.
I just started mine. Dude, me too. We're synced.
You still get it, Grandma?
Sure do. It's so heavy. I cried. It's happening again.
I'd invite you up, but I just got my book of the month.
Book of the month. Choose from 5 new books and get your favorite delivered to you monthly.
Stunning video templates. Each video maker is carefully designed to look professional. Our video makers are super easy to use and let anyone with an internet connection create high-quality videos in seconds. Edit logos, mockups, videos, and design templates with just a few clicks. Each template is carefully made by design experts, so your work will always look great. Get started with the best video maker at Plazy.net.
Of Mayor Charbonneau, and said, Chapter 17. I declare this contest a draw. Then he puts the mic down, walks off the back of the platform, and goes straight home. His mother's there, on account of she couldn't get a babysitter for Lardass's little sister, who was only 2. And as soon as he comes in, all covered with puke and pie drool, still wearing his bib, she says, Davy, did you win? But he doesn't say a fucking word, you know? Just goes upstairs to his room, locks the door, and lays down on his bed. I downed the last swallow in Chris's Coke and tossed it into the woods. Yeah, that's cool. Then what happened? Teddy asked eagerly. I don't know. What do you mean you don't know? Teddy asked. It means it's the end. When you don't know what happens next, that's the end. What? Vern cried. There was an upset, suspicious look on his face, like he thought maybe he'd just gotten rooked playing penny-up bingo at the Topsham Fair. What's all this happy crap? How'd it come out? You have to use your imagination, Chris said patiently. No, I ain't, Vern said angrily. He's supposed to use his imagination. He made up the fucking story. Yeah, what happened to the cat? Teddy persisted. Come on, Gordy, tell us. I think his dad was at the pie eat, and when he came home, he beat the living crap out of Lardass. Yeah, right, Chris said. I bet that's just what happened. And, I said, the kids went right on calling him Lardass. Except that maybe some of them started calling him Puke Your Guts, too. That ending sucks, Teddy said sadly. That's why I didn't want to tell it. You could have made it so he shot his father and ran away and joined the Texas Rangers, Teddy said. How about that? Chris and I exchanged a glance. Chris raised one shoulder in a barely perceptible shrug. I guess so, I said. Hey, you got any new Ladio stories, Gordy? Not just now. Maybe I'll think of some. I didn't want to upset Teddy, but I wasn't very interested in checking out what was happening in Ladio either. Sorry you didn't go for this one better. Nah, it was good, Teddy said. Right up to the end. It was good. All that puking was really cool. Yeah, that was cool. Really gross, Vern agreed. But Teddy thrived about the ending. It was sort of a jip. Yeah, I said, and sighed. Chris stood up. Let's do some walking, he said. It was still bright daylight, the sky a hot, steely blue, but our shadows had begun to trail out long. I remembered that as a kid, September days always seemed to end much too soon, catching me by surprise. It was as if something inside my heart expected it to always be June, with daylight lingering in the sky until almost 9:30. What time is it, Gordy? I looked at my watch and was astonished to see it was after 5. Yeah, let's go, Teddy said. But let's make camp before dark so we can see to get wood and stuff. I'm getting hungry, too. 6:30, Chris promised. Okay with you guys? It was. We started to walk again, using the cinders beside the tracks now. Soon the river was so far behind us we couldn't even hear its sound. Mosquitoes hummed, and I slapped one off my neck. Vern and Teddy were walking up ahead, working out some sort of complicated comic book trade. Chris was beside me, hands in his pockets, shirt slapping against his knees and thighs like an apron. "I got some Winstons," he said. "Hawked them off my old man's dresser. One apiece, for after supper." "Yeah? That's boss." "That's when a cigarette tastes best," Chris said. "After supper." "Right." We walked in silence for a while. "That's a really fine story," Chris said suddenly. "They're just a little too dumb to understand." "No, it's not that hot. It's a mumbler." "That's what you always say. Don't give me that bullshit you don't believe. Are you going to write it down, the story?" "Probably, but not for a while. I can't write him down right after I tell him. It'll keep." "What Vern said, about the ending being a jip?" "Yeah?" Chris laughed. "Life's a jip, you know it? I mean, look at us." "Nah, we have a great time." "Sure," Chris said. "All the fucking time, you wet." I laughed. Chris did too. "They come out of you just like bubbles out of soda pop," he said after a while. "What does?" But I thought I knew what he meant. "The stories. That really bugs me, man. It's like you could tell 1,000,000 stories and still only get the ones on top. You'll be a great writer someday, Gordy." "No, I don't think so." "Yeah, you will. Maybe you'll even write about us guys if you ever get hard up for material." "Have to be pretty fucking hard up." I gave him the elbow. There was another period of silence, and then he asked suddenly, "You ready for school?" I shrugged. Whoever was. You got a little excited thinking about going back, seeing your friends. You were curious about your new teachers and what they would be like. Pretty young things just out of teachers' college that you could rag, or some old top kick that had been there since the Alamo. In a funny way, you could even get excited about the long, droning classes, because as the summer vacation neared its end, you sometimes got bored enough to believe you could learn something. But summer boredom was nothing like the school boredom that always set in by the end of the second week, and by the beginning of the third week you got down to the real business. Could you hit Stinky Fisk in the back of the head with your art gum while the teacher was putting the principal exports of South America on the board? How many good loud squeaks could you get off on the varnished surface of your desk if your hands were real sweaty? Who could cut the loudest farts in the locker room while changing up for phys ed? How many girls could you get to play Who Goosed the Moose during lunch hour? Higher learning, baby. "Junior high," Chris said. "And you know what, Gordy? By next June we'll all be quits." "What are you talking about? Why would that happen?" "It's not going to be like grammar school, that's why. You'll be in the college course. Me and Teddy and Vern, we'll all be in the shop courses, playing pocket pool with the rest of the retards, making ashtrays and birdhouses. Vern might even have to go into remedial. You'll meet a lot of new guys, smart guys. That's just the way it works, Gordy. That's how they got it set up." "Meet a lot of pussies is what you mean," I said. He gripped my arm. "No, man, don't say that. Don't even think that. They'll get your stories, not like Vern and Teddy." "Fuck the stories. I'm not going in with a lot of pussies. No, sir." "If you don't, then you're an asshole." "What's asshole about wanting to be with your friends?" He looked at me thoughtfully, as if deciding whether or not to tell me something. We had slowed down. Vern and Teddy had pulled almost half a mile ahead. The sun, lower now, came at us through the overlacing trees in broken, dusty shafts, turning everything gold. But it was a tawdry gold, dime store gold, if you can dig that. The tracks stretched ahead of us in the gloom that was just starting to gather. They seemed almost to twinkle. Star pricks of light stood out on them here and there, as if some nutty rich guy masquerading as a common laborer had decided to embed a diamond in the steel every 60 yards or so. It was still hot. The sweat rolled off us, slicking our bodies. "It's asshole if your friends can drag you down," Chris said finally. "I know about you and your folks. They don't give a shit about you. Your big brother was the one they cared about. Like my dad when Frank got thrown into the stockade in Portsmouth. That was when he started always being mad at us other kids and hitting us all the time. Your dad doesn't beat up on you, but maybe that's even worse. He's got you asleep. You could tell him you were enrolling in the fucking shop division, and you know what he'd do? He'd turn to the next page in his paper and say, "Well, that's nice, Gordon. Go ask your mother what's for dinner. And don't try to tell me different. I've met him." I didn't try to tell him different. It's scary to find out that someone else, even a friend, knows just how things are with you. "You're just a kid, Gordy." "Gee, thanks, Dad." "I wish to fuck I was your dad," he said angrily. "You wouldn't go around talking about taking those stupid shop courses if I was. It's like God gave you something, all those stories you make up. And he said, 'This is what we got for you, kid. Try not to lose it.' But kids lose everything unless somebody looks out for them, and if your folks are too fucked up to do it, then maybe I ought to." His face looked like he was expecting me to take a swing at him. It was set and unhappy in the green-gold late-afternoon light. He had broken the cardinal rule for kids in those days. You could say anything about another kid. You could rank him to the dogs and back, but you couldn't say a bad word ever about his mom and dad. That was the fabled automatic, the same way not inviting your Catholic friends home to dinner on Friday unless you checked first to make sure you weren't having meat was the fabled automatic. If a kid ranked out your mom and dad, you had to feed him a knuckle sandwich. "Those stories you tell, they're no good to anybody but you, Gordy. If you go along with us just because you don't want the gang to break up, you'll wind up just another grunt making C's to get on the teams. You'll get to high and take the same fucking shop courses and throw erasers and pull your meat along with the rest of the grunts. Get detentions, fucking suspensions. And after a while, all you'll care about is getting a car so you can take some skag to the Hops or down to the fucking Twin Bridges Tavern. Then you'll knock her up and spend the rest of your life in the mill or some fucking shoe shop in Auburn or maybe even up to Hillcrest plucking chickens. And that pie story'll never get written down. Nothing'll get written down, 'cause you'll just be another wise guy with shit for brains." Chris Chambers was 12 when he said all that to me, but while he was saying it, his face was crumpled and folded into something older, oldest, ageless. He spoke tonelessly, colorlessly, but nevertheless what he said struck terror into my bowels. It was as if he had lived that whole life already, that life where they tell you to step right up and spin the wheel of fortune, and it spins so pretty, and the guy steps on a pedal and it comes up double zeros, house number, everybody loses. They give you a free pass and then turn on the rain machine. Pretty funny, huh? A joke even Vern Tessio could appreciate. He grabbed my naked arm and his fingers closed tight. They dug grooves in my flesh. They ground at the bones. His eyes were hooded and dead. So dead, man, that he might just have fallen out of his own coffin. "I know what people think of my family in this town. I know what they think of me and what they expect. Nobody even asked me if I took the milk money that time. I just got a 3-day vacation." "Did you take it?" I asked. I'd never asked him before, and if you had told me I ever would, I would have called you crazy. The words came out in a little dry bullet. "Yeah," he said. "Yeah, I took it." He was silent for a moment, looking ahead at Teddy and Vern. "You knew I took it. Teddy knew. Everybody knew. Even Vern knew, I think." I started to deny it and then closed my mouth. He was right. No matter what I might have said to my mother and father about how a person was supposed to be innocent until proved guilty, I had known. "Then maybe I was sorry and tried to give it back," Chris said. I stared at him, my eyes widening. "You tried to give it back?" "Maybe," I said. "Just maybe. And maybe I took it to old Lady Simmons and told her. And maybe the money was all there and I got a 3-day vacation anyway because the money never showed up. And maybe the next week old Lady Simmons had this brand-new skirt on when she came to school." I stared at Chris, speechless with horror. He smiled at me, but it was a crimped, terrible smile that never touched his eyes. "Just maybe," he said. But I remembered the new skirt, a light brown paisley, sort of full. I remembered thinking that it made old Lady Simmons look younger, almost pretty. "Chris, how much was that milk money?" "Almost $7. "Christ," I whispered. "So I just say that I stole the milk money, But then old Lady Simmons stole it from me. Just suppose. Then suppose I told that story. Me, Chris Chambers, kid brother of Frank Chambers and Eyeball Chambers. You think anybody would have believed it? No way, I whispered. Jesus Christ. He smiled his wintry, awful smile. And do you think that bitch would have dared try something like that if it had been one of those douchebags from up on the View that had taken the money? No, I said. Yeah, if it had been one of them, Simmons would have said, "Kay, we'll forget it this time, but we're going to spank your wrist real hard, and if you ever do it again, we'll have to spank both wrists." But me, well, maybe she had her eye on that skirt for a long time. Anyway, she saw her chance, and she took it. I was the stupid one for even trying to give that money back. But I never thought that a teacher... Oh, who gives a fuck anyway? Why am I even talking about it? He swiped an arm angrily across his eyes, and I realized he was almost crying. "Chris," I said, "why don't you go into the college courses? You're smart enough." "They decide all of that in the office, and in their smart little conferences. The teachers, they sit around in this big circle jerk, and all they say is, yeah, right. All they give a fuck about is whether you behaved yourself in grammar school and what the town thinks of your family. All they're deciding is whether or not you'll contaminate all those precious college course douchebags. But maybe I'll try to work myself up. I don't know if I could do it, but I might try, because I want to get out of Castle Rock and go to college and never see my old man or any of my brothers again. I want to go someplace where nobody knows me, and I don't have any black marks against me before I start. But I don't know if I can do it. Why not? People drag you down." "Who?" I asked, thinking he must mean the teachers, or adult monsters like Miss Simmons who had wanted a new skirt, or maybe his brother Eyeball who hung around with Ace and Billy and Charlie and the rest, or maybe his own mom and dad. But he said, "Your friends drag you down, Gordy. Don't you know that?" He pointed at Vern and Teddy, who were standing and waiting for us to catch up. They were laughing about something. In fact, Vern was just about busting a gut. "Your friends do. They're like drowning guys that are holding onto your legs. You can't save them. You can only drown with them." "Come on, you fucking slowpokes," Vern shouted, still laughing. "Yeah, coming," Chris called, and before I could say anything else, he began to run. I ran too, but he caught up to them before I could catch up to him. Chapter 18. We went another mile and then decided to camp for the night. There was still some daylight left, but nobody really wanted to use it. We were pooped from the scene at the dump and from our scare on the train trestle, but it was more than that. We were in Harlow now, in the woods. Somewhere up ahead was a dead kid, probably mangled and covered with flies. Maggots, too, by this time. Nobody wanted to get too close to him with the night coming on. I had read somewhere, in an Algernon Blackwood story, I think, that a guy's ghost hangs out around his dead body until that body is given a decent Christian burial, and there was no way I wanted to wake up in the night and confront the glowing, disembodied ghost of Ray Brower, moaning and gibbering and floating among the dark and rustling pines. By stopping here, we figured there had to be at least 10 miles between us and him, and of course all 4 of us knew there were no such things as ghosts. But 10 miles seemed just about far enough in case what everybody knew was wrong. Vern, Chris, and Teddy gathered wood and got a modest little campfire going on a bed of cinders. Chris scraped a bare patch all around the fire. The woods were powder dry, and he didn't want to take any chances. While they were doing that, I sharpened some sticks and made what my brother Denny used to call pioneer drumsticks, lumps of hamburger pushed into the ends of green branches. The 3 of them laughed and bickered over their woodcraft, which was almost nil. There was a Castle Rock Boy Scout troop, but most of the kids who hung around our vacant lot considered it to be an organization made up mostly of pussies, arguing about whether it was better to cook over flames or over coals. A moot point. We were too hungry to wait for coals. Whether dried moss would work as kindling, what they would do if they used up all the matches before they got the fire to stay lit. Teddy claimed he could make a fire by rubbing 2 sticks together. Chris claimed he was so full of shit he squeaked. They didn't have to try. Vern got the small pile of twigs and dry moss to catch from the second match. The day was perfectly still, and there was no wind to puff out the light. We all took turns feeding the thin flames until they began to grow stouter on wrist-thick chunks of wood fetched from an old deadfall some 30 yards into the forest. When the flames began to die back a little bit, I stuck the sticks holding the pioneer drumsticks firmly into the ground at an angle over the fire. We sat around watching them as they shimmered and dripped and finally began to brown. Our stomachs made pre-dinner conversation. Unable to wait until they were really cooked, we each took one of them, stuck it in a roll, and yanked the hot stick out of the center. They were charred outside, raw inside, and totally delicious. We wolfed them down and wiped the grease from our mouths with our bare arms. Chris opened his pack and took out a tin Band-Aids box. The pistol was way at the bottom of his pack, and because he hadn't told Vern and Teddy, I guessed it was to be our secret. He opened it and gave each of us a battered Winston. We lit them with flaming twigs from the fire and then leaned back, men of the world, watching the cigarette smoke drift away into the soft twilight. None of us inhaled because we might cough, and that would mean a day or two of ragging from the others. And it was pleasant enough just to drag and blow, hawking into the fire to hear the sizzle. That was the summer I learned how you can pick out someone who's just learning to smoke. If you're new at it, you spit a lot. We were feeling good. We smoked the Winstons down to the filters, then tossed them into the fire. "Nothing like a smoke after a meal," Teddy said. "Fucking A," Vern agreed. Crickets had started to hum in the green gloom. I looked up at the lane of sky visible through the railroad cut and saw that the blue was now bruising towards purple. Seeing that outrider of twilight made me feel sad and calm at the same time. Brave, but not really brave. Comfortably lonely. We tramped down a flat place in the underbrush beside the embankment and laid out our bedrolls. Then, for an hour or so, we fed the fire and talked, the kind of talk you can never quite remember once you get past 15 and discover girls. We talked about who was the best dragger in Castle Rock, if Boston could maybe stay out of the cellar this year, and about the summer just past. Teddy told about the time he had been at White's Beach in Brunswick, and some kid had hit his head while diving off the float and almost drowned. We discussed at some length the relative merits of the teachers we had had. We agreed that Mr. Brooks was the biggest pussy in Castle Rock Elementary. He would just about cry if you sassed him back. On the other hand, there was Mrs. Cody, pronounced Cody. She was just about the meanest bitch God had ever set down on the earth. Vern said he'd heard she hit a kid so hard 2 years ago that the kid almost went blind. I looked at Chris, wondering if he would say anything about Miss Simmons, but he didn't say anything at all, and he didn't see me looking at him. He was looking at Vern and nodding soberly at Vern's story. We didn't talk about Ray Brower as the dark grew down, but I was thinking about him. There's something horrible and fascinating about the way dark comes to the woods. It's coming unsoftened by headlights or streetlights or house lights or neon. It comes with no mothers' voices calling for their kids to leave off and come on in now to herald it. If you're used to the town, the coming of the dark in the woods seems more like a natural disaster than a natural phenomenon. It rises like the Castle River rises in the spring. And as I thought about the body of Ray Brower in this light, or lack of it, what I felt was not queasiness or fear that he would suddenly appear before us, a green and gibbering banshee whose purpose was to drive us back the way we had come before we could disturb its peace, but a sudden and unexpected wash of pity that he should be so alone and so defenseless in the dark that was now coming over our side of the earth. If something wanted to eat on him, it would. His mother wasn't here to stop that from happening, and neither was his father, nor Jesus Christ in the company of all the saints. He was dead, and he was all alone, flung off the railroad tracks and into the ditch, and I realized that if I didn't stop thinking about it, I was going to cry. So I told a Lidio story, made up on the spot and not very good. And when it ended, as most of my Lidio stories did, with one lone American dog-face coughing out a dying declaration of patriotism and love for the girl back home into the sad and wise face of the platoon sergeant, it was not the white, scared face of some PFC from Castle Rock or White River Junction I saw in my mind's eye, but the face of a much younger boy, already dead, his eyes closed, his features troubled, a rill of blood running from the left corner of his mouth to his jawline. and in back of him, instead of the shattered shops and churches of my Lidio dreamscape, I saw only dark forest and the cindered railway bed bulking against the starry sky like a prehistoric burial mound. Chapter 19. I came awake in the middle of the night, disorientated, wondering why it was so chilly in my bedroom and who had left the windows open. Denny, maybe. I had been dreaming of Denny. Something about body surfing at Harrison State Park. But it had been 4 years ago that we had done that. This wasn't my room. This was someplace else. Somebody was holding me in a mighty bear hug. Somebody else was pressed against my back, and a shadowy third was crouched beside me, head cocked in a listening attitude. "What the fuck?" I asked in honest puzzlement. A long drawn-out groan in answer. It sounded like Vern. That brought things into focus, and I remembered where I was. But what was everybody doing awake in the middle of the night? Or had I only been asleep for seconds? No, that couldn't be, because a thin sliver of moon was floating dead center in an inky sky. "Don't let it get me," Vern gibbered. "I swear I'll be a good boy. I won't do nothing bad. I'll put the ring up before I take a piss. I'll... With some astonishment, I realized that I was listening to a prayer, or at least the Vern Tessio equivalent of a prayer. I sat bolt upright, scared. "Chris?" "Shut up, Vern," Chris said. He was the one crouching and listening. "It's nothing." "Oh, yes, it is," Teddy said ominously. "It's something." "What is it?" I asked. I was still sleepy and disorientated, unstrung from my place in space and time. It scared me that I had come in late on whatever had developed, too late to defend myself properly, maybe. Then, as if to answer my question, a long and hollow scream rose languidly from the woods. It was the sort of scream you might expect from a woman dying in extreme agony and extreme fear. "Oh, dear to Jesus!" Vern whimpered, his voice high and filled with tears. He reapplied the bear hug that had wakened me, making it hard for me to breathe and adding to my own terror. I threw him loose with an effort, but he scrambled right back beside me like a puppy which can't think of any place else to go. "It's that Brower kid," Teddy whispered hoarsely. "His ghost out walking in the woods." "Oh, God!" Vern screamed, apparently not crazy about that idea at all. "I promise I won't hawk no more dirty books out of Dolly's Market. I promise I won't give my carrots to the dog no more. I... He floundered there, wanting to bribe God with everything but unable to think of anything really good in the extremity of his fear. "I won't smoke no more unfiltered cigarettes. I won't say no bad swears. I won't put my bazooka in the offering plate. I won't—" "Shut up, Vern," Chris said, and beneath his usual authoritative toughness I could hear the hollow boom of awe. I wondered if his arms and back and belly were as stiff with gooseflesh as my own were, and if the hair on the nape of his neck was trying to stand up in hackles as mine was. Vern's voice dropped to a whisper as he continued to expand the reforms he planned to institute if God would only let him live through this night. "It's a bird, isn't it?" I asked Chris. "No, at least I don't think so. I think it's a wildcat. My dad says they scream bloody murder when they're getting ready to mate. Sounds like a woman, doesn't it?" "Yeah," I said. My voice hitched in the middle of the word, and 2 ice cubes broke off in the gap. "But no woman could scream that loud," Chris said, and then added helplessly, "Could she, Gordy?" "It's his ghost," Teddy whispered again. His eyeglasses reflected the moonlight in weak, somehow dreamy smears. "I'm going to go look for it." I don't think he was serious, but we took no chances. When he started to get up, Chris and I hauled him back down. Perhaps we were too rough with him, but our muscles had been turned to cables with fear. "Let me up, fuckheads!" Teddy hissed, struggling. "If I say I want to go look for it, then I'm going to go look for it. I want to see it. I want to see the ghost. I want to see it." The wild, sobbing cry rose into the night again, cutting the air like a knife with a crystal blade, freezing us with our hands on Teddy. If he'd been a flag, we would have looked like that picture of the Marines claiming Iwo Jima. The scream climbed with a crazy ease through octave after octave, finally reaching a glassy, freezing edge. It hung there for a moment and then whirled back down again, disappearing into an impossible bass register that buzzed like a monstrous honeybee. This was followed by a burst of what sounded like mad laughter, and then there was silence again. "Jesus H. bald-headed Christ," Teddy whispered, and he talked no more of going into the woods to see what was making that screaming noise. All four of us huddled up together, and I thought of running. I doubt if I was the only one. If we'd been tenting in Vern's Field, where our folks thought we were, we probably would have run. But Castle Rock was too far, and the thought of trying to run across that trestle in the dark made my blood freeze. Running deeper into Harlow and closer to the corpse of Ray Brower was equally unthinkable. We were stuck. If there was a hand out there in the woods, what my dad called a goosalum, and it wanted us, it would probably get us. Chris proposed we keep a guard, and everyone was agreeable to that. We flipped for watches, and Vern got the first one. I got the last. Vern sat up cross-legged by the husk of the campfire while the rest of us lay down again. We huddled together like sheep. I was positive that sleep would be impossible, but I did sleep, a light, uneasy sleep that skimmed through unconsciousness like a sub with its periscope up. My half-sleeping dreams were populated with wild cries that might have been real or might only have been products of my imagination. I saw, or thought I saw, something white and shapeless steal through the trees like a grotesquely ambulatory bedsheet. At last I slipped into something I knew was a dream. Chris and I were swimming at White's Beach, a gravel pit in Brunswick that had been turned into a miniature lake when the gravel diggers struck water. It was where Teddy had seen the kid hit his head and almost drown. In my dream we were out over our heads, stroking lazily along with a hot July sun blazing down. From behind us, on the float, came cries and shouts and yells of laughter as kids climbed and dived or climbed and were pushed. I could hear the empty kerosene drums that held the float up, clanging and booming together. A sound not unlike that of church bells, which are so solemn and emptily profound. On the sand and gravel beach, oiled bodies lay face down on blankets. Little kids with buckets squatted on the verge of the water or sat happily flipping muck into their hair with plastic shovels, and teenagers clustered in grinning groups, watching the young girls promenade endlessly back and forth in pairs and trios, never alone, the secret places of their bodies wrapped in Janssen tank suits. People walked up the hot sand on the balls of their feet, wincing, to the snack bar. They came back with chips, devil dogs, Red Ball popsicles. Mrs. Cody drifted past us on an inflatable rubber raft. She was lying on her back, dressed in her typical September to June school uniform, a gray two-piece suit with a thick sweater instead of a blouse under the jacket, a flower pinned over one almost non-existent breast, thick support hose the color of Canada mints on her legs. Her black old lady's high-heeled shoes were trailing in the water, making small V's. Her hair was blue-rinsed, like my mother's, and done up in those tight, medicinal-smelling clock-spring curls. Her glasses flashed brutally in the sun. "Watch your steps, boys," she said. "Watch your steps, or I'll hit you hard enough to strike you blind. I can do that. I have been given that power by the school board. Now, Mr. Chambers, mending wall, if you please. By rote." "I tried to give the money back," Chris said. "Old Lady Simmons said okay, but she took it. Do you hear me? She took it. Now what are you going to do about it? Are you going to whack her blind?" "Mending wall, Mr. Chambers, if you please. By rote." Chris threw me a despairing glance, as if to say, "Didn't I tell you it would be this way?" and then began to tread water. He began, "Something there is that doesn't love a wall, that sends the frozen groundswell under it," and then his head went under, his reciting mouth filling with water. He popped back up, crying, "Help me, Gordy! Help me!" Then he was dragged under again. Looking into the clear water, I could see two bloated, naked corpses holding his ankles. One was Vern, and the other was Teddy, and their open eyes were as blank and pupilless as the eyes of Greek statues. Their small prepubescent penises floated limply up from their distended bellies like albino strands of kelp. Chris's head broke water again. He held one hand up limply to me and voiced a screaming, womanish cry that rose and rose, ululating in the hot, sunny summer air. I looked wildly towards the beach, but nobody had heard. The lifeguard, his bronzed athletic body lolling attractively on the seat at the top of his whitewashed cruciform wooden tower, just went on smiling.
That's all right. No, this is true.
Elvis.
On her arms. I remember that. Make sure these get tagged, he tells Sanchez. Yes, sir. The wind shifts, blowing smoke in their direction. Good bats the air with his hand, then carries the purse to the end of the alley where the street light is better, and at least they can breathe. He sets the bag on the hood of a cruiser and digs inside, as the scent of musky perfume battles with the smell of smoke. He finds messy makeup containers, a hairbrush, cigarettes. You think the purse was planted? Dawes asks. Seems awfully handy that it was just left here. Could be, he says. Or maybe it's a message. Squires' supplier hurting his girlfriend, trying to flush him out. Or it could be Squires himself. Maybe she double-crossed him. Maybe. But what about those bags the kid said she had with her? Any sign of those? Nothing so far. Maybe robbery was a motive. Could be. But they left behind a brand new iPhone and $60 in cash. He shows her the other items he found in the bag. He looks back down the alley, wondering if Ms. Ogilvy met her match tonight. A crime scene investigator heads over, wearing a white coverall and wet booties. She pulls down her mask, revealing brown eyes, a prominent nose. Did you locate the body? He asks. Nothing so far, sir. It's still too hot to get inside. It's going to take at least a day or two to sift through this mess. Doesn't help that we've got all kinds of bones and animal tissue in there from the butcher shop. Good nods, looking back at the smoking bin. He expects they'll find dental remains in the next day or two, when this will officially become a murder investigation. Right now, there's enough evidence to move ahead as if it is. He addresses the others gathered around him. This guy's panicked or stupid, or both. If he's left something behind, I want every piece of garbage turned over for 10 blocks until we find it. He watches as the team spreads out. He hates the term crime of passion. It sounds too romantic. But there's something not sitting right with him. He looks down at the iPhone and goes to power it up, but then stops. There's something smeared on the screen. It looks like dried blood. He swipes the glass to engage it and checks the last number dialed.
Chapter 54. Rick. Thursday night. He stands in front of the bathroom mirror of the motel, tending to his wounds, the fluorescent light discoloring his skin yellow-green. His shoulder aches, but it's manageable. Better than yesterday. At least the throbbing has subsided and he can rotate his arm. He's healing. The headaches have stopped too. Wincing, he pats a last piece of tape over the fresh gauze, then checks his reflection more closely. Perspiration films his forehead, his upper lip. The dye job is holding up, but his blonde stubble is coming through. He should shave before tomorrow. The muddy blare of a bullhorn makes him flinch. He snaps off the bathroom light. A smear of noise clutches at his heart. Sirens, yelling, pounding. Blue and red lights strobe outside the bedroom window, making the thin drapes glow like drive-in screens. He dashes out of the bathroom, sliding against the wall, moving quickly. He switches off the TV as he passes, the only light in the room. He grabs his gun and a fresh ammo clip and spins toward one side of the window, dropping to a crawl, his shoulders screeching with pain. The voices are clearer now. "Step out of the room!" He straightens, flattening his back against the wall, snapping the fresh magazine into the gun. He leans toward a crack in the drapes, sees chaos in the parking lot, hears sirens as more cruisers pull up, screeching to a halt. Fuck! How did they find him? Thumping on the concrete walk outside the door as shadows fly by the window. Was it Cassie's phone? He sees it sitting on the dresser across the room, the earbuds curled. Can they trace a smartphone without a SIM card? They must have been able to. A commanding baritone from outside. "Step out of the room! Walk back toward the sound of my voice!" He braces himself, his fingers slippery on the trigger, the safety off. He leans toward the break in the curtains, training his gun barrel on the parking lot outside. There are a dozen uniforms, a wall of cruisers behind them. But the cops aren't looking in his direction. Their guns all point toward a room farther down. Rick almost laughs. They're not even here for him. "Keep your hands up! Walk back toward me!" He sees a skinny white guy with no shirt walking backward toward the line of cops. The man is drunk, stumbling, barefoot. "On your knees!" When the man doesn't obey, they rush at him. He resists, struggling, yelling. It takes 3 uniforms to push him down to the asphalt and cuff him. Rick smirks as they shove the guy into a cruiser and slam the door. The next few minutes are a sheer delight, watching the police officers clap one another on the back, get in their cars, drive away, leaving darkness and silence in their wake. It's a comedy acted out just for him. When they're gone, he moves away from the window, heads toward the dresser and Cassie's iPhone. He powers it up, seeing the cover of her friend's album on the screen. SIM card or not, it's still too much of a risk. He lifts the butt of his gun and drives it down onto the glass. The screen shatters. Mineral veins of white slashing through the image of the blonde at the grand piano.
Chapter 55. Beth. Late Thursday night. Loud pounding on the front door wakes Beth up. Bang, 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 bang. She sits up and squints at the clock. It's after 2 in the morning. Jay's side of the bed is empty. Bang, 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 bang! Gruff shouting that she can't quite make out. She sees blue and red lights flashing against the curtains. Her heart constricts with panic. Bang, bang, bang! She grabs her robe, turning on lights as she makes her way through the house. She hears shouting now, too. LAPD, open up! I'm coming, she calls, her voice crackling with nerves. She gets to the living room. Jay is passed out on the sofa, both bottles of wine on the coffee table, one of them empty. She nudges him awake, and he groans. Get up, she hisses. His eyes open, blinking. Bang, 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 bang! He sits up, rubbing his head, groggy. What the hell was in that stuff? Jay, get up. The police are here, she says, hurrying into the kitchen. What? Bang, bang, bang! He stumbles up from the couch and joins her by the door. What happened? I don't know. Is it her? Is she in trouble? I hope not, Beth whispers, her hand trembling as she reaches for the lock. She sees more than one silhouette through the blinds, tall shadows shifting. She glances at Jay, her eyes round with tension. He shrugs, looking just as surprised. She leans toward the door but doesn't open it. Yes? May I help you? A man's voice is muffled. Detective Francis Good of the LAPD, ma'am. Does Jason Montgomery live here? Beth frowns at Jay, who goes rigid with fear. Yes? We'd like to speak to him for a moment. She moves to unlatch the door, but he stops her. Check his ID first, he whispers. She opens the door a crack and sees the detective's badge already offered. There are 2 uniformed officers standing behind him. Beth rides out a wave of fear, takes another deep breath, and opens the door.
Chapter 56. Good. Late Thursday night. As he steps into the kitchen, Good notices the modern perfection of the place, everything gleaming and showy. He turns to the couple, who stare at him with open confusion. I'm Detective Francis Good with LA Homicide, he says. The woman goes pale as a picket fence. The man looks stunned, blinking at them. This is Officer Layton and Officer Sanchez. He motions to the 2 burly officers thumping in behind him. He turns to the man. Are you Jason Montgomery? Yeah, he says, nodding. Jay, actually. People call me Jay. Good observes him for a moment. So you want me to call you Jay, is that it? It doesn't matter, you can call me... He tries to back off the ridiculous cocktail party banter. What's going on, sir? There it was. Feigned politeness. Layton and Sanchez walk farther into the kitchen, their heavy shoes clumping. Do you know Cassandra Ogilvy? He asks, holding up the driver's license. Yes, she's a friend of ours. The woman wavers on her feet, leaning into her husband. Is everything okay? When's the last time you saw her? She squints, holding her head. This morning, but we spoke on the phone about, She looks up at her husband. 7:30, maybe? Does she live here? No. The woman's blue eyes fill with tears. She's an old friend. She's been staying with us for a few days. She puts a hand on his arm, clinging. Please, tell us, what happened? Is she okay? That's what we're trying to find out, ma'am, he says, measuring how to share the news. We have reason to suspect foul play. A sob escapes from her throat, and she covers her mouth, as if it were some bodily function she should be ashamed of. The man tenses up even more, his jaw muscle working. You mind if we take a look around? But even as he says it, they've started spreading out, moving through the kitchen, into the living room, observing what is in plain sight. The woman stares blankly ahead, waxen, in shock. But the man appears territorial, glancing around. Don't you need a warrant or something? He asks, a fake laugh in his voice. No, actually, not if you're cooperative. And you look like a cooperative guy, Jay. Good gives him a crooked grin. Have either of you seen or heard anything unusual tonight? Any strangers in the neighborhood or... Excuse me, sir. Layton walks over, holding an ashtray. There's what's left of a large joint sitting in the ashes. Jay steps in. Hey, that's not ours. We never do that stuff. Hardly ever, anyway. Good gives him a dubious look, making a show of it, reaching in his pocket for a black latex glove, shaking it out, slipping it over his fingers. He plucks the roach from the ashtray, brings it to his nose, smells it, raises an eyebrow, drops it inside an evidence bag. You got any other illicit substances in the house? He asks, his voice lowering an octave. Any needles? Weapons? Of course not, he insists. It's legal anyway, and it's not even ours. It's true, the woman says. She left it. Cassie's the one who... But she can't finish, touching her head, wincing as if she's in physical pain. Wait, Jay volunteers. Some guy called for her tonight, from the Omni Plaza Hotel. That's right, says Beth. I think Cassie was supposed to meet him somewhere. I tried to take a message, but he hung up. It was around the same time, 7:30 or so? We'll run a check on your phone records, if you don't mind. Of course, she says. Mrs. Montgomery, please show the officers where your friend was staying. I'm afraid we have to search her room. She took all her things with her. Still, it might help. She nods, unsteady on her feet, leading the other men down the hall. There's some place we can talk, Jay? Sure. He motions to a leather chair, taking a seat on the couch himself, looking around, unable to make eye contact for more than a second at a time. Good notices the chair is on an odd angle and he has to straighten it before he sits down. So, your wife said she talked to her friend around 7:30 tonight. Did you speak with her? No. When's the last time you saw her? This afternoon, I guess. 4, maybe? Something like that? What time did she leave the house? I don't know. I was passed out. He frowns. I had a nap, I mean. I work from home and it's a busy time for me. What do you do, Mr. Jay? I'm a film producer. Yeah? His tone lightens. I love movies. Done anything I'd know? Not really. Probably not. But we've got Mila Jovovich attached for our next project. Mila? I like her. Resident Evil. Great flick. Right. But she's been in a lot of other things, too. That's true. Good reaches in his pocket for the evidence bag and holds it between them. Is this your mobile phone? Yes, it is. He goes to grab it, but Good pulls it back. Please don't touch it. But I need my phone. So do we. For another day or two. It's evidence. Good loves the effect the word evidence has on people. Even innocent people. It appears there's blood on it. Good holds up the bag, revealing the smear on the screen. Well, it's not mine. You just said it was. I mean, the phone's mine, but the blood's not. She stole that anyway. She didn't even ask. Is that how you found me? Found you? The phone. Good watches him for a moment. We traced the number to this address, so yes, that's how we found you. You mind if we run through the recent calls with you? Sure. He rubs his hands together, clamping them between his thighs. Sure you mind, or... No. Go ahead. Thank you. He consults his notebook. There were 2 outgoing calls to a Karen Burns yesterday morning. Yes, I called her. She's my business partner. 1 incoming call from Beth Montgomery at 2:43. That would be your wife? Yeah. Good notices his Adam's apple bob as he swallows. You called your father, John Montgomery, at 4:23 p.m. What? My dad? No, I didn't talk to him yesterday. Well, somebody called him from your phone. The outgoing call was almost 5 minutes long. Are you saying she called him? From my cell? Cassie? It appears so. The man frowns at the thought of Ogilvy talking to his father. Interesting. But he sputters. What does it matter anyway, if she talked to my dad or not? It all matters at this point. He sighs. Yes, of course, sorry. There's another call to your wife's cell around 7:30. She mentioned that one. Yeah, Cassie said she forgot something. Did you speak with her? No. Good keeps his pen poised over his notebook, but watches the man carefully. How long have you known Ms. Ogilvy, Jay? 3 years or so? Good jots that down. How'd you meet? At a friend's party. She stay here often? No, just this once. I never even laid eyes on her before this week. Okay, either I'm confused or you are. I thought you said you met her 3 years ago. I met Beth 3 years ago. Sorry, are we talking about Cassie or my wife? Good lets a moment pass. We're talking about the missing person, Miss Ogilvy. Oh yeah, right. I met her just the other night. She came here, Tuesday night. Listen, do you mind if I get something to drink? My throat's a little dry. Not at all. He stands up and moves toward the kitchen, then hangs back. Sorry, you want something? Got any Gatorade? No. Then I'm fine, thanks. Good watches him walk into the kitchen and pour himself water. He notices a CD case on the coffee table and picks it up. Sees the blonde woman on the cover, sitting at a grand piano. Beth Crawford, the lotus flower. He raises an eyebrow, impressed. There are bottles and wine glasses on the table, crumpled papers in a pile. Then something metallic glinting beneath the couch gets his attention. A gun? He angles his head to get a better look. Jay comes back into the living room with a glass of water. Sorry, he says, sitting down, trying to smile. I don't know what's... But Good interrupts him, holding out a hand. I don't want you to reach for it, Mr. Montgomery, he instructs, back to last names. But what's that under the couch? What? He leans over to look. I said don't reach for it. Just tell me what it is. It's just a stapler, he huffs, grabbing it anyway, plopping it on the table. I was working and I got frustrated and dropped some things today. Frustrated about what? He sighs loudly, but doesn't answer. Good watches as the man keeps glancing around the room, his hands working together between his knees. You okay, Jay? You seem nervous, you don't mind my saying. Do I? Very. Well, the cops are here, he says with a tense laugh. That could put a guy on edge. True, but there you go again. The fidgeting, the sweaty brow. You sure you don't have something to tell me? No. He wipes his forehead with the back of his hand. I'm just saying, I'm trained to pick up on things like that. If you're hiding something, and it seems to me you are, it'll be much better for you if you just come clean now. Jay looks toward the hall, swallowing loudly. Jay, if you know something that might help us find your friend, it's a very serious crime to keep it from us. A felony. The man takes a deep breath, steeling himself. Good waits. You could be charged with obstruction, tried, jail time, the whole... Actually, I do have something to tell you. He says it quickly, like air escaping from a balloon. I thought so. But I don't want my wife to know. I won't tell her. You sure? Yes, I'm sure. This afternoon, something happened. Me and Beth... He shakes his head. I mean, me and Cassie. We Good notices him glance down the hall one more time. We had... Jay finally decides on a word. Relations, he whispers. Good lets a beat pass. Intercourse? Jay nods guiltily. You and Miss Ogilvy. He nods again. When? Today. I mean, what time is it? Yesterday. Yesterday afternoon. Where? Here. Here? Good motions to the couch. No, in the bedroom. Her bedroom? He shakes his head, guilty again. You and your wife's bedroom. Good doesn't bother to keep the derision out of his voice. Jay nods, and Good makes a note. Don't write that down. But he keeps jotting. Does this explain the shifty eyes, the trembling hands? An affair? You say your wife doesn't know? God, no. And I don't want her to. His voice is a desperate whisper. I'm just telling you because if she's been hurt or, something like that, and you find a body and there's DNA or semen or whatever, maybe it's mine. Good chance of that, he says. Why? You kill her? God, no, Jay blurts. Of course not. Good doesn't say anything at first, just watches the man. I'm telling you the truth. I didn't touch her. Now, that's not true, is it? I mean, I didn't hurt. His voice halts in his throat. He blinks, staring again. Mr. Montgomery? Sorry? You were saying you didn't hurt her. He swallows again, so long and hard, Good feels he's watching a snake digest a rat. No, I didn't. I didn't hurt her. I don't even know where she went. Good continues jotting. Does this look bad? I'm afraid so. Well, I swear I didn't do anything to her. You gotta believe me. I wouldn't lie about a thing like that. Good looks up, a small grin on his face. Not about a thing like that, huh?
Chapter 57. Beth. Late Thursday night. Beth stands in the doorway as the two officers move about the guest room. Tall, broad-shouldered men who make the house seem so small. The dirty ashtray is still there, the empty beer bottles. She hasn't tidied up yet, and it embarrasses her. But the rest of the room seems echoic, vacant, except for the lingering smell of Cassie's stale perfume. I think she took her things with her when she left, she says. The men nod, clumping around. Why is she so cold? She pulls her robe around her more tightly, glancing at the unmade bed, remembering Cassie sitting cross-legged on it, rolling joints, singing to herself. Is this really happening? Sanchez picks up a blow-dryer from the desk. Is this hers? Just took a shower. Borrowed your blow-dryer. Hope you don't mind. I'm sorry, no, she says, reaching out with a shaking hand. It's mine. God, it sounded so pointless. Why not just let them take it? She doesn't know what to say. It's my only blow-dryer? How stupid. Jesus, Beth. What the hell did that mean compared with everything else? She shouldn't have even mentioned it. What's wrong with her? But the officer hands her the appliance just the same, as if it were some piece of her old friend. Beth imagines Cassie's hand wrapped around it, her long, dark hair fluttering as she used it. Then Cass bent over in the dorm room, fluffing her hair, or in the bathroom that summer, brushes and makeup everywhere as they got ready to go to a club. We need something with her fingerprints on it, says Layton. Beth points to the beer bottle on the nightstand. Jesus, she's so damned cold. Shivering as if she's been locked out of the house and left to wait in the snow after school. Can we take this too? One of the officers lifts the ashtray, overflowing with butts and burnt roaches. Beth nods, watching as he slides the entire mess into an evidence bag. She can't do this anymore. She can't watch the police stand in her extra bedroom, bagging and tagging what little her friend left behind. Excuse me, she says, and hurries down the hall to the master bedroom. Gasping for air, she closes the door, runs to the bed, and sits down. She's still holding the blow-dryer. It suddenly feels as if it's on fire. She has to put it down. She remembers seeing her friend in that dim bar with the pool tables. The smile on her face. Got up on the wrong side of the bed like 5 years ago. Haven't slept since. How did a few drinks with an old friend turn into this nightmare? Police crawling all over the house. Cassie God knows where right now. She leans forward, putting her head in her hands. She hasn't even seen the girl in 12 years. They hadn't stayed friends. She hadn't even wanted to stay friends with Cassie. She always made life so complicated, always taking them to the edge of disaster like this. Now Beth is part of it too. And yet, she has to admit, she hasn't felt this alive in as long as she can remember. She's always lived in a world where Cassie lived, even when they weren't together. She's always been aware of Cassie, always so connected to her. God, what a dull, throbbing void life had been without her all this time, like the atmosphere on Mars. Looking back, Beth realizes everything she's done in her own life has been a shadow, all of it in response to that 1 year with Cass. It didn't matter that they hadn't talked for more than a decade. Best friends were best friends. When Cass showed up, trouble on her heels, that's when Beth was finally reminded who she really is.
Chapter 58. Good. Late Thursday night. Good walks slowly down the hall to the back of the house. He notices things when he moves slowly, things he might not if he were always in a rush. He sees the happy wedding photos on the walls, oil paintings that don't look like garage sale finds. He hears Leighton and Sanchez in the bedroom at the end of the hall and leans in. "Don't touch anything else," he says. He doesn't want to screw anything up with an illegal search. "We'll get a warrant and come back in the morning. We could lose him." "Yes, sir." But Good's not sure who he's afraid to lose anymore, Squires or the nervous husband. The detective knocks lightly on the door to the master bedroom. There's a muffled voice. "Come in." He opens the door to find her sitting on the side of the bed, facing away from him, but he can see her reflection in a full-length mirror in front of her. "You okay to answer some questions, Mrs. Montgomery?" "I think so," she says, her voice sounding stuffy. He steps into the room, closing the door. As he moves to the bedside, he notices the matching drapes and pillow shams, the sparkling bathroom through an open door. Great care and a good deal of money seems to have gone into the decorating. But he also notices the twisted bed sheets, and he remembers the husband's words. "We had relations." When he circles the bed, she finally looks up at him. Her blue eyes are round and glassy, her skin reddened around her nose. There's a crumpled tissue balled in one hand, a box of Kleenex on the nightstand. Beside it, he notices a framed photograph, recognizing Beth as a younger girl. A beautiful white mansion in the background. A happy family photograph, like the ones in the hallway. Good knows it's not fair, but he doesn't trust happiness. Families were messy business. The odds you'd end up in one where everyone got along were about 1,000,000,000 to 1. "I keep expecting her to walk in the door," she says vaguely. "I'm sorry?" He steps to the window, glances out. "It's just that she always stayed out late. You could never tell what she was up to. But something happened to her, didn't it? Something bad?" "I'm afraid it looks that way, Mrs. Montgomery." He takes out his notebook, pulls up a chair, angles it near her. "Your husband said she came here Tuesday night. Did she stay with you often?" "No, actually. I haven't seen her in years. Not since college, anyway. We didn't keep in touch." "You haven't seen her in that long, and you let her stay in your house?" She sighs. "I know, but we were roommates back then. She was always a little wild. I used to feel responsible for her. Still do, I guess." She shrugs helplessly. When she didn't have a place to stay, I thought, why not? We have the room. She looks down at the Kleenex shredded in her hands. Good picks up the box and holds it out for her. She grabs a fresh tissue, thanking him silently. He puts the box down on the nightstand, and the photograph catches his eye again. Is it fake happiness or real happiness in front of that enormous white mansion? He'd need to be there. He would be able to tell if he'd been there. It's just so awful, she says. I still can't believe it. I always knew she was trouble, but this? He nods, trying to seem understanding, to be patient, when he feels anything but right now.
How long was she supposed to stay with you?
Until Friday. Today, actually. I'm sorry it's so late. But then she left early. I think to meet that man who called. She wasn't sure when she was coming back. A friend of hers was supposed to pick her up. They were going to Monterey. Cass had a gig.
Gig?
She's a singer. Wait! She snaps her fingers. She called this woman from my cell. Her name was... She tries to think, closing her eyes. And then it comes to her. Lily. Yes, Lily. She was supposed to take Cass to Monterey. Maybe she knows something.
You got a last name?
She shakes her head. Sorry, no.
Mind if we run a check on your cell records?
Go ahead, yes, if it helps.
Good reaches in his pocket for the mugshot of Rick Squires. Do you recognize this man? He asks, passing her the photograph.
She holds it for a moment, her hand shaking. She studies the straggly, fair hair, the patchy beard, the blue eyes. I don't know. Maybe. He looks a little familiar.
You might have seen his face on the news.
I guess? I'm not sure. She hands the photo back. Who is he?
His name's Richard Squires. He's a convicted felon. Not a nice guy. He's the focus of our investigation into your friend's...
He's about to say death, but stops himself.
Disappearance, he finishes. We think he's gotten her involved in some serious trouble.
She frowns at him.
You heard about the shootings in Lawrence Heights, where an undercover cop was killed?
Yes, I remember.
Squires was at the scene. By all accounts, he should have been apprehended, or dead at least, but he escaped. We know he's armed and dangerous. We think Ms. Ogilvy was involved in the incident too.
She narrows her eyes on him. What do you mean, involved? How?
That's question number 1 on a pop quiz that gets longer every second that goes by. We ran a routine check on your friend's Visa card, just to trace her movements over the last while. He consults his notes. According to their records, she made a few cash withdrawals recently, including one for $2,200. And my dead guys were found in a rental house that required a deposit of $2,200, cash. The house was rented under a phony name, but we're pretty sure Ms. Ogilvy was involved.
Because she withdrew some money?
Her tone is dubious. Not just that. He consults his notebook again. In the days leading up to the shooting, she picked up some items at a Walgreens 2 blocks from the scene. Hair dye, rubber gloves, window cleaner, paper towels.
That doesn't sound like Cass.
Those last items are used to clean drug houses.
I see,
she says quietly. She also stopped at a wig shop on Wilshire, where she spent $85.99 on a blonde wig. And the landlady rented the house to a blonde woman. All that is circumstantial, of course, but we also have her fingerprints in a vehicle where an attempted homicide took place Monday night. And we have a witness who can identify her as leaving with the victim.
Cassie hurt somebody?
We believe so. There's an arrest warrant out for her in connection with the shooting.
My God.
Her eyes, already glassy with emotion, drop tears as she shakes her head in disbelief. But our main concern right now is her connection to Squires. He's considered armed and dangerous, and we have reason to believe he'll be after your friend. Be careful, is all I'm saying. He hands her his card. You call if you see or hear anything unusual. Anything at all.
She nods, his card trembling like a leaf in her hand.
Chapter 59. Jay. Late Thursday night. Jay takes off his shirt in the bedroom and stares at the unmade bed. It's after 4 a.m. The police have just left. Beth is in the adjoining bathroom, her voice echoing against the tiles. "It's so awful," she says. "And to think she was just here, in our bed." Jay flinches. "What?" She comes into the room, looking exhausted, rubbing cream on her hands. "I mean, that she was just here last night, sleeping in our house." She shivers, taking off her robe, her blue nightgown beneath. "I think something happened to her, Jay. The cops do too. I knew she was in some kind of trouble. I had a feeling." But then her tone changes, becoming sharp and accusatory. "Why the hell did you let her leave the house?" "Excuse me? She doesn't know LA well. Why did you let her leave by herself?" "I didn't even know she left. I was passed out." He looks back at the unmade bed, remembering her passion and her skin and her lips and her breasts and her legs. "I couldn't have stopped her anyway." Her voice and her hands and her tongue and her... But it's only smears of images twisting in his mind now, like the aftershocks of a nightmare. "You're right," she says, sighing. "I'm sorry. Nobody could ever stop Cass from doing what she wanted." She drops to the edge of the bed and grabs another Kleenex, sniffling and blowing her nose. "What were you and that detective talking about before he left?" He's still staring at the bed. "Jay? He wants me to go down to the station tomorrow morning." "What for?" She frowns, waiting. An unbearable silence floods the room. "Jay, what is it?" When he finally speaks, it's not even his voice he hears. "We have to talk, Beth," he says. He goes to the bed, kneeling in front of her, taking her hands in his. He tries to think how he'll tell her. He has to come clean with her. He doesn't have a choice now. If he tries to cover it up and she finds out somehow, it'll be even worse. That detective might tell her anyway. And then what? "Beth," he begins, "you have to believe me. I didn't kill her." "I know that," she says, laughing with nervous surprise. She watches him a moment. "Jay, what's wrong?" He looks down, unable to meet her eyes. He won't tell her everything. He can't. "Jay?" Yesterday, something happened with Cassie," he begins. "What happened?" she asks. He closes his eyes and forces himself to speak. Cassie and me, But he can't finish. He doesn't know how. "What are you saying, Jay?" He watches her features sag, her eyes fill with tears. "What are... you and Cass?" He doesn't even nod, just looks at her, waiting for her to understand. Realization floods over her, and she stands up in a rage, yanking her hands from his. "Jesus Christ, Jason!" she yells. She only uses his full name when she's furious, and she is. Her chest heaves, her cheeks bloom red. "What are you telling me?" she demands. That you fucked her?" He looks down in shame. "Are you kidding me?" He still can't look at her. "Where?" He doesn't answer. "Tell me where!" She stomps her foot. He can't help himself. He glances at the bed. "Here?" she screeches. "In our bed?" He still can't face her, but he doesn't have to answer. She knows. "Jesus Christ!" she says, bristling with rage. "What are you telling me?" She grabs her head, begins to pace. "I can't be hearing this! This can't be happening!" Jay forces himself to look up at her, but the fury in her eyes is excruciating. He's never seen her this angry before, not about money, not about his folks, not about work. Oh my God, I keep expecting things to get better, and every minute I spend in this marriage, it just keeps getting worse. I knew it. I knew if I got you two together, this would... But he interrupts her. I didn't hurt her, Beth. I swear. If something happened to her, it's not my fault. That's supposed to make me feel better? She shrieks. She begins stripping the sheets, tearing them off the bed. He joins her, trying to stop, trying to help. He doesn't even know. You prick, she says bitterly. I always knew you were going to do this to me. I always knew it. But I thought it would be Karen or Emily or somebody, not my best. Beth, come on, please. He tries to grab her, but she pulls away from him. I hope you had fun, she yells. I hope it was worth it. You have to calm down, he says, reaching for her again. Do not touch me. She yanks away angrily, on the verge of tears. Do not come near me. The two of you can have each other. Fuck both of you. She storms out of the room with the dirty sheets, Jay following on her heels. In the laundry room, she throws the sheets into the washer. He comes to stand in the doorway. He feels so tired, he has to lean against the door jamb to hold himself up. Beth, please calm down. We have to talk about this. I could be in trouble. You're damned right you're in trouble. She dumps in the detergent. No, I mean, that detective. That's why he wants me to go to the station, to give a DNA sample. DNA? She slams the lid closed. What for? Because he knows. Good? He nods, ashamed. You told him? I had to. Why? Why did he have to say anything? She jams the controls on the machine and pushes past him out of the room. Tell the cops something like that. Are you insane? What choice did I have? He follows her to the linen closet. He said if I didn't tell them everything I knew, they'd charge me with obstruction of justice or something. And if she's dead somewhere and they find her, they can do those tests, you know? They'd find out I was with her anyway. How? He doesn't answer. Jay, how would they? And then she understands. You didn't use a condom? Jay lets out a frustrated sigh, and it's answer enough for her. He sees her actually buckle over, holding her stomach, as if someone just kicked her. She leans against the wall for a moment, seeming in agony, but then she grits her teeth, and the anger forces her up again. Are you crazy? She screams. Do you have any idea where that girl's been, or the people she's involved with? How could you do that? How could you be so stupid? I know. And he does feel stupid, like an idiot. He thought he'd made mistakes before. In college, he was such a prick, always so arrogant, such a bully, so many mistakes. All the women, all the stupid decisions, the drunken parties, the laughter, the anger, that horrible night with Jill or Jen or whatever the hell her name was, but it's nothing compared with this. You're going to have to go to the doctor, she says. She opens the linen closet, reaching blindly for fresh sheets. Just to be safe, you'll need an STD test and... Suddenly, his blue gym bag tumbles out of the closet onto the floor, thumping at their feet. Beth leaps out of the way just in time. Jay looks down at the familiar bag. What the fuck is that doing in there? He asks, chills flooding his body. You didn't put it there? He shakes his head. I haven't used it since I canceled my gym membership. I don't get it. Why would she hide your gym bag in there? Who knows? But she said she forgot something, right? He gives it a light shove with his foot. The bag is packed to the seams, and it's been empty for months. What the hell was Cassie up to? Some crazy head game? He bends down to open it up. Jay, careful. Maybe we shouldn't touch anything. But he ignores her, unzipping the bag, pushing the flaps apart. They both freeze. The bag is crammed with large rolls of cash wrapped in elastic bands. Jesus, Beth breathes. Jay pulls out one of the rolls, his hands shaking. It's all $100 bills. He's never seen anything like it before. It takes him a moment to process it, but when he does, my God. His head begins to spin, as if he's floating up into the clouds. He digs back into the bag, rooting through yet more thick rolls of bills. It's packed so densely he can't feel the bottom. Beth, there's a lot of money here. Why would she have that much cash on her? Where did she get that kind of money? Is it that drug deal thing the police talked about? Who cares? He says. He picks up the bag and carries it down the hall.
Chapter 60. Beth. Late Thursday night. Beth follows him into the living room as he checks the window, peering into the night. He's acting so furtive, yet it seems natural to him. He's excited by this, energized. The bastard. Jay, what are you doing? He twists the blinds closed. Get the kitchen. What? The blinds in the kitchen. Jay, don't scare me. We have to... Just do it, he orders, glaring at her. The look in his eyes, so cold and demanding. Hours after he cheated on her with her best friend. Did she know this man at all? But she doesn't argue, going into the kitchen and closing the blinds, hurrying back to the living room. Jay sits on the couch, pulling money out in fistfuls, setting it on the coffee table. Some of the packets are spattered with reddish-brown droplets. Wait, Jesus, Jay, is that blood? She hears her own voice rising in panic, but he doesn't answer. He doesn't seem to care, the way he didn't care about having sex with Cassie. He doesn't seem to care about her or anything else anymore, except money. He keeps grabbing handfuls, stacking it on the table. Jay, we can't keep it, she says firmly. It's not ours. We have to call the police. Good told me Cassie might be involved with what happened at that drug thing the other night. Where all those men were shot? The money's probably got something to do with that. You don't know that for sure. But what if someone comes for it? Who's gonna come for it? He goes back to rifling through the bag. Shit, Beth. There's gotta be 800 grand in here. Maybe more. A smile builds on his face, making him look almost crazed. It frightens her, as if he could hurt her after all. Or Cassie. She always knew he was selfish, maybe even stupid sometimes, but she didn't know he was filled with such darkness and greed. He suddenly seems capable of anything. Cheating, stealing, even violence. Stop it, Jason, she urges him. Something's happened to her. I just know it, and it's got something to do with this money. Maybe, but she's not some innocent little flower girl. She was researching goddamn Glocks on my laptop. What? Guns. She was researching guns. Her hand trembles as she covers her mouth. God, Jay. Good said she was wanted in some kind of shooting this week. We have to tell him about all this. No, we don't. It's not our problem. I don't want to get involved. You're already involved. We both are. We could get dragged down with her. We have to call him now. She reaches for the phone, but he lunges at her and grabs her wrist, squeezing hard enough that she flinches in pain. What's wrong with you? You're hurting me. She yanks away from him, rubbing the pink imprints on her skin. But he's pried the phone from her hand, setting it down. I'm sorry, he says. I'm sorry. We just gotta think about this first. It's a tone of voice she's never heard him use before, sharp and calculating. He goes to the bar, pours a drink, gulps it all back. He doesn't look at her as he paces the room in tight turns. She watches him stride back and forth. Jay, listen to me. Good says Cassie was with some felon. He could be out there right now, waiting to kill us. Don't be paranoid, Beth. We need this money. Yeah, but I don't want to die for it. We're not going to die, he yells, loud enough that the walls seem to vibrate. It makes her jerk with surprise. If somebody knew where this money is, we wouldn't have it right now. we'd already be dead. So just calm down. I have to think. Trembling, she sits on the couch, still rubbing her wrist, wondering what he could do next. He begins to pace the room again, back and forth. It's almost frightening how much the money has changed him already. He's not the man she married at all. He's a stranger. I know, he says, stopping in his tracks. I know what we have to do. I'm going to call Good tomorrow morning and tell him I'll go to the station. But this is how it's going to work.
Chapter 61. Good. Friday morning. By 7 a.m., Good is waiting in a small queue at the entrance to the lobby restaurant at the Omni Plaza Hotel. He's already asked the front-of-house staff if they remember seeing either Ogilvy or Squires recently. A security guard recalled seeing the woman get off an elevator and leave the hotel earlier in the week, but otherwise, there are no witnesses. A pretty hostess with long hair zips around the busy restaurant, seating guests. He waits, watching people on laptops, drinking coffee, reading newspapers. He notices the televisions suspended above the bar, some tuned to sportscasts, the others to the local news. The story has been rotating throughout the morning. Butler's photo, the mugshot of Squires, the photo of Cassandra Ogilvy, the missing woman now wanted for attempted murder. As usual, Dawes is handling the publicity, taking questions in front of the precinct, surrounded by microphones. She looks calm and professional, even though they don't have all the answers yet. Squires is definitely a suspect in Ogilvy's disappearance, but now so is Jason Montgomery. His name hasn't been released in connection with the case, but it's possible he was trying to cover up the affair with his wife's friend. Was that conceited prick actually capable of killing someone? The hostess smiles, plucking up menus. A table for one? Actually, I have some questions, he says, showing his badge. The girl hesitates, but seems cooperative. Good presents the photos of Ogilvy and Squires. I recognize her, the girl says. She was in the other morning. I think Nate served her. She points to a fair-haired waiter in a black apron, notebook poised as he smiles, taking orders. I totally remember her, Nate Langley says when he sees the photo. You sure? Absolutely. I've never served anyone double martinis at 9 in the morning before. A moment later, they've squeezed other servers out of the way and stand at a computer terminal, where Nate taps on the keyboard, flipping back through his orders for the week. It was a couple days ago. Monday? Tuesday? More tapping. Here she is. Good sees an order from Tuesday morning for coffee, toast, 2 double martinis, and a beer. His instincts perk up when he sees the name of the guest who signed for the tab. Matthew Addison, room 915. When he ran a check on the Montgomery landline, there was an outgoing call to a cell phone registered to this man yesterday afternoon, a San Francisco number. It also explains why the couple received 2 incoming calls from this hotel yesterday. Was she staying with this guy, Addison? No, she came in alone, but he was having breakfast. They ended up talking. Did they leave together? Yeah, after about half an hour or so. Have you seen him since? For sure. He's been here all week. Must be for a conference or something. He always comes in for breakfast. Just left a little while ago, actually. Was she with him? No, he was alone. Good moves through the lobby of the hotel, past fountains and chairs, to a set of doors indicating conference and meeting rooms. He steps into a wide, quiet corridor. Along one side is a table of pastries, with a few tired-looking business people lined up at the coffee tureen. On the other is a series of doors, some closed, some open. He sees a sign outside one of the rooms, North Star Biochemical Inc., the name of the company on the Visa business card Addison had been using all week. He peers in to see a man in shirt sleeves setting up a PowerPoint presentation at the far end of the room, the screen covered in what looks like Greek symbols. 2 women in suits arrange folders around a long boardroom table. Are you lost? One of them asks, smiling. The man hasn't noticed him yet, still fussing at the screen.
He's prematurely balding, wearing glasses, his suit jacket off. "I'd like to speak to Mr. Addison," says Good, motioning to him. She calls down, "Matt?" The man looks up. "Sorry, this is a closed session," he says to Good. He doesn't seem sorry, but rather put out. "Could we have a word?" asks Good, holding up his badge. Even across the room, the shield must register, because the man freezes, then turns to the woman nearest him. "Can you finish this up?" The woman nods and goes to the end of the table, looking curiously at Good. "I won't be long," he murmurs, putting his suit jacket on. "This is nothing." It's obvious the gentleman didn't mean to be overheard, but the acoustics are so clear, Good caught every word. The man approaches with an awkward smile. "May I help you?" His face, already pale from a life spent inside boardrooms, is now blanched. "I just have a few questions." "Can it wait? I'm getting ready for a busy day here." "Shouldn't take long." Good holds the door for him. In the corridor, he gives Addison his business card. He likes to present his card, especially to people like this. Business cards were familiar, responsible. They gave a person credibility. When the man reads the card, homicide, he seems to deflate and tense up at the same time. Good motions to low couches set up around an empty coffee table. "Have a seat, Mr. Addison." They sit down at an angle to each other, sunlight filtering through potted plants around them. Good notices the wedding ring, the darting eyes, the stiff posture. "Can I ask why you're staying at the hotel, Mr. Addison?" "I'm a biochemical engineering consultant," he says. "I live in San Francisco, but I've been hired by a firm here to handle an appeal on a ruling by the EPA against them. District Court of Appeals is just a couple of blocks away. I'm sorry I can't tell you more, it's confidential." "That's fine," Good says. He doesn't even want to know more, but biochemical engineer explained the Greek he'd seen on the screen. He produces the photo of Ogilvy and lets him look at it in silence for a few beats too long. "Do you recognize this woman?" The man stares at the image, takes a deep breath, and hands it back. "Yeah, I think I saw her on the news this morning." "Mr. Addison, I know you had breakfast with her on Tuesday, so please don't," he interrupts, looking around. "I can't talk about this here." "No problem," he says, standing up. "We can go down to the station instead." "No, I don't want to do that either." He manages to smile at a passing suit, who disappears into the meeting room. "All right." Good sits down again. "How do you know her, Mr. Addison?" The man's gaze shifts around, his voice quiet. "I met her the other morning, in the restaurant." "Tuesday, yes, Nate told me." Good notices Addison's jaw clench. It seems Nate wouldn't be getting any more big tips. "He also told me you bought this woman drinks, and had one yourself, at barely 9 in the morning. Then you left the restaurant together. I'm assuming to go up to your hotel room, correct?" "It's not something I do on a regular basis, trust me." "You didn't answer me." "We went to my room, yes," he says, his voice barely a whisper. "It was stupid, I know. She could have robbed me. Worse."
Sweet Evil by Wendy Higgins. Performed by Erin Mallon. Prologue. Convent of Our Mother Mary, Los Angeles. Nearly 16 years ago. The newborn wailed as the midwife wrapped her in a receiving blanket and quickly handed her to Sister Ruth. Even stooped with age, the oldest nun at the convent exuded a regal air as she shushed the tiny bundle, attempting to shield her from the sight of her mother's last breaths. In the corner of the sterile room, a large man with a smooth-shaved head and goatee stood watching. Darkness fell over his face as the young midwife tried to resuscitate the woman on the bed. Sweat ran down the midwife's temples as she continued chest compressions. She shook her head and spoke in a panicked murmur. "Where's the doctor? He should be here by now." The midwife didn't see the soft shimmer of mist rise from the patient's chest, then linger in the air above her body, but the man in the corner did. His eyes widened as another vapor, even stronger than the first, arose from the woman's lifeless form. It took shape, a winged being of blinding purity. Sister Ruth gasped in wonder, then shifted the baby from her shoulder and cradled her upward to let her face show. The larger spirit swooped down and covered the infant girl in a kiss as soft as a breeze. It moved next to the man in the corner, who choked out a single sob, reaching for her. A tear escaped before he reined in his emotion. The spirit remained in front of him for one moment longer, before gathering the weaker spirit into her arms and floating away as if on a wisp of wind. "I'm sorry, I don't know what happened." The midwife's voice and hands shook as she pulled the sheet up over the woman's small body. She crossed herself and closed her eyes. "You did all you could," Sister Ruth said with gentleness. "It was her time." The silent, fearsome man looked away from the bed and fixed his hard eyes on the baby. Sister Ruth hesitated before angling the child outward for him to see. The newborn let out a whimper, and her dark eyes opened wide. For the briefest moment, his features softened. Their shared gaze was severed as the door banged open and the midwife screamed. Police rushed in, filling the small space. Sister Ruth backed against the wall and held the baby close. "Dear God above," she whispered. The man in the corner appeared unfazed as cops surrounded him. "Jonathan LeGray?" asked the officer in front. "Also known as John Gray?" "That's me," he responded in a raspy, gruff voice, lifting his frown-lined face into a wicked smile of defiance and danger. He did not fight when they surged forward with handcuffs, reading him his rights. "You're under arrest for trafficking illegal drugs across state and international borders." As they pulled Jonathan LeGray from the room, citing a list of crimes, he turned again to look at the baby girl, giving her a tight, ironic grin. "Just say no to drugs, will you, kid?" With that, he was yanked from sight, and the baby's wail rose again. Pleasure is the bait of sin. Plato. Chapter 1. Lies and Lust. I tugged the jean skirt down and tried not to fidget with the straps of the tank top as we stood in line for the show. My shoulders and arms felt naked. The outfit had been picked out for me by Jay's older sister as an early 16th birthday present, and Jay got us tickets to see a few local bands play, including his latest band infatuation, Lascivious. Their name alone was a strike against them, but I wore a smile on my face for Jay's sake. He was my best friend, after all, my only friend. People at school assumed something was going on with Jay and me, but they were wrong. I didn't like him like that, and there was no question he didn't like me in that way either. I knew his feelings. I could literally see them and feel them if I allowed myself. Jay was in his element now, tapping his fingers against his hips. He radiated excitement that I could see around his body as a blinding yellow-orange hue. I let myself soak in his good mood. He ran a hand over his thick, short-cropped blonde hair, then pinched the square tuft of hair under his bottom lip. He was stout and short for a guy, but still a good bit taller than me. A loud song with a thumping beat rang from Jay's pocket. He gave me a goofy grin and began to bop his head back and forth to the rhythm. Oh no, not the crazy booty dance. Please don't, I begged. Jay broke into his funky ringtone dance, shoulders bouncing and hips moving from side to side. People around us stepped away, surprised, then began to laugh and cheer him on. I pressed my fingers against my lips to hide an embarrassed smile. Just as the ringtone was about to end, he gave a little bow, straightened up, and answered the call. "Sup?" he said. "Dude, we're still in line. Where you at?" It must have been Gregory. "Did you bring our CDs?" "All right, sweet. See you in there." He shoved the phone into his pocket. I rubbed my bare arms. It had been a gorgeous spring day in Atlanta, but the air temperature dropped when the sun disappeared behind the tall buildings. We lived an hour north in the small town of Cartersville. It was strange to be in the city, especially at night. Streetlights came to life above us, and the crowd grew louder with the arrival of dusk. "Don't look now," Jay leaned over to whisper, "but the dude at 3 o'clock is checking you out." I immediately looked, and Jay grunted. How funny. The guy really was looking at me, albeit with bloodshot eyes. He gave me a nod, and I had to suppress a ridiculously girly giggle as I turned back around. I busied myself playing with a strand of my dirty blonde hair. "You should talk to him," Jay said. "No way." "Why not?" "He's high," I whispered. "You don't know that." But I did. The colors of someone's emotions blurred when their bodies were under the influence. That guy's were fuzzy at best. Seeing emotions as colors was an extension of my ability to sense others' feelings, their auras. I'd had the gift since infancy. The color spectrum was complicated, as were emotions, with shades of a color meaning different things. To simplify, positive feelings were always colors ranging from bright to pastel. Negative feelings were shades of black, with a few exceptions. Envy was green, pride was purple, and lust was red. That was a popular one. The colors mesmerized me, the way they shifted and changed, sometimes slow and sometimes in rapid succession. I tried not to read people constantly or to stare. It seemed like an invasion of privacy. Nobody knew what I could do, not even Jay or my adoptive mother, Patty. The line for the club moved slowly. I adjusted my skirt again and looked down to evaluate the decency of its length. "It's fine, Anna." At least my legs had a little muscle these days, instead of looking like a pair of toothpicks. Although I'd been pegged with nicknames like Twiggy and Sticks growing up, I didn't obsess about my figure, or lack of one. Padded bras were a helpful invention, and I was satisfied with the 2 small indentations in my sides that passed for a waist. Running had become my new pastime 5 weeks ago, after I'd read how my body is the temple of my soul. Healthy temple. Check. As we moved up a few more steps, Jay rubbed his palms together. "You know," he said, "I could probably get us drinks when we get inside." "No drinks," I immediately answered, my heart quickening its pace. "Fine, I know. No drinks, no drugs, no nothing." He imitated me, fluttering his eyes, then nudged me with his elbow to show he was only kidding, as if he could be mean anyway. But he knew I had an abnormal aversion to substances. Even now, his comment about drugs and alcohol caused an uncomfortable, almost physical reaction within me. It felt like an urgent, greedy pushing and pulling. I took a deep breath to calm down. We finally made our way to the front of the line, where a young bouncer snapped an underage wristband on me and gave me an appraising look, eyes scanning my waist-length hair before raising the velvet rope. I rushed under it, with Jay on my heels. "For real, Anna. Don't let me stand in the way of all these dudes tonight." Jay laughed behind me, raising his voice as we entered the already packed room, music thumping. I knew I should have put my hair up before we came, but Jay's sister Jana had insisted on my keeping it down. I pulled my hair over my shoulder and wound it into a rope with my finger, looking around at the tightly packed crowd and wincing slightly at the noise and blasts of emotion. "They only think they like me because they don't know me," I said. Jay shook his head. "I hate when you say things like that." "Like what? That I'm especially special?" I was trying to make a joke, using the term us Southerners fondly call people who weren't right, but anger burst gray from Jay's chest, surprising me, then fizzled away. "Don't talk about yourself that way. You're just shy." I was weird, and we both knew it, but I didn't like to upset him, and it felt ridiculous having a serious conversation at the top of our lungs. Jay pulled his phone from his pocket and looked at the screen as it vibrated in his hand. He grinned and handed it to me. Patty. "Hello?" I stuck a finger in my other ear so I could hear. "I'm just checking to see if you made it safely, honey. Wow, it's really loud there." "Yeah, it is." I had to shout. "Everything is fine. I'll be home by 11. It was my first time going to something like this, ever. Jay had begged Patty for permission himself, and by some miracle got her to agree. But she was not happy about it. All day she'd been as nervous as a cat at the vet. "You stay right next to Jay, and if any strangers try to talk to you..." "I know, Patty. Don't worry, okay? Nobody's trying to talk to me." It was hard to reassure her while I was shouting and being jostled. The DJ was announcing that Lascivious would hit the stage in 5. "I gotta go," I told her. "The band's about to come on. I'll be safe, I promise." "All right, honey. Maybe you can call me on your way home?" It was not a suggestion. "Okay, love you, bye." I hung up before she started talking about self-defense moves or some other crazy thing. I'd barely made it out of our apartment earlier that night because of her list of warnings. Part of me thought she might be paranoid enough to follow us to the club. "Come on." I grabbed Jay's hand and pulled him into the crowd. It was an eclectic mix. Everything from punks to goths to preps. I worked us all the way to the front corner of the stage, annoying a few people with my slight pushiness, but I was careful to apologize. I figured I owed Jay a front row seat after upsetting him. The wooden stage was battered, like every other surface in the building. The club was small and boxy, but the ceilings were high. Cramming people inside and breaking every fire code in Georgia added to the atmosphere. We squeezed in just as the DJ told everyone to give it up for Lascivious. The band was greeted by a roar of cheers, and I recognized the first song as one Jay played for us on our way to school sometimes. Despite my usual tendency to be ultra-reserved, I found myself caught up in the music, jumping up and down and singing along at the top of my lungs. Jay was right there with me, doing the same. I couldn't believe it. This was fun. I bounced with the crowd, allowing myself to be caught up in the surrounding exhilaration. "Dude!" Jay shouted in my direction as the first song ended. "They are awesome!" The second song started, and it was slower. I calmed down a little and looked at the band. The lead singer oozed with pride. His dark purple aura all but drowned out his tight shirt and snug jeans. His spiked hair was styled in a stiff lean to one side. He held the microphone like a lover. The tempo sped up into a frenzy of drum beats as they hit the chorus, bringing my eyes to the drums as the wild crowd began jumping again. I noticed several things about the drummer all at once. He was focused on the task at hand, keeping perfect rhythm. Instead of a swirl of transparent colors around his torso, there was a small, concentrated starburst of bright red at his sternum. But otherwise, his aura was blank. That was strange. But before I could contemplate it too much, my eyes landed on his face. Wowza. He was smoking hot, as in H-O-T-T, hot. I'd never understood until that moment why girls insisted on adding an extra T. This guy was extra T-worthy. I examined the drummer, determined to find a flaw. Brown hair, an interesting haircut, short around the sides and back, but longer on top, hanging loose and angling across his forehead. His eyes were narrow, and his eyebrows were a bit thick and... Oh, who was I kidding? I could pick him apart, but even the shifty slant of his eyes made him more alluring to me. There was an intensity in the way he played, like he was unleashing his passion into the music, and nothing else mattered. He was feeling it, lost in it, and he was good. A light sheen of sweat shone on his arms and face, dampening and darkening the hair at his temples. Never before had I felt such instant physical attraction. The power of it was jarring. I'd noticed when guys had nice features, sure, but I was usually distracted by their emotions. Now, with the drummer's absence of an aura, I was able to watch the muscles in his biceps and forearms flex as he slammed the drumsticks down in a whirlwind of precise movement. The beat was intoxicating, bumping each nerve ending inside of me. His whole body moved fluidly, jumping with the force of the beat, his face focused and sure. I looked again at the red starburst on his chest. It was unlike anything I'd ever seen. I doubted he felt lustful at that moment, with his utter concentration on the music. It was weird. The song came to an end with one last crash of the cymbals. Then he twirled the drumsticks in his fingers before tucking them under his arm. Jay was cheering, along with the rest of the crowd. I stood there in absolute awe. "Are you having fun?" Jay asked. "Yeah, definitely," I said, still watching the drummer as he swiped the straight brown locks from his eyes and looked down at two girls screaming out to him from the other end of the stage. He gave them the cutest, nonchalant half-smile I'd ever seen. My heart sputtered. The girls screamed and jumped up and down, mega cleavage threatening to bounce right out of their low-cut shirts. The drummer's red starburst widened a notch, and I felt an unpleasant snarling, ripping feeling in my gut. Another new sensation. I wanted him to look away from them. Jealousy? Good grief. "It's not right, man," Jay said, following my stare. "Some guys have all the luck." "What?" I finally broke my trance to look at Jay. "That guy, the drummer? Get this. He's a killer musician. He gets tons of chicks. His dad's loaded, and as if that wasn't enough, he's got a friggin' English accent." I had to smile at Jay's mix of envy and admiration. "What's his name?" I hollered as the third song started. "Kaiden Rowe. Oh, and that's another thing. A cool name. Bastard." "How do you spell it?" I asked. Jay spelled it for me. "It's A-I, like Thai food," he explained. Kai, like Thai, only yummier. Gah, who was this girl invading my brain? The name Kaiden Rowe sounded familiar. I'd never seen him before, but I'd heard of him. "How old are they?" I asked, nodding toward the band. "Juniors," Jay shouted close to my ear. Okay, I was impressed. They were only a year older than us, and they had major talent. According to Jay, these guys were the next big thing. They'd recorded a small-time record that was being shopped to labels in L.A., and they'd be touring regionally this summer. Jay was such a fanboy. An aggravated scuffle broke out behind us. I turned and saw Gregory's round face and a mop of curly brown hair above a too large Hawaiian shirt shoving through the crowd. He was Jay's musical partner in crime. They had written a few songs together and were pretty much addicted to music. The problem was that neither of them could sing. At all. "'Bout time, G." Jay and Gregory did that male grab hands and bang chests together thing in the cramped space. Then Gregory and I nodded at each other. I was surprised and a little grossed out to see a flutter of red across his aura as he looked down at my legs, but it passed quickly as he turned his attention back to Jay. "Dude, you ain't gonna believe this," Gregory said in his thick Georgian drawl. "I was just talking to Doug, one of the bouncers, and he can get us backstage." My heart danced an involuntary jig all over my insides. "No freaking way," said Jay. "Where's the CDs?" Gregory held up 2 CDs of their compositions and lyrics. They were good songs, but I cringed at the thought of their being given to lascivious. The band probably got that kind of thing from fans all the time. I didn't like to think of Jay and Gregory's hard work tossed aside, as if they were some desperate posers, but the two of them were shrouded in such happy yellow auras that I could do nothing except be supportive. As the current song ended, I watched Kaiden shush the cymbals with his fingers, then tuck the drumsticks under his arm and swish his damp hair from his eyes again. When he leaned down to pick up a water bottle, our eyes met. My breath stuck right where it was in my lungs, and the loud voices around me turned to static white noise. The drummer's lustful starburst throbbed for one gorgeous moment, and then his forehead creased, and his gaze tightened. His eyes searched all around me before coming back to my face. He broke eye contact and took a swig of his water, tossing it back to the floor in time for the next song. The brief encounter left me unnerved. "I'm going to the bathroom," I told Jay, turning to go without waiting for a response. I noticed that the crowd moved much easier when one was moving away from the stage. The air in the girls' bathroom was stagnant with smells of urine and vomit. Only one of the 3 stalls was unclogged, but that didn't seem to stop girls from using them anyway. I decided I could hold it. I reapplied my lip gloss at the mirror and was about to leave when I overheard 2 girls who had crammed themselves into one of the tiny stalls. "I want Kaiden Rowe." "I know, right? You should throw him your number. I want Michael, though. He can do to me what he does to that microphone." They squeezed out of the stall, giggling, and I recognized their voluptuous chests as the ones that had been in front of the stage. Both of their auras were faded. I adjusted my hair clips. Jay's sister Jana had wrangled my massive thin strands into well-organized disarray, which I was successfully ruining. I had let her dab a little makeup on my face, but she'd freaked out when I asked her to cover up the pesky freckle at the end of my upper lip. "Are you crazy? Don't ever cover your beauty mark." Why did people call it that? A freckle was not beautiful. It was a small, dark attention grabber. I hated the way everyone's eyes went to it when they talked to me. I snapped the last clip in place and scooted over so the girls could wash their hands. They shared the faucet and complained about no soap, then moved on to primping. I looked at them, so comfortable together, and wondered what it would be like to have a female friend. I was about to leave when something in their conversation stopped me. "The bartender said Kaiden's dad is one of the head honchos at PP in New York City." My stomach lurched. PP stood for Pristine Publications, a popular worldwide corporation that included pornographic magazines, videos, and I could only imagine what else. "No way," her friend said. "Yes way. Hey, we should try to get backstage." She got excited and somehow lost her balance, stepping on my foot and grasping my shoulder. I reached out to steady her. "Oh, sorry," she said, leaning against me. When she seemed to have her balance, I let go of her. Out of nowhere, there was a murky tugging within me, an urge to open my mouth and say something that I knew was neither true nor nice. "I heard that guy Kaiden has gonorrhea." And there it was, out of my mouth. My heart pounded. I knew most people lied on some level, sometimes on a daily basis, but for whatever reason, I'd never been prone to tiny fibs. I didn't tell people I was fine if I wasn't. Nobody had ever asked me whether something made their butt look big, so I suppose I'd never been truly tested. All I knew was, until that moment, I had never purposely deceived anyone. The look of shock on their faces mirrored the shock I felt at myself. "Ew, are you serious?" asked the girl who had called dibs on him. I couldn't respond. "Okay, that's nasty," said the other girl. There was an awkward pause. I didn't really know what gonorrhea was, except that it was an STD. What in the world was wrong with me? I flinched when Kaiden's girl reached out and touched my hair. "Hey, oh my God, you have the softest hair. It looks like honey." Her emotional colors were so muddled from alcohol that I couldn't get a good reading, but it felt like she was sincere. Guilt soured my stomach. "Thanks," I said, feeling terrible. I couldn't leave that ugly lie sitting out there like that. I didn't really hear that about Kaiden." They both looked at me with confusion, and I swallowed, forcing myself to continue. "He doesn't have gonorrhea. I mean, not that I know of." "Why would you make that up?" The friend was more sober, and she was looking at me with deserved contempt. The drunken girl still looked confused. I contemplated playing it off like I'd been joking, but that would also be a lie, and who jokes about STDs anyway? "I don't know," I whispered. I'm sorry." I backed up and slipped out of there as fast as I could. It was a good thing, too, because Lascivious's last song was ending, and all the girls were wobbling toward the bathroom now. It was time for the bands to switch. I wrung my hands and bit my lower lip, looking for Jay as the crowd surged around me. I wanted to go home. "Anna!" Jay waved to me, and I had to chase him through the crowd toward a door where a gigantic man stood frowning, arms crossed over his chest in the classic bouncer pose. I just lied. It was all I could think about. Terrible feelings slithered around in the pit of my belly. Gregory held out a laminated card, which the bouncer glanced at before opening the door. I grabbed Jay's arm. "Wait, Jay."
That's all right. No, this is true.
Hey, maybe I should just stay out here. He turned to me. No way. Patty'll kill me if I leave you. It's all good. Come on. He pulled me through the door. We made our way around crew members who were hurriedly hauling around stage equipment. Music and raucous voices spilled from a room at the end of the hall. Are we really doing this? I asked, and was my voice really all high-pitched and shaky? I needed to scream. Chill, Anna. It's fine. Be cool, Jay said. A wall of cigarette smoke and alcohol fumes hit us as we entered the warm room. I put my hands on my hips and tried to be inconspicuous as I checked for sweat marks on my tank top. When I saw small dampened spots had formed, I snapped my arms back to my sides. Be cool, Jay had said. Like that could ever happen. It took only a few seconds of scanning the room to find him, standing in a back corner with 3 long-legged beauties who were obviously aware of the latest fashions. A ribbon of red aura wove around and between them. One of the girls pulled a cigarette from a pack. Like a magician, Cotton whipped out a matchbook and flicked it open to light a match with one thumb. How did he do that? Jay gave my hand a tug, but I pulled away. No, you guys go ahead. I'll wait here. I wanted to stay near the door. My stomach wasn't right. You sure? Yeah, I'm fine. I'll be right here. Good luck, or break a leg, or something. As Jay and Gregory turned and headed into the crowd, my traitorous eyes returned to the corner and found another pair of eyes staring darkly back. I dropped my gaze for 3 full seconds and then lifted my eyes again, hesitant. The drummer was still staring at me, oblivious to the 3 girls trying to win back his attention. He put up one finger at the girls and said something that looked like, "Excuse me." Oh my goodness, was he? Oh no, yes, he was walking this way. My nerves shot into high alert. I looked around, but nobody else was near. When I looked back up, there he was, standing right in front of me. Good gracious, he was sexy. A word that had not existed in my personal vocabulary until that moment. This guy was sexy like it was his job or something. He looked straight into my eyes, which threw me off guard, because nobody ever looked me in the eye like that. Maybe Patty and Jay, but they didn't hold my stare like he was doing now. He didn't look away, and I found that I couldn't take my gaze off those blue eyes. "Who are you?" he asked in a blunt, almost confrontational way. I blinked. It was the strangest greeting I'd ever received. "I'm Anna?" "Right, Anna. How very nice." I tried to focus on his words and not his luxuriously accented voice, which made everything sound lovely. He leaned in closer. "But who are you?" What did that mean? Did I need to have some sort of title or social standing to enter his presence? "I just came with my friend Jay." Oh, I hated when I got nervous and started talking in questions. I pointed in the general direction of the guys, but he didn't take his eyes off me. I began rambling. "They just wrote some songs, Jay and Gregory, that they wanted you to hear. Your band, I mean. They're really good." His eyes roamed all around my body, stopping to evaluate my sad, meager chest. I crossed my arms. When his gaze landed on that stupid freckle above my lip, I was hit by the scent of oranges and limes and something earthy, like the forest floor. It was pleasant in a masculine way. "Uh-huh." He was closer to my face now, growling in that deep voice, but looking into my eyes again. "Very cute. And where is your angel?" My what? Was that some kind of British slang for boyfriend? I didn't know how to answer without continuing to sound pitiful. He lifted his dark eyebrows, waiting. "If you mean Jay, he's over there talking to some man in a suit, but he's not my boyfriend or my angel or whatever." My face flushed with heat, and I tightened my arms over my chest. I'd never met anyone with an accent like his, and I was ashamed of the effect it had on me. He was obviously rude, and yet I wanted him to keep talking to me. It didn't make any sense. His stance softened, and he took a step back, seeming confused, although I still couldn't read his emotions. Why didn't he show any colors? He didn't seem drunk or high, and that red thing, what was that? It was hard not to stare at it. He finally looked over at Jay, who was deep in conversation with the manager-type man. "Not your boyfriend, eh?" He was smirking at me now. I looked away, refusing to answer. "Are you certain he doesn't fancy you?" Kaiden asked. I looked at him again. His smirk was now a naughty smile. "Yes," I assured him with confidence. "I am." "How do you know?" I couldn't very well tell him that the only time Jay's color had shown mild attraction to me was when I accidentally flashed him one day as I was taking off my sweatshirt and my undershirt got pulled up too high. And even then, it lasted only a few seconds before our embarrassment set in. "I just know, okay?" He put his hands up in mock surrender and let out an easy laugh. "I'm terribly sorry, Anna. I've forgotten my manners. I thought you were someone else." He stuck out his hand. "I'm Kaiden Rowe." I peeled one arm away from my tight self-embrace to take his hand. Every inch of my skin broke out in goosebumps, and my face suddenly burned hot. I was glad for the dimmed lighting. I wasn't one of those people who blushed pink in the cheeks. I blushed crimson in the whole face, and my neck became splotchy. Not cute. The rush of blood always made me dizzy. I should have pulled my hand away then, but he continued to hold it, and his large palm and long fingers felt so nice. He chuckled deeply and let his hand slide away from mine until we were no longer touching. He noticed as my arms crossed over my chest again, and then he lifted his chin and sniffed the air. "Ah, smells good. There's nothing like American hot dogs. I think I'll have one later." "Okay, random." I sniffed. "I don't smell anything," I said. "Really? Lean toward the door some. Breathe a bit. Deeper." I did as he said. Nothing. Determined, I did something that was rare for me. I reached my sense of smell out farther. There was no scent of hot dogs in the entire club, only stale alcohol and hot bleach water for the mops. I pushed it out farther. Nothing at the restaurant next door. Farther. My nose burned and I was getting lightheaded. Farther. And there it was. I smelled the nearest hot dog at a small street vendor nearly a mile away. My olfactory sense snapped quickly back, and I found him watching me with expectancy. What was he playing at? He couldn't have smelled that. Why would he pretend? I shook my head and tried to keep my face neutral. He smiled. "I suppose I was mistaken then." Gosh, his eyes were gorgeous. The color of tropical honeymoon waters ringed in dark sapphire and enclosed by thick lashes. What? Honeymoon waters? Get a grip. A wispy, perfumed girl walked up and stood between Kaiden and me, placing her back firmly in my face. I had to step backward. "We're getting lonely over there." Her hands moved over his chest and up to rest on his shoulders. Red jumped out from her when she touched him, and he brought his hand up to squeeze her bony hip. I turned away, not listening to his whispered response, which appeared to appease her. She gave me an icy glance before walking back to the corner. "Maybe I'll see you around, Anna. I'll be certain to give your boyfriend Jay's songs a listen." And with that, he was gone. "He's not my—" I sputtered at his retreating back. I'd been looking in the wrong place earlier when I searched for a flaw in Kaiden. It was not in his face. It was in his personality. Confidence was good, but overconfidence was not. I looked around, feeling stupid and alone. Thankfully, I had to stand solitary for only one long moment before Jay came back, feeling over the moon happy. I let his emotion drench me. "What were you and Cotton Row talking about?" Jay asked me. "Man, y'all looked like you were going to rip each other's clothes off." I gasped and smacked his arm, but he didn't flinch. "We did not." My eyes darted over to Cotton for a fraction of a second, and though he was too far away to have heard, the wink he sent me brought another flush to my skin. "So?" Jay said. "You gonna tell me or not? What was he saying to you?" What in the world could I tell Jay that wouldn't leave him as thoroughly confused as I felt? I glanced over at Cotton again and caught him watching me for one last second before turning his back to us. "Nothing, really," I hedged. "It was weird. I'll tell you about it later. I need to call Patty and tell her we're on our way. Then I want to hear about you. Who was that man you were talking to? What did he say? I guess Gregory is staying?" The distraction tactic easily got me off the hook as we left the club. Jay always drove. After I called Patty, he gave me a breakdown of the entire conversation with Lascivious's business manager. We dissected every word for all hopeful meaning, coming to the conclusion that the band's manager was extremely impressed with the talent and ambition of Jay and Gregory, and that they would definitely obtain rock star status by the end of the year. It was usually fun to dream big with Jay. But though I played along, tonight my mind was elsewhere. Using my extended senses to find that stupid hot dog smell had put my thoughts in a jumble. A mile from my apartment, I allowed my eyes to search and then linger on a dark abandoned house as we passed it. I stared at the boarded-up windows singed black and the roof half-caved by devouring flames from long ago. If I let myself remember, I could probably still smell it and taste it like a mouthful of ash. I was awoken at 2 a.m. a week before my 9th birthday with the powerful smell of smoke burning my nose. Our home was on fire. I got down just as I'd been taught and crawled through the darkness to Patty's room, feeling like I might hyperventilate. "Wake up," I said. "There's smoke." Patty jumped from her bed in a panic, running into the hall, and then she just stood there as I coughed and choked. She rushed through each room and even went outside to peek at the nearby complexes. "There's no fire in the apartments, honey. Must have been a bad dream. Climb in bed with me tonight, and I'll take care of you." It had been a bad dream, but not in the way she meant. For the family a mile away whose burning home I could smell as if it were our own, it had been a real-life nightmare. It had been a long, painful night for me as well, the night my 5 senses began to enhance. "Dreaming of Cotton Row, huh?" I looked up. We were parked in front of my building. "No," I muttered. I was not thinking about him. Jay laughed, and I backhanded his big arm once again. I sighed, imagining how he would react if I told him that I had the nose of an Uberhound and eyes like binoculars. He was totally cool with my being eccentric, but he didn't know the extent of it. "Thanks for taking me tonight," I said. "I had fun." "For real? I knew you'd like it. So I'll pick you up for school on Monday?" "Yeah, see you then." I climbed out and headed up the steps, feeling resentful toward that Cotton kid for making me open my memory to things that were better off boarded up. Chapter 2. Good Girl Syndrome. Patty was frying eggs in our small apartment when I came in from my jog on Monday morning. I leaned over the counter to watch. She used her wrist to push a strawberry blonde curl from her face. When the strand fell again, I reached over and wrapped it behind her ear. A translucent pale yellow emotion swirled around her chest, wafting warmly toward me. She flipped the egg, tisking when the yolk broke. Watching her at the stove, I wished she were my real mother, so I could have inherited some of her genetics. I'd love to share her thick curls and soft voluptuousness. Of course, she'd waited up for me to get home Saturday night, then hounded me for details, pretending to be excited for me when I could see she was overflowing with anxiety. I gave her the G-rated version, leaving out the bits about lying to people and having strange encounters with a boy. She'd bitten her lip as I spoke and searched my face, but then accepted my story and relaxed. Patty handed me a plate and shooed me off with a wave of the spatula. I sat at our round dining table, pushing aside a pile of unpaid bills and photo proofs from her freelance photography jobs. "What are you up to today?" I asked her. "The Dispatch hired me to shoot a press conference with the governor this morning. I should be home around 4. Noticing the time, I scarfed down my breakfast and hurried to get ready. 15 minutes later, I kissed Patty, preparing to dash out the door, but she cut my cheek with a gentle hand to still me. "I love you, sweet girl." Light pink love fluttered around her body. "Love you too," I said. She patted my cheek, and I left. Jay always picked me up for school at exactly 7:10. He was prompt. I liked that. "Sup?" he said when I climbed in the car. His eyes were still puffy from his having just rolled out of bed. "Morning, sunshine," I said. It took 2 hard pulls on the creaky car door before it finally slammed shut. I twisted my wet hair and hung it over my shoulder. It would dry straight, and I'd pull it back. We usually drove to school in silence because Jay wasn't a morning person, but we hadn't had a chance to talk since he brought me home Saturday night. "I always wondered what your type was, but I never imagined it would be a hardcore rocker." Here we go. I had been hoping he'd be too sleepy for this conversation. "He's not my type. If I had a type, it would be nice, not some hot-headed, egocentric male slut." "Did you just call him a male slut?" Jay laughed. "Dang, that's like the worst language I've ever heard you use." I glowered at him, feeling ashamed, and he laughed even harder. "Oh, hey, I've got a joke for you. What do you call someone who hangs out with musicians?" He raised his eyebrows, and I shrugged. "I don't know. What?" "A drummer." I shook my head while he cracked up at his joke for another minute before hounding me again about Kaiden. "All right, so you talked about my CDs, you had some cultural confusion with some of his lingo, then you talked about hot dogs? That can't be everything. You looked seriously intense." That's because he was intense, even though we weren't really talking about anything. He made me nervous. "You thought he was hot, didn't you?" I stared out of my window at the passing trees and houses. We were almost to school. "I knew it!" He smacked the steering wheel, loving every second of my discomfort. "This is so weird. Anna Witt has a crush." Fine, yes, he was hot, but it doesn't matter because there's something about him I don't like. I can't explain it. He's scary. He's not the boy next door, if that's what you mean. Just don't get the good girl syndrome. What's that? You know, when a good girl falls for a bad boy and hopes the boy will fall in love and magically want to change his ways. But the only one who ends up changing is the girl. Like Jamie Moore, remember? Jamie Moore. That's where I'd heard Kaiden's name before. She was a junior at our school. We parked in our usual spot at Cass High School. "See you at lunch," Jay said. He had his eye on a girl named Kayla, who was climbing out of her car 3 spots down. "Yeah, see you then." I walked to school while he lagged behind to say hi to her. Jamie Moore was on my mind all day. I sat with Jay at lunch, but my eyes kept going to Jamie, sitting with her same group of friends, but sort of an outcast now. She sat on the end, keeping to herself as the others played and flirted. Being unsociable and fashion backward had never been issues for Jamie Moore. She was a year older than me, beautiful, and a genuinely nice person. Her primary color used to be the sunshine yellow of happiness, At the beginning of the school year, she'd been a cheerleader and president of the drama club. In the fall, I heard she was dating some guy in a band from a high school in Atlanta. Kaiden Rowe. Her colors began to change then, yellow to red, red to gray, gray to black. She was full of anger, then self-loathing, and most recently, depression. Gossip flew about pictures of Jamie taken on her boyfriend's cell phone and their eventual breakup. She was soon kicked off the cheerleading squad for failing grades. Next came stories of her partying, moving from one guy to another, but never being happy. For the first time, she wasn't given the starring role in the winter play. My heart contracted tightly as I looked at her again, sitting there at the end of the long lunch table. She still dressed trendy and took time to style her hair, which was probably why she was welcome to continue sitting with the others. But her smile and her sunshine yellow were gone, replaced by a dull gray haze. The bell rang, and I watched her shuffle out of the cafeteria. No, I did not want to see Kaiden again. Of that I was now certain. I made my way through the crowded halls, barely cringing anymore at the onslaught of emotion from the people surrounding me. It had been difficult adjusting to a big school, after spending the first 8 years in a small private school, but I was used to it now. It was almost the end of the school year, 2 more weeks to go. The Georgia heat had set in, bringing with it tank tops and flip-flops, as well as shorts and skirts that kept no secrets. I shied away from showing too much skin, partly because of my own modesty, and partly because I felt kind of bad for boys. Unlike other girls, I had to see firsthand that most boys were having a hard enough time concentrating on anything besides their overpowering hormones. Jay mussed my hair as I passed him in the hall, never pausing in his conversation with one of the guys from band class. I smiled, smoothing my hair back down. I slipped into my Spanish class and immediately started the classwork written on the board. Once finished, I peeked over at Scott McAllister, who sat next to me. He was dozing off on top of unfinished verb conjugations. Scott was an all-state wrestler, a cutie with big brown eyes and a baby face. He'd always been courteous to me, even flirtatious at times, but I didn't take it to heart, seeing how he flirted with lots of girls. The class finished early, and we were told to work on our final project. Senora Martinez? I raised my hand and she nodded. Are you gonna collect the homework? A collective groan rose up from the students, and the guy next to Scott muttered, "Shut up, stupid." I slunk down low in my seat, mortified by my own social faux pas. "Ah, sí," Senora Martinez said. "Gracias, Ana." "Why you gotta be so good all the time?" Scott whispered. I lifted my eyes and caught his teasing expression. He had no assignment to pass up when the teacher came around. My face was still warm by the time she finished collecting the worksheets. Veronica, who sat in front of me, turned and gave me a sympathetic look. She was one of the only other students who did the homework. Nobody worked on their projects after that. Well, I did, of course, compulsive rule follower that I was. The class erupted into the excited chatter of free time, and Senora Martinez turned to her computer, ignoring us. Even the teachers were ready to be done with this year. I opened my notebook. Veronica bent to put her stuff in her bag and caught sight of my sandals. "Cute shoes," she said to me. "Where'd you get them?" Oh, how I wished I felt okay about lying. I kept my eyes on my notebook when I answered, "Thanks. I think they were from a yard sale or flea market or something." "Oh." Veronica glanced at them again, with less appreciation this time, and we shared a polite smile. She had short, dark hair and a Grecian nose with a slight arch to it. When she caught me looking at her nose, I was stunned by the wave of dark self-loathing that came off her before she turned back around to face her friends. Of course, the feature she hated most about herself was the one I thought made her naturally seductive, in a way I could never dream of being. Scott turned in his desk toward me. "So, what are you doing next Friday, Shorty?" "Nada," I answered. "Huh?" His look of confusion made me smile. Nada, I said again. You know, it means nothing in Spanish. Oh, yeah. See, you must be under the impression I pay attention in here or something. Anyway, you want to come to a party? Jean's folks have a lake house. My stomach jumped. Wow, that's cool. I don't know, though. I leaned my elbow on the desk and pretended to study the graffiti etched into the wood. Jay's invited, too. Come on, we've never partied together. I probably would have felt very uncomfortable if it had been anyone other than Scott giving me that dreamy look. I glanced at his emotions. Happy, hopeful, slightly lustful. I couldn't help but be flattered by his invitation and apparent interest. I guess I can talk to Jay about it, I said, leaving out the fact that it was Patty I'd have to convince. But you know that I don't really party, as in party. I couldn't even make eye contact after saying such a lame thing, but I didn't want him having any false expectations. Yeah, I know, he said. Why is that? How could I explain it? I didn't have any nagging judgment toward my peers for drinking and partying. I knew it was innocent rebellion and self-exploration, but there was always a promise of dangerous excitement I strongly desired. Ironically, it was that desire that repelled me. Are you scared? He asked. Kind of, I admitted. I don't like the fact that it might make me do something I wouldn't normally do. That's the fun of it. It makes you open and free. Open and free. I wondered if that was how Danny Lawrence had felt when he passed out on the lawn of a party last year, and the other drunk guys thought it would be funny to stand around peeing on him. Or the most terrible thing that happened over Christmas break, which nobody talked about at Cass. The senior girl who was high and drove off the road, killing her best friend in the passenger seat. Had she been feeling bold? Every time I saw her walking the halls in a black cloud of remorse, I wanted to cry for her. I guess I'm just boring, I mumbled. I was ready to close down this conversation. I looked up at the clock, thankful to see the bell was about to ring. Trust me, Anna. Scott leaned in. One drink in you, or one hit of X, and you'll feel anything but boring. Everything inside of me tightened. X. Ecstasy. The word bounced around in my head like a rubber ball, out of control and impossible to catch. My dark undercurrent stirred with craving, and my breathing quickened. I didn't like to acknowledge that darkness. It rose at any mention of drugs and alcohol. And to be honest, it was what had drawn me to Jay last year. I saw something similar in him, though not exactly the same. A dark strand ran under the surface of his emotions. It was always there, threatening, especially at the mention of alcohol. I didn't know what it meant, but I wanted us in it together. I thought I might be able to help him or protect him. A funny thought, considering he was a brawny guy. I looked at Scott, who grinned at me. Not a sinister grin, but an I want to experience something with you grin. Veronica must have caught wind of our hushed conversation because she turned and gave a conspiratorial smile to the two of us. Are you going to the party, Anna? She asked. I don't know. Maybe. You should come. It's going to be crazy. Everyone will be there. I looked down and traced the wooden grooves in the desk with my pencil's eraser. Could I get away with changing the subject? So, I'm turning 16 on Wednesday. I'm getting my license. I am so jealous, Veronica said, smacking my desk. I've been 16 for 3 months already, and my dad still hasn't let me get mine. I'm pretty sure he hates me. Are you getting a car? No. Not even close. Everyone jumped up and grabbed their things as the bell rang, and the tension that held a vice-like grip on my neck finally relaxed its vicious fingers and released me. Chapter 3. Sweet 16 Surprise. I didn't feel any older when I woke up on Wednesday morning. Patty was out on our small balcony with her coffee and newspaper. She snapped to attention, and her face brightened when she saw me. Something misty hovered beside her like a ghost. I pressed my fingers to my eyes, but when I took them away, it was still there. It was about the same size as her, maybe longer, like a fuzzy white shadow. Had I developed another sight? Please, no. I'd learned to fear the acquisition of new abilities, like the choking horror of smoke from a mile away. Each came with some fresh disadvantage. "Happy birthday," Patty said, standing and pulling me into a big hug, then cupping my face and gazing into my eyes. "You feeling okay?" My eye glided to the cloud thing, which moved around her, never changing its general appearance. "What's wrong?" She looked down at her shoulder where my eyes were and wiped down the length of her arm, right next to the cloud. "Please don't tell me I have dandruff." She ran a hand through her waves, pulling her hair to the side to get a look at it. "No, you don't. Nothing's wrong. Sorry, I'm still tired, just zoning out." She squeezed me again, kissing my head. "I can't believe my little girl is 16. There's a card from Nana on the counter. Let me go make your hot chocolate." The shadow thing floated along next to her, following her into the apartment, as if attached. I sat down in a plastic chair, feeling jittery, while Patty made my cocoa. Most mornings were relaxing, sipping warm drinks on the balcony, but not today. The combination of
We've all been there. A speeding ticket. And not just any speeding ticket. A speeding ticket while on a trip abroad. And that comes with all kinds of problems, like late penalties and foreign language barriers, or government websites that only accept obscure ways of payment. It's time for a revolution. With PayTicket, your foreign parking ticket problems are a thing of the past. Simply input your information, such as name, email, and country of residence. Take a quick photo of your ticket, plug in your credit card details, and click Send. And PayTicket will take care of the rest. No matter what kind of traffic or parking violation you may have to pay, PayTicket makes it easier. Simple, fast, hassle-free. That's PayTicket.
That's all right. No, this is true.
Elvis.
Stunning video templates. Each video maker is carefully designed to look professional. Our video makers are super easy to use and let anyone with an internet connection create high-quality videos in seconds. Edit logos, mockups, videos, and design templates with just a few clicks. Each template is carefully made by design experts, so your work will always look great. Get started with the best video maker at Plazy.net.
Lucas, are you okay? You look shattered. She touched my upper arm and her hand lingered there. It was warm. I had the urge to pull her closer, to kiss her, take her to bed and lose myself in her. In that moment, despite the exhaustion that threatened to suck me under, there was nothing else I would rather do. And I was sure, from the way she was looking at me and how she didn't remove her hand, that she could feel it. The air between us was thick, heavy with unspoken words. I lay my hand on top of hers, held her palm against my triceps. Max came through the door. "Oops," he said. "Didn't mean to interrupt." Julia snatched her hand away. Max saw the pen in my hand. "Sorry about the weird mistake, old chap. I'm always picking up other people's pens. Terrible habit." Everything that had happened today, all the stress, including the shattered sexual tension, it combined to make the room lurch around me. I pointed a finger at Max. "You took it, you arsehole. You came into my room and stole it." He stared at me. "I bet you've got my phone too, haven't you? Come on, tell me, where is it?" "I don't know what the hell you're talking about." "Have you been going through it?" I jabbed a finger at him. "Trying to find something you could use against me." "Oh, Jesus. I bet it was you who told Ursula about Priya. You fucking arsehole." Out of the corner of my eye, through a pinkish mist, I could see Julia, her mouth open with shock. "You're a jealous, snobbish, has-been loser," I spat. Max sneered. "Jealous? Of the tripe you churn out? You're not even a proper writer. You're just a hack. No one will read your books in 5 years, but mine will live on long after I'm gone." The mist was dark red now. "After you're gone?" I jabbed a finger at him. "That might be sooner than you think, you fucking... Lucas!" It was Julia. She had hold of both my arms now, and held me still like I was a child. "Calm down," I heard Susie say. "Has he been drinking?" I hadn't heard her enter the room. "Come on," Julia said. "Let's find you something to eat." I shook my head. "I'm not hungry. I'm going up to my room." I could feel them all watching me as I headed up. The walls swam around my head. The stairs felt like they were made of foam. I fell onto the bed fully dressed and blacked out immediately. When I came to, it felt as if I'd been sucking cotton wool. It was still dark, but I was surprised to find it was only midnight. I'd been asleep for 4 hours. Now my body clock was going to be really screwed up. I staggered to the bathroom and drank water from the tap, then splashed some on my face and cleaned my teeth. I could hear voices downstairs. The others were still up. A memory of my argument with Max hit me and I recoiled. Had I really gloated about being a bestseller? Oh, God, what a dickish thing to do. I splashed some more water on my face until I was fully awake. Going down the stairs, I could hear Ursula, her voice echoing through the house. I didn't know who she was talking to. Suddenly, Julia appeared at the bottom of the staircase. She stopped dead when she saw me. "Can I talk to you?" I said, when I reached her. "In private?" She looked left and right, then said, "Follow me." To my surprise, she unlocked the door to the basement. "I thought guests weren't allowed down here, that it wasn't safe." A little smile. "That's, not strictly true about it being unsafe. I just wanted to keep this space to myself. Now, I'm making an exception, just this once." I followed her down. I expected to find a dusty room full of cobwebs and junk, old boxes and cracked walls. I thought perhaps there would be a broken stair or exposed wires, something to explain why no one was supposed to come down here. I couldn't believe what I saw as Julia flicked a switch and a fluorescent strip light juddered to life. "Welcome to the playroom," she said. It was a child's paradise. Beanbags and scatter cushions were heaped on the floor, and there was a comfortable old sofa, in front of which stood a TV and a games console. The walls were brightly coloured, with posters everywhere containing positive messages. "Dream big. What if I fall? Oh, my darling, but what if you fly?" There was a huge doll's house and heaps of cuddly toys and board games, colouring books and pens and art equipment, a chalkboard and a dressing-up box overflowing with costumes. Wow! She sat on the sofa, sinking into it. This was Lily's favourite room, even more than her bedroom. It's amazing. My God, I wish I'd had something like this when I was a kid. Julia picked up a stuffed rabbit and stroked its ears. That's why we created it. We wanted Lily to have all the things we didn't. Her den, her private space. She used to come down here with Megan, or sometimes she'd bring Chesney down here and play with him. And the plan was, if we had another child. She trailed off, deep in memory for a few seconds. I like coming down here. It doesn't make me feel sad like her bedroom. Sometimes I sit here for hours and think, and it makes me feel peaceful. I know that might sound strange, but... She shrugged. Now, what did you want to talk to me about? I took a deep breath. I don't know how you're going to react. Try me. Okay. Do you remember telling me you wished you could afford to hire a private investigator? Well, I told her everything, starting with hiring Zara. I told her how Zara was confident the police had done all they could. I recounted her meeting with Malcolm at the chess club and our subsequent conversation at the pub. And then she vanished, I said, going on to tell her what had happened today. Along the way, I told her about Glyn Collins and the Historical Society and all the other fragments of information I'd uncovered but failed to piece together. I told her how my mum had told me about another girl going missing 37 years ago, which Julia knew already. Several people mentioned that to me when Lily vanished, as if it would make me feel better. I finished by telling her about what I'd found at the bed and breakfast. Shirley, dead. That's why I was so shaken when I got home. She raised an eyebrow at my use of the word home. But apart from that, she seemed calm, apparently accepting what I was saying. She didn't shout or get angry or act horrified. She listened and absorbed what I had to say, her legs tucked underneath her. A strand of hair kept falling over her left eye. She brushed it away, keeping her gaze focused on me throughout. When I'd finished, she untucked her legs and sat forward. I knew I should have thrown you out when I found out what you write. It hadn't been calm acceptance. It was stunned disbelief. Julia, shut up. She got to her feet. I went to rise too, but she reached forward and pushed me back onto the sofa. She stood over me. How could you? She yelled. How could you hire someone? Get them to poke into my business? How? She wanted to say more, but was choked by anger. I didn't want to get your hopes up, I said. Jesus Christ. Not unless I found something. Julia, you said you wished you could afford a detective. I was doing it for you. A favour. She had stalked off, a few feet away from me. Really? Are you sure you were doing it for me? I needed to defend myself. If I sat there and tried to apologise, she would chuck me out, I was sure of it. I stood up. Yes, Julia, I was doing it for you, for Lily. I wanted to check the police had done all they could. I saw how distraught you were and wanted to help you. The damsel in distress. Your gender has nothing to do with it. Huh, I bet. I shook my head. It doesn't, actually. But I didn't sound very sure, even to myself. If it had been Julia who'd drowned, would I have tried to help Michael in the same way? I wanted to believe that I would, but maybe I shouldn't have done it. Like I said, I was only going to tell you if I got anywhere, and I think I have. I've stirred something up, and I'm certain it's related to Lily. She stared at me, chest rising and falling. But you haven't really got anywhere, have you? It's like a conspiracy theory, a crazy conspiracy theory. You might as well have told me aliens came down and took Lily off in a spaceship. I know how it sounds, Julia. But Glyn Collins, don't you think it's a massive coincidence that within a couple of weeks of my private detective starting to ask questions, 2 members of that group are dead, and the detective herself is missing? On holiday. And the other 2 deaths, it's not coincidence, it's a chain, cause and effect. The visit from Zara caused Malcolm stress and made him have a heart attack. Then, what's her name, Shirley, died after getting drunk at his funeral. But why was Malcolm stressed? I don't know. Maybe he did know something about this girl who vanished in the 80s. Maybe Malcolm Jones was a paedophile, but that has nothing to do with Lily. I thought about it. I'd been so focused on Glyn that it hadn't crossed my mind that Malcolm might be guilty of anything more than not exposing Glyn's crimes. Could Julia be right? Was Malcolm the bad guy here? But what if Malcolm was still operating 2 years ago? With a 35-year gap between crimes? I stood up, paced the room. At least Julia was engaging with me now and not marching me up the stairs and telling me to pack my bags. There could be others we don't know about, I said. Other missing children. Maybe it was Malcolm, or Glyn, or... The lights went out. And above our heads, in the belly of the house, a woman screamed. Chapter 29. Lily, 2014. Mum stuck her head around Lily's bedroom door. Megan's coming over. She'll be here in 15 minutes, so you should get dressed and brush your hair. What? Why? It was Saturday morning, and Lily was on her bed, still in her PJs, playing a game on her iPad. Megan's mum's been calling to work, and her stepdad's away on a stag weekend. Jake is coming too. Lily made the groaning, "oh" sound her mum hated so much. Just get dressed, okay, and be nice to Jake. He's a lovely boy. 15 minutes later, tyres crunched on the gravel outside. Lily looked out of her window. Megan and Jake were getting out of a taxi along with the taxi driver who escorted them to the front door. The bell rang. By the time Lily got downstairs, Megan and Jake were standing in the hall and Mum was talking to the taxi man. It sounded like he was a neighbour and old friend of Megan's mum's, and he wasn't supposed to be working today, but he'd run the kids over as a favour. He had nothing else to do. He winked at Lily over her mum's shoulder. "Why don't you come in for a cup of tea, Ollie?" "Yeah, thanks. That'd be great." "Follow me. Lily, why don't you take Megan and Jake down to the playroom? I'll bring you down some drinks and snacks in a bit." "Okay." Lily hesitated. "Where's Dad?" Mum's eyes shifted around in that way they did when she wasn't sure what to say. "He's, having a lie-in." "Lucky bloke," said Ollie. "Isn't he just?" She sounded angry, though she was trying to hide it behind the smile she always wore when they had visitors. Mum and the taxi driver went off to the kitchen, and Lily ran down the stairs to the playroom, Megan at her heels, Jake trailing behind. Megan turned around. "Hurry up, slow coach." "Sorry, Meg." He almost bumped his head on the low ceiling halfway down the stairs. He was growing a moustache. Bum fluff, Megan called it. She rolled her eyes, and Lily, not for the first time, felt sorry for him. Although she often wished she had a brother or sister, she'd hate to be bossed around in the way Megan bossed Jake. Megan headed straight for the Wii U. "Want a game of Mario Kart? Bet I can beat you this time." Last time Megan had come here, she'd moaned that Lily didn't have that bloody Mary game. Luckily, it wasn't available for the Wii U, so Lily had a good excuse. As Megan set up the game, Lily turned her head to see what Jake was doing. He was staring at the art supplies. Lily remembered that he was really good at drawing and asked him if he wanted some paper and pens. "Thanks, Lily." He settled down on a beanbag with a pad and a pack of colouring pens. Megan looked over her shoulder. "Hey, Jake, it's Mum's birthday next week. Make her a card from both of us." "Yes, Meg." Lily and Megan played Mario Kart. Megan won the first race, thanks to a massively fluky blue shell right at the end, and Lily beat her in the second and third. They were about to start race 4 when the door at the top of the stairs opened. "All right, guys." It was the taxi driver, carrying a tray with smoothies and cartons and a plate of chocolate chip cookies. "Yay, snacks!" Megan paused the game. "Thanks, Ollie." He said to Lily, "Your mum asked me to bring these down. She had to take a phone call." "Oh, right, thanks." He looked around. "Oh, this is a pretty cool space. What are you playing?" "Oh, I love that game. Who's your favourite character?" "I always play as Bowser. He's heavy, but when he gets going, whoosh!" He laughed. Lily stared at him. Was he like Jake? A little kid, trapped in a big body? "I haven't been to this house for years. My dad had a friend who lived here. Hey, you might have met my dad. He's the town librarian." Lily looked at him blankly. She'd never been to Bedmauer Library. Why would she need to, when her house was full of books, most of them awesomely boring? Lily liked the books Mum had illustrated, partly because they were all dedicated to her. Ollie crouched down next to Jake. "What are you drawing, mate?" Jake, who'd finished the birthday card and moved on to something else, showed him the paper. "Whoa! What's this?" Lily peered over Ollie's shoulder. The paper was covered in drawings of bare, spiky trees. At the centre of the drawing was a dark figure with arms and legs like wobbly spaghetti, a long body, and a fat head with cat's eyes. Jake had pressed so hard with the pen while drawing this figure, he'd almost gone through the paper. "It's the widow," Jake said, in a hushed voice. Lily expected Ollie to laugh, but he didn't. His voice was as serious as Jake's when he replied, "The Red Widow, eh? My dad told me about her." He repeated all the stuff Lily already knew. Even Megan appeared a little bored of the topic, but Jake gawped at Ollie as if it was the first time he'd heard it. Ollie looked sidelong at the girls. "I saw her once," he said. That grabbed their attention. "You didn't," Megan said. "I did, actually, when I was about your age. It was just before that little girl disappeared, Caris." Lily stared at him, as did Megan and Jake. He settled down on a beanbag. "I was in the woods, near here, with my friends, building a camp. Parents weren't so paranoid about letting kids out to play on their own in those days. Anyway, we built the camp, and then one of my friends announced that he needed the loo, a number 2. Megan giggled. "Yeah, gross, huh? He went off to do what bears do in the woods, and a minute later he came running back, shouting and screaming, saying someone was chasing him, a woman. And that's when I saw her, between the trees. She had eyes, just like that." He tapped the drawing, and they glowed white, like she was blind. "I got the impression she was sniffing the air, that she could smell us, thinking we smelled sweet." Megan grabbed Lily's hand and squeezed it. Jake made a low, moaning sound. "And then she pointed at us and said, 'It's time.'" "There's no such thing," Lily reminded herself. "No such thing." "What did you do?" Megan asked. "What do you think we did? We ran like our bums were on fire." He laughed, and the children stared at him. "It's time," Megan whispered. "Yeah," Ollie said, "because the witch demands a sacrifice once every 35 years, according to the legend. When that little girl Caris vanished, that's what we all thought. The witch took her and gobbled her up." It was silent in the playroom. All Lily could hear was Jake's heavy breathing. Ollie looked at each of them in turn. "You know, that happened in 1980, he said, and Lily realized he was just like Megan's granddad. He enjoyed winding up kids, seeing if they'd believe his scary stories. "Next year, it will be 35 years, and it will be time again." He looked at their gaping mouths and saucer eyes. "She's going to be looking for another child." Chapter 30. As soon as we heard the scream, Julia took out her phone and switched on the flashlight, the weak light casting her in a ghostly glow. She headed for the stairs, and I followed. I wished I hadn't left my new phone in my room. It was dark in the hallway, too. Somebody appeared in the Thomas room doorway, a black silhouette. Julia pointed the beam of her phone flashlight at the door. It was Max. "What was that scream?" Julia asked. Susie. Ursula was in the middle of telling us this really creepy story about a dark spirit. You know, the usual nonsense she comes out with. And suddenly the lights went out. It was brilliant. It was as if she'd staged it." Julia stepped into the doorway and shone her light inside. Ursula sat in an armchair, apparently frozen to the spot, holding a glass of wine. "Where's Susie now?" I asked. She disappeared. I think she was embarrassed. She's gone to her room. Do you think it's a local power cut? Does that happen a lot round here?" "Not since I've lived here," Julia replied. "It might be the fuses," I said. "It probably just needs resetting. Where's the box?" In the utility room." We left Max waiting by the Thomas room and went through the kitchen to the little room where Julia kept her washing machine and dryer. She shone the flashlight at the fuse box, which was on the wall by the back door. I opened it. "Oh, it's not the switches," I said. "It must be a power cut. Have you got any candles?" I think so. Hang on." We went back into the kitchen. If this had happened in my flat in London, we would have been fine. Priya had been obsessed with scented candles, and most of them were still around. Sometimes I lit them to remind myself of her, if I was feeling strong enough. The smell of jasmine or cinnamon would always remind me of her. But Julia wasn't into candles. The only candles I'd seen since coming here were the ones on Lily's birthday cake. She searched through the kitchen drawers. Loads of junk, but no candles. "I think they're in the cottage," she said. Max had come into the kitchen holding his phone, the flashlight switched on. "I'll go and fetch them," I said. "I'll come too," said Max. "There's no need." But he was already heading out the back door. Julia handed me the key to the cottage, and I went after him. It was cold outside and overcast, a few stars peeking through the gaps between the clouds. We only had Max's phone to illuminate the way, but as we moved towards the cottage, my eyes started to grow accustomed to the darkness, black shapes against a grey backdrop. Max stopped walking. "What are you doing?" I asked. "I actually wanted a chance to talk to you," he said. "Listen, Lucas, I swear I didn't take your pen on purpose. I actually have no recollection of picking it up, but, you know, we'd all had a drink." I could hardly see his face, but he sounded sincere, and my emotions were reverberating from the encounter with Julia. I really didn't want another argument. "It's okay," I said. "I'm sorry about earlier. I'd had a difficult day. I apologize, too, for what I said. I know it's no excuse, but I've been under a lot of stress, too. Some marital issues, which is why I'm staying here a little longer. My wife doesn't want me to go home." I nodded. "I didn't sleep with Susie, though, whatever you think. I'm guilty of many things, but not that." Again, he sounded sincere. "I'm sorry if it seemed like I was judging you." He laughed. "I hope no one overhears. They might think we're bonding. Heaven forbid. Come on, we should try to find these candles." We headed over to the cottage and I opened the door. Max led the way, going into the kitchen first. I began to look through drawers while Max held the flashlight. "The power will probably come back on the moment we find them," he said. There were no candles in the first drawer, or the second, though I found a cigarette lighter which I pocketed, thinking it would come in handy. "You know, I kind of wish I wrote horror like you," Max said. "Or ghost stories, anyway. Think of all the inspiration I'd have had since coming here. Your creative synapses must be on fire." He didn't know the half of it. I was tempted to fill him in, but then he said, "Something weird happened to me the other night." I paused halfway through searching the drawer. "What?" "Well, I got up in the middle of the night to go to the loo, and heard someone singing." I waited. It was a woman. At first I thought it must be Julia, but it didn't sound like it was coming from her bedroom. It sounded like someone was inside the room with me. Was it this song? I sang a couple of lines of Een Douw Tree. Yes, that was it. "I've heard it too," I said. "So did Karen. It was one of Lily's favourite songs, apparently." Max puffed out air. "Well, that matches what Ursula said. You don't believe in ghosts, do you? Even though you write horror?" "No, I don't." I knew we ought to head back to the house or look elsewhere in the cottage for candles, but Max seemed keen to talk. Me neither. Except... What? Talking to Ursula, it makes me wonder. Oh, don't you start. She's making it all up." He leaned against the worktop, looking out at the night. The clouds had cleared a little, revealing more stars, silvery light glimmering across the lawn, with trees and shrubbery emerging from the darkness. "She's very convincing," he said. "I told her about the singing I heard, and she said it could be Lily's ghost, trapped here in this house, unwilling to move on to the next realm because of her mother's unhappiness. Ursula's going to consult her spirit guide. She said... Hang on, what was that?" "What?" I joined him at the window. "I saw someone. Over there, on the driveway. Look." I peered into the darkness. The clouds shifted, revealing the moon. There was someone standing near the top of the driveway, facing us. It was too dark to make out their features, to even tell if it was a man or a woman, but a suspect immediately came to mind. Before I could say anything, Max dashed from the kitchen and out of the front door. He called out, "Hey!" The person moved down the driveway, away from the house. Max headed after them. I followed, catching up and falling into step beside him. The figure was running now, only just visible as a flickering shape on the horizon of my vision. "I don't think it's a power cut," Max said. "Look, there's a light on in the house over there, on the hill." He pointed towards the nearest neighbour. The person we'd seen on the driveway had stopped running. I couldn't see their face, but I was certain they were watching us, waiting to see what we did. Could it really be Glyn Collins? A knot of fear formed in my stomach. If I was right, he'd already dealt with 3 people who'd threatened to expose him. I hadn't even stopped to think that I was the obvious next target. In which case, I was walking straight into his trap. "Come on," Max said, and broke into a run. The shadowy figure ran too. I had no choice but to follow. There were potholes on the path, and I stumbled into one. Max grabbed my arm to stop me from falling. I glanced across at him and saw that he was grinning. He was enjoying it, like it was a game. He increased his pace, leaping over a huge puddle. I guessed this was an escape from his other worries, money, his career, marital woes. This was a little adventure. We reached the narrow lane that bisected the trees and stopped. The lane stretched left and right, and directly ahead of us was a copse. The main road was beyond that, and a little further on the river. Our quarry was no longer in sight. "Which way did they go?" Max asked. I held up a finger. "Listen." Rustling came from the copse ahead. "This way," I said, jogging into the trees where I was swallowed by darkness. The ground beneath my feet was mulchy, slippery, and I grabbed a skinny tree for support. I waited for Max to catch up, as he was carrying our only source of light. He stopped beside me and swung the phone left and right, light bouncing between the trees like a will-o'-the-wisp. Tentatively, we pushed through the branches, Max swearing as something scratched his face. He lowered the flashlight, and I hurried blindly on, the lizard part of my brain screaming at me to get out of these trees, even if greater danger lay further ahead. I was sweating, and my heart was beating faster than ever before. I crashed through the final line of trees and stumbled, my knees hitting the rough tarmac. Max pulled me to my feet. "You all right?" I was too high on adrenaline to feel pain. I heard a twig snap ahead of us. "I think he's heading to the river." Max nodded once and strode into the final thicket of trees, their branches still bare from winter. I took a deep breath and joined him, pushing through until we emerged on the path that ran alongside the river. "This is where Julia's husband drowned," I said in a hushed voice. "The exact spot." The water swept around the bend, sucking in starlight and snuffing it out. A curtain of mist hung over the far bank, casting the trees on that side as shadow play. Max looked around while I stared at the water, then hissed, "There!" Max dashed off to the left, vanishing into the copse. I did the same, pushing through into a clearing between a circle of trees. I strained to locate the light from Max's phone. There it was, to the right, dancing among the branches. I drew in a breath, afraid to speak. I heard Max say, "Show yourself." A pause, then, "What are you doing?" It seemed he'd come face to face with the person we'd been pursuing. There was a scuffling sound, the crunch of twigs breaking and cracking, a grunt, and the sound of something heavy hitting the ground. The spot of light from Max's phone disappeared. "Max?" I was frozen to the spot. I muttered to myself, Come on, move." And managing to unstick my feet, I started towards the place in the trees where Max had been standing, pulling aside a pair of saplings that guarded the spot. And then, noise behind me, footsteps on wet leaves. I started to turn. An explosion of pain in my head. I fell, blind, hit the earth. Darkness. Chapter 31. I awoke in a world of pain and cold. My eyes opened, but I was blind. My lungs tried to suck in air, and my body flooded. My arms flailed, but there was nothing to hold. Maybe it only took a second for my brain to make sense of where I was, what was happening, but it felt like much longer. An eternity of confusion. By the time I figured it out, my palms felt solid ground beneath them. The riverbed. I was in the water. The pain in my head was indescribable, like hot knives in grey matter. Inside my head, a wave of blackness tried to drag me under, my brain wanting to shut my body down, but a shred of survival instinct fought against it. I was drowning. Somehow I marshalled the forces of my body, pushing against the riverbed and kicking upwards, flailing in the black, freezing water, feeling it dragging me back down like a creature. "Sweetmeat, come to me, my sweetmeat," had hold of my ankles. I screamed an inaudible scream, kicked and pulled, fought to escape this liquid grave. "Give in," said a voice inside me. "Let go. Accept it. Sink into nothingness. No more pain. No more suffering. Let me make you better, my sweet meat." No, I refused to let go. I refused to die. With the last of my strength, I pushed upwards, towards the stars that shone high above the surface and called to me, told me to keep going, to not give up. I burst through. snapped at the air, fought the desperate screaming pain in my skull and kicked towards the bank. I grabbed at weeds that tore away in my hands. To the left, I saw the flat stones on which Julia had stood, unable to save her husband. I dragged myself towards them, finally crawling from the water. Gasping and shivering, I lay on my back on the stones, eyes shut, blackness rushing over me again. I surrendered to it. Lucas! Lucas! I didn't wake suddenly this time. Darkness slowly retreated. Someone was saying my name. A warm hand touched my face, and something was laid over me. Lucas, it's me, Julia. My eyes opened, and I saw her looking down at me. I tried to speak, but my teeth were chattering too much. She held my hand, squeezed it. Above her head, the stars that had saved me. I realized she'd covered my soaking wet body with her coat. I tried to push myself up, but a lightning bolt of pain flashed through my skull. I gasped, and a look of concern flitted across Julia's face. I came looking for you, she said, when you didn't come back from the cottage. What happened? Why were you in the water? I tried to speak again, but coughed instead, river water running from my mouth. Julia knelt beside me, gently turning me onto my side so I didn't choke. She repositioned the coat. I've called an ambulance, she said. I coughed and spluttered again, more water spilling from my lungs. I was trembling all over and didn't think I would ever feel warm again. But I needed to speak, to ask. Or something. Max, I managed to say. "Where is he?" Once again, before she could answer, I blacked out. I woke up in hospital. The pain in my head had subsided. They must have pumped me full of painkillers. I tested my arms and legs, fingers and toes. Everything seemed to work. I was still nauseous, shaky, cold, but I pushed myself into a sitting position, careful not to disturb the tube that ran from a drip into my arm. I gingerly felt the back of my head, which was covered with a bandage. Morning light streamed through the window. A nurse spotted me and headed over. "Mr. Radcliffe, you need to take it easy." She had an Eastern European accent and kind eyes. "Is Julia here?" I asked. "Is that the woman who found you? She's nearby, don't worry. The doctor's going to want to take a look at you. I'll let him know you're awake." She was about to go when I said, "Wait, Max Lake? Is he here?" I strained to look around the ward, but couldn't see him. She attempted a reassuring smile, which didn't quite come off. "I think the police want to talk to you as soon as the doctor says it's okay." She hurried away. The doctor came, gave me the once-over and told me I was fine. They were going to keep me in for a little while for observation. They were mostly concerned about my head injury. "It's not as bad as it must have felt," the doctor said. "Your skull isn't fractured. We've already carried out an X-ray and scan, and there doesn't appear to be any internal damage. You have a tough head, Mr. Radcliffe, but we want to monitor you for concussion and so on. There's a risk of a subdural hematoma developing, but I think you're going to be okay." "What was I hit with?" I asked. He consulted his notes. "A rock, I think. But the police will be able to tell you more." "What about Max Lake? Is he here?" The doctor frowned. "Not that I'm aware of." Half an hour later, I was lying with my eyes closed, replaying what had happened, when I heard someone say my name. I opened my eyes to see a woman with short dark hair standing over me. She introduced herself as Detective Constable Carla Hawkins. "Are you feeling up to answering some questions?" she asked, pulling up a plastic chair. "Of course, but can you answer one of mine first? Max Lake, where is he? Is he okay?" She formed a fist with her hand and put it to her lips, clearing her throat. "I'm afraid Mr. Lake's body was recovered from the River Dee early this morning." Oh, Jesus. I wasn't shocked. Since waking up, I'd been steeling myself with this news. The same thing that happened to me had clearly happened to Max, except he hadn't managed to get out of the river. Had he even woken up and struggled? I hope not. Better to be oblivious than to struggle against drowning and fail. "Were you close?" D.C. Hawkins asked, studying me, obviously trying to read my face and body language. "No, I've only known him a couple of weeks, but..." Guilt squeezed my insides. "It's my fault. I brought this upon us, and I'm alive, and he's dead." "What do you mean, you brought this upon you? Do you know who did this?" She had a notepad ready in her lap, pencil poised. Just as I had with Julia last night. My God, what a long 24 hours it had been. I ran through the whole story, keeping it as succinct as possible. D.C. Hawkins interrupted every so often to ask questions. I didn't mention any of the weird goings-on at the retreat, and I tried to avoid straying into conspiracy theory territory. At the end, I said, "It's Glenn Collins. He did this." D.C. Hawkins tapped her pencil slowly on the pad. "Did you see him?" "No, it was too dark, but I'm sure it was him. Who else could it be?" The look she gave me was inscrutable. "Do you know him?" I asked. My head throbbed, and I winced as I spoke. "Everyone says he's a pillar of the community." She shook her head. "I'm based in Wrexham. One of your colleagues had a relationship with Zara Sullivan, the private detective I hired. I don't know his name, but maybe Zara spoke to him between talking to me and disappearing." "We'll look into it," she said. There was a long silence. I broke it by saying, "So this is a murder investigation?" Her expression was grim. "We don't get many of those around here. Just missing children." She stood up. 2 in 40 years. It's hardly an epidemic." She handed me her card. "We'll be in touch. If you remember anything else in the meantime, any details that can help us identify your assailant, please call me. What about protection? I asked. For me, I mean. He tried to kill me. What if he comes here to finish the job? She spread her palms to indicate that I was surrounded by people. You'll be safe here, Mr. Radcliffe. Try not to worry. I woke up later to find Julia sitting by the bed. I brought you some snacks, she said, gesturing to a couple of bags on the bedside cabinet, and some magazines. I brought your phone, too. She handed me the phone I'd bought to replace my lost one. How are you feeling? I think I'm in shock. About Max, I mean. She brushed a hand across her forehead and sighed. She looked terribly sad. I realised the whole thing must have taken her back to the terrible events 2 years before when she watched Michael drown in that same spot. Thank you for saving me, I said. I probably would have died of hypothermia if I'd been left there by the river. I expect you were tempted to let me. She exhaled. I understand why you did it. And I know you were trying to help. I smiled at her. I'm still angry with you. My smile faded. But I'm glad you didn't drown. I guess that was the best I was going to get. So, you didn't see anyone by the river? She asked. I repeated what I'd told D.C. Hawkins and half expected Julia to be sceptical, as she'd been earlier. But this was different, wasn't it? There was no way this could be put down to natural causes or an innocent explanation. Someone had attacked me. Someone had murdered Max. You really think Glyn knows something about Lily? She asked. Her voice was full of longing and terror. Hopefully the police will be talking to him now, I said. Have they been to your house? Did they look at what happened to the electricity? Oh, yes, they've been round. 2 of them came and interviewed Ursula and Susie and me. Looked around. They took Max's computer. Yours too. What? Sorry, I couldn't stop them. They said they needed to check it. They didn't say why. My novel was on that laptop. Although it was backed up to the cloud, I didn't have access to another computer here. Still, it hardly seemed like the most important thing at the moment. And the electricity? I asked. It came on before I got back to the house, she replied. I told the police about it, and they said they'd look into that too. They're frustratingly vague. They were like this when Lily disappeared. My headache was coming back with a vengeance now. My vision was soft around the edges, a steady pain pulsing out from the back of my skull. I needed whatever drugs the doctors were willing to give me. How are the others? Susie and Ursula? Julia shook her head. Ursula's taken to her bed. I can't get any sense out of her. Susie, well, she's really upset. She locked herself in her room after she heard about Max, but I could hear her crying. Max told me there was nothing going on between them. Did you believe him? I thought about it. Yeah, I did. God, I'm glad I managed to apologise to him before it happened. Julia shifted in her seat. Ursula told the police about your argument. Oh, great. It's been like a circus at the house. As well as the police, the media turned up. We've had photographers and video crews outside. Her face darkened. The bastards mentioned Michael and Lily on the news reports. Tragedy strikes again in Beauty Spot, all that bullshit. Apparently Max's wife is on her way too, to collect his things and see where it happened. I haven't been down to the river, but I've heard it's teeming with rubberneckers. Without warning, she grabbed my hand. I'm so... She stopped, then forced herself to continue. I'm so glad you got out of the water. Taken aback, I tried to make light of it. Me too. When I saw you lying there on the stones, I thought you were dead. To my surprise, tears filled her eyes. She continued to hold my hand, but gazed into space, into the past. I don't think I ever mourned Michael properly. I was so fixated on finding Lily. Even his funeral, I was numb, not able to grieve. I'm told I cried, but I don't remember. I hardly heard a word of the service. I squeezed her hand and waited for her to continue. I miss him, she said. I was so angry with him for a long time once the numbness passed. Angry for his drinking, blaming him for the argument that meant we weren't watching Lily. Our marriage hadn't been good for a long time, and we were probably going to break up. I mean, we'd been in and out of the Last Chance saloon a dozen times. He'd promised he was going to give up the booze because it was destroying us, but he didn't. And I realised that day he never would. She produced a tissue and blew her nose. 5 minutes later, he was dead. I waited for her to continue. There was another thing, too, another woman. I never found out for sure, but I think Michael was cheating on me with this woman in his office, Lana. Maybe they were only emotionally involved, I don't know. But there was something going on. He probably would have ended up with her after we split up, and I wonder sometimes if he kept drinking because he wanted me to chuck him out. It was his passive way of ending our marriage. She blew her nose again. He loved Lily, though. I guess she's the other reason he hung around. She wiped the tears from her cheeks and sniffed. Oh, God, you're lying there with a massive bandage on your head after someone tried to kill you, and here I am, going on about my woes. Julia, don't be silly. It's good. You should talk about it. She shuddered. I'm scared, Lucas. I can't even express exactly why. But I'm scared. I tried to find the right words, but before I could locate them, someone said my name. Mr. Radcliffe? It was D.C. Hawkins. This time she had another cop with her, a middle-aged man in an ageing suit. She introduced him as Detective Inspector Gary Snaith. He nodded at Julia. Mrs. Marsh? He must have met her at Nithe Bran. I wondered if he'd also been involved in the search for Lily 2 years ago. Do you mind if we have a word with Mr. Radcliffe on his own? He asked. She was flustered. Yes, I mean, no. I need to get back anyway. I'll call you later, Lucas. As soon as she'd gone, D.C. Hawkins said, We spoke to Glyn Collins. He was at home all night with his girlfriend. I pushed myself up in the bed. Girlfriend? D.I. Snaith smiled. Perhaps lady friend would be a better term, but yes, seems there's life in the old dog. I wondered if this was the woman he'd been talking to at the funeral, the one with the cleavage. Mr. Collins' lady friend is an insomniac, Snaith continued. She was awake most of the night, with her gentleman friend lying beside her, snoring. So, whoever attacked you, Hawkins said, it wasn't Glyn Collins. Chapter 32. The two detectives stayed for ages, conducting what they called an informal chat. They wanted to know everything about me. Did I have any enemies? Did Max? They'd heard Max and I had a fight yesterday. Could I tell them more about that? Why did we decide to follow the person we'd seen down to the river? Had we been drinking? Why are you asking if Max had enemies? I said. I told you, I was the target. So, why kill Mr. Lake? D.C. Hawkins asked. I think he saw their face. As I was answering their questions, my mind whirred. If it wasn't Glyn who attacked me and killed Max, who the hell was it? Did this mean he wasn't responsible for everything else? Had I been completely wrong? Are you sure Glyn Collins' lady friend isn't lying for him? I asked. You can never be 100%, Snaith responded. But she, Margaret, is the ex-wife of one of our retired chief inspectors. He told us she's the most honest woman he's ever met, and there's no way she'd protect a criminal. Also, Mr. Collins has this app on his phone that records his sleep patterns. I nodded. Priya had used one of those. He showed it to us. According to this app, he slept like a baby while Margaret tossed and turned beside him. Maybe he has someone helping him, I said. Even as the words came out, I realised how desperate I sounded. The two detectives exchanged a look. D.C. Hawkins spoke. The two deaths you told us about, Malcolm Jones and Shirley Roberts, there's nothing suspicious about either of them. Mr. Jones was taking medication for a heart condition. It appears he forgot to take his tablets. That seemed strange to me, but I let her go on. And by all accounts, Miss Roberts was inebriated when she left the wake. Those stairs are steep. I don't want to preempt the coroner, but there's nothing to indicate it wasn't an accident. So, we're looking at the attack on you and Max Lake as an isolated incident. D.I. Snaith said. But what about Zara Sullivan? Have you tracked her down? Again, they exchanged a glance. You're a writer, aren't you, Mr. Radcliffe? D.C. Hawkins said. Highly imaginative, always looking for hidden motives and meanings. Well, let me tell you, as someone who deals with reality every day, the simplest explanation for something is almost always the right one. She raised an eyebrow. Exactly. My head was pounding again. I had wanted to talk to them about the strange goings-on at the retreat, but what was the point? They had me marked down as someone who makes shit up, a novelist with an overactive imagination. A nurse came over. I think the patient needs to rest now. Sure. The detectives got up, D.I. Snaith grunting as he rose from his plastic seat. D.C. Hawkins studied me for a moment, and I wished I could read her mind, because I was certain there was suspicion in her eyes. We'll talk again, she said, before they walked away. The hospital discharged me the following afternoon. The doctor gave me a self-help sheet listing symptoms I needed to look out for. Drowsiness, poor tolerance of light, feelings of disorientation, confusion. I tried to make a joke about always feeling confused, but the doctor wasn't amused. I didn't want to bother Julia by asking her to pick me up, so I called Ollie Jones. It was a long way for him to come, but I thought he'd appreciate the fare, and it wasn't only that I didn't want to bother Julia. I wanted to talk to Ollie. Oh, look at you, the walking wounded, he said, as I approached the taxi and got into the back seat. It was a lovely day, mild and bright, and it was warm inside the cab. For the first time in months I felt the prickle of sweat beneath my armpits. I heard about what happened, Ollie said, starting the engine. Shocking. Do you have any idea who did it? Who whacked you over the head, I mean? No. I bet the police haven't got a bloody clue either, am I right? Oh, they don't seem to. He turned on the main road. Shocking to think 2 people, probably 3, have drowned in that same spot in, 2 years. He swore at a driver who swerved in front of him. That Lily was a lovely girl, you know. I hope she's still out there somewhere. I sat forward. You knew her? Yeah. I live a few doors down from her friends Megan and Jake. I know their mum pretty well. Of course, everyone round here knows everyone else. And my dad was good friends with Wendy's dad. Have you met Wendy? She's lovely. Plus, Megan's a little character, and Jake, well, Wendy does a brilliant job with him, considering his issues. He paused. I feel a bit guilty, actually. I told Lily and the others this story about how I'd seen the widow when I was a kid. I was just winding them up, having a laugh, but I think they believed me. I always picture Lily with this frightened look on her face. I should have told her it was a joke. I tried to get a grip on the conversation. I didn't get a chance to talk to you properly at the funeral. I told you about our dads being friends, didn't I? Yeah, he laughed. Weird to think we might have played together when we were little, before you moved away. Yeah, I know. So, what happened with your dad? Someone told me he had a heart condition? Yeah, and the silly fool forgot to take his medicine. I feigned ignorance. Surely forgetting for, 1 day wouldn't cause you to have a heart attack. I mean, I'm no expert, but... No, but the doctor told me he must have been under a lot of stress the day he died. And the fact he'd forgotten the medicine didn't help. God knows what he was stressed about. I mean, he was at home watching TV. I guess he must have been worried about something. I felt bad. The topic was clearly distressing Ollie, but I pressed on anyway. Despite what the police said, I was still convinced Malcolm's death was connected to everything else. Did you see him? The day he died, I mean. Did he seem worried? No, I didn't. He fell quiet. I thought maybe I'd pushed him too far. He was still grieving, the wounds raw. I spoke to him on the phone, though, and he was acting a bit weird. What do you mean? Just, being more emotional than normal. He said something about how he'd let my mum down. It was too late to make amends now. I had no idea what he was going on about. To be honest, I wondered if he'd been drinking, or if it was like the first signs of dementia. He had stopped at a red light. Ollie rubbed his eyes with his fist. Then he said something really odd. He asked me if I would forgive him if he'd done something terrible. The hairs on my arms were standing on end. No, hang on. What he said was, would I forgive him if he'd kept a terrible secret? I asked him what the hell he was talking about, and it was like he chickened out. Started saying it was nothing to worry about, just the ramblings of an old man. His jaw was clenched, and I was worried Ollie was about to start crying. He prevented himself from doing so by changing the subject. You were into books and stuff, aren't you? Of course you are. My dad had thousands of the bloody things, and I've got no idea what to do with them. Maybe you could pop round, take a look and see if there are any you want. Take them off my hands. That's very kind of you, but maybe you should call a dealer. There might be some valuable books among them. Yeah, that's what Heleth said I should do. He shook his head. It's weird. Both our parents dying within a week of each other. What are the odds, eh? She's got the B&B to sort out and isn't sure if she's going to carry on running it. She's talking about selling it and living on the proceeds. I'm trying to persuade her to move in with me. How long have you and Heleth been together? I asked. 20 years. What? I was shocked. He laughed. Including the 18-year break in the middle. We were together for a year when we were young. We got back together last year. I finally wore her down. And neither of you have children? I have, but they live in Cardiff with their mum, my ex-wife. Heleth doesn't have kids, though. She says this isn't a good place to raise children. The whole thing saddened me. It seemed Heleth had stayed here all these years because of Shirley, and now she was threatening to take off and leave Ollie behind. We drove in silence for a few minutes. We weren't far from the retreat now. So, you have no idea what secret your dad was talking about? I asked. He hesitated just for a second before saying no. There was clearly something, perhaps buried deep, a doubt or suspicion. I decided not to push it. He would be thinking about it now. Hopefully, it would come to the surface. Maybe I will come to take a look at those books, I said, as we pulled up outside Neither Bran. Cool. He made a telephone sign with his little finger and thumb. Call me, and drove away. Julia was in the kitchen, sitting at the breakfast counter with a cup of tea, surveying the garden. Dark circles ringed her eyes, but the sunlight touched her hair and lit up her face, stopping me in my tracks. It's rude to stare, she said, getting up and coming over. She peered at the bandage on the back of my head. Any bits of brain leak out? She asked. No important bits, I don't think. Still got the part that contains your common sense? Oh, God, no. That withered and died a long time ago. She smiled. Coffee? It's okay. I'll make it. If you're sure. Julia leaned against the counter. As I filled the kettle and placed it on the Arga, she said, The police were here again, asking questions. About what? About you. I turned from the Arga. What kind of questions? She cradled her tea. They wanted to know about your relationship with Max, how you got on. Snaith had a copy of your novel. Sweetmeat? Yeah. He was flicking through it, reading out some of the violent scenes. He asked me if you'd shown any signs of aggression since you'd been here. Of course, Ursula had already told them about the time you threatened Max. Jesus, they can't believe that was a real threat, surely. What, do they think I killed Max and hit myself over the head with a rock and jumped in the river? That's nuts. I don't know what they think, Lucas. At least the reporters have gone. There was a house fire in Wrexham. Several kids trapped. Oh, I can't bear to think about it. They've all gone there. I finished making the coffee, adding 2 sugars. Where's Ursula now? I asked. In her room. She's talking about leaving in the next couple of days. And Susie? Same. Looks like you're going to be my only customer, unless you're planning on buggering off too. I doubt the police would let me go even if I wanted to. But I'm not going anywhere, assuming that's okay with you. She met my eye. Of course. I want you to stay. A wry smile. I doubt I'll get any more customers coming here after what happened. Not that it matters, anyway. Maybe the whole thing was a terrible idea. I should start illustrating again. Find work. I've still got contacts. The energy seemed to drain from her body. It feels pointless, all of it. Julia. I got up and crossed the kitchen to where she stood. She looked up at me, eyes brimming with tears. I put my hand out, touched her arm. She stepped closer to me. We were inches apart. The silence so heavy between us, the air as thick as tar. She moved closer still. Time stopped. The world was silent. I touched her cheek and brushed away a tear with my thumb. She rested her forehead against mine. Beyond the window, a bird called out. Sunshine danced across the kitchen. I closed my eyes and waited for our lips to meet. Suddenly, I was holding empty air. I opened my eyes. She was in the doorway, arms wrapped around herself. She was painfully beautiful. "I'm sorry," she said, as she left the room. Chapter 33. Drowsiness, poor tolerance of light, feelings of disorientation, confusion. I had the full set, but I didn't think it had anything to do with my head injury. I sat at the desk in my room and tried to figure out what to do next. The police had my laptop, so I couldn't work. I thought about calling D.C. Hawkins and D.I. Snaith and demanding it back, but I didn't want to face more of their questions. If they suspected me, did I need to get a solicitor? Were they going to bring me in for questioning? Nerves chewed at my stomach. I opened my phone and caught up on the news. Max got all the headlines, of course. Apparently, his last book was now #1 on Amazon. It's what he would have wanted. My inbox was flooded with emails from my agent and publisher, both of them telling me if I needed more time to finish the book, that was understandable. Finally, a tiny silver lining, though I felt guilty thinking any positive thoughts. I had lots of emails from readers, too, hoping this wouldn't delay my next novel, and my Facebook page was abuzz with well-wishers. I left a message letting everyone know I was okay, with a link to a page Max's family had set up for donations to a charity in his name. I had a knot in my stomach the size of Hawaii. Half of me was afraid that whoever had tried to kill me, and I was sceptical about Glyn Collins's alibi, would come back. The other half wanted him to appear so I could confront him. I would be prepared this time. I parted the curtains and looked out at the darkening landscape. It was silent out there. Silent and still. The retreat was locked up and secure. No one could get in. I made a list in my aching head of things I needed to do. Go and see Ollie to talk more about his dad. Try to persuade the police that I wasn't a fantasist. Persuade them to check if Zara's passport had been used. Persuade them, too, that I hadn't murdered Max. I was exhausted. I felt it deep in my muscles and in my soul. I went along to the bathroom and ran a bath. The hot water soothed me, and by the time the water started to cool, I was almost asleep. I dragged myself to the bedroom, and still damp, fell naked into bed, into sleep. The door clicked open. Someone was in my room, but unlike before, I